కదిలి వస్తున్నారు గౌరవనీయులైన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు కల్వకుంట్ల చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారు. కేసీఆర్ గారు ప్రతి సభలో చెబుతుంటారు ఒకటే మాట, హ్యూమన్ టచ్ లేకుండా ఏ డెవలప్మెంట్ చేసినా ఏ వెల్ఫేర్ అయినా అర్థం లేదు అని, మానవీయ స్పృహ ఉండాలి అని గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు టి హరీష్ రావు గారితో పాటు ఇతర మంత్రివర్యులు పెద్దలు స్వాగతిస్తున్నారు భూమి పూజ ప్రాంగణం దగ్గరకు. మన దేహం కూడా పంచభౌతికమే, ఈ సృష్టి కూడా పంచభూతాలతో నిండి ఉంది. పాంచభౌతికమైన దేహానికి పంచభూతాలతో నిండి ఉన్న దేశానికి ఉండే బంధాన్ని అనుబంధాన్ని చెబుతూ ఈ పూజ లాంటి కార్యక్రమం నిర్వహించుకుంటాం. భూమిని పూజ చేస్తున్నామంటే భూమి అంటే ధరణి, నేల తల్లి. తల్లికి ఎంత సహనం ఉంటుందో నేలకంత ఉంటుంది, నేల తల్లికి ఎంత సహనం ఉంటుందో మన తల్లికి అంతే సహనం ఉంటుంది. నేల, నీరు, గాలి, నింగి, వెలుగు ఇవన్నీ కూడా అడిగినా అడగకున్నా మన అవసరాలు తీరుస్తాయి అమ్మలాగే. అలాంటి అమ్మలాంటి భూమిని ఒక అద్భుతమైన భవనం ఇయ్యు తల్లి, ఈ భవనాన్ని సామాన్య ప్రజలకు ఆరోగ్య సేవలు అందించే వరాన్ని ప్రసాదించు అని దశాబ్ది బ్లాక్ భూమి పూజ కార్యక్రమం స్థానిక శాసనసభ్యులు దాను నాగేందర్ గారు, నగరానికి చెందిన శాసనసభ్యులు ఉన్నారు. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి ఆనరబుల్ జంట నగరాలకు చెందిన మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీనివాస్ యాదవ్ గారు వారిని ఆ పూజా వస్త్రం అలంకరించి సత్కరించారు. అదిగో భూమి పూజ. ఆ పునాది రాయి మీద నుండే ఒక అద్భుత భవనం రాబోతోంది. అది ఆరోగ్య భవనంగా అందరికీ ఒక ఆరోగ్యవంతమైన శరీరాన్ని, ఆరోగ్యకరమైన ఆలోచనల్ని, ఆరోగ్యవంతమైన ఆచరణని అందించనుంది ఈ దశాబ్ది బ్లాక్. ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రావతరణ దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాల్లో భాగంగా వైద్య ఆరోగ్య దినోత్సవం వేద పండితులు, బ్రాహ్మణోత్తములు, పూజారుల సమక్షంలో గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు అదిగో ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టి ఆ దృశ్యాన్ని మీరు ఆస్వాదించండి, ఆనందించండి. ఇట్స్ ఎ న్యూ రే ఆఫ్ హోప్ ఇన్ ది ఫీల్డ్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ మెడికల్ అండ్ హెల్త్ వింగ్. మన వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు, వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు, మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ ప్రధాన సలహాదారులు రాజీవ్ శర్మ గారు, సోమేష్ కుమార్ గారు, ఆనరబుల్ సిఎస్ ప్రధాన కార్యదర్శి శాంతికుమారి గారు, సెక్రటరీ హెల్త్ ఎస్ఏఎం రిజ్వీ గారు, కమిషనర్ హెల్త్ శ్వేతా మహంతి గారు, డైరెక్టర్ హెల్త్ డాక్టర్ జి శ్రీనివాసరావు గారు, ఇంకా స్పెషల్ సెక్రటరీ మేడం, అలాగే డైరెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ డాక్టర్ రమేష్ రెడ్డి గారు, వైద్య కార్పొరేషన్ ఎండి చంద్రశేఖర్ రెడ్డి గారు, సంబంధిత చైర్మన్ ఎర్రోళ్ల శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, మన నిమ్స్ డైరెక్టర్ డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారు, ఓఎస్డీ టు ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం డాక్టర్ గంగాధర్ గారు, ఇంకా ఎందరో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి గైడెన్స్లో, వారి మార్గదర్శనంలో వైద్య ఆరోగ్య రంగ సేవల్ని తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు 24/7 రాత్రి పగలు అన్న తేడా లేకుండా అందించే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారు. అదిగో భూమి పూజ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొని శంకుస్థాపన పునాది రాయిని మన ఆనరబుల్ R&B మినిస్టర్ ప్రశాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు స్వయంగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేతులతో తాకిన ఆ పవిత్రమైన పూజా ప్రాంగణంలో ఒక్కొక్కటి రాయి పేరుస్తూ ఉన్నారు. మనం ఈ దృశ్యాన్ని చూస్తున్నాం. వీఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు విజువలైజ్ దిస్ సీన్. అంటే వీఆర్ ఆల్సో పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్. నిమ్స్ స్టాఫ్ ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ, దాదాపు 2000 మంది నిమ్స్ స్టాఫ్ ఉన్నారు. మెడికల్ అండ్ హెల్త్ స్టాఫ్ కూడా 1000 మంది ఉన్నారు. సో ఒక ఆసుపత్రి నిర్మాణం అవుతోందంటే ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ హూ ఈజ్ సర్వింగ్ ఫర్ ది పీపుల్ ఇన్ మెడికల్ అండ్ హెల్త్, దట్ ఈస్ ఒక టెంపుల్ నిర్మాణం అవుతోంది, ఒక దేవాలయం కట్టబడుతోంది. కాబట్టి ఈ పవిత్రమైన సందర్భంలో మనమంతా లెట్స్ రీడెడికేట్ అవర్ సెల్స్ టువర్డ్స్ ది కాజ్ ఆఫ్ హెల్త్ ఆఫ్ కామన్ మ్యాన్. పూజ కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా వెలుగుతున్న దీపం ఇది ఆరోగ్య దీపమై వెలగాలి. అనారోగ్యమనే చీకటిని పారదోలాలి. తమసోమ జ్యోతిర్గమయ. తమస్సు అంటే సరైన విషయాన్ని సరైన సమయంలో సరైన పద్ధతిలో ఆలోచించకపోవడం ఒక చీకటైతే, మనం ప్రివెన్షన్ ఈజ్ బెటర్ దాన్ క్యూర్ అన్నారు. అంటే అనారోగ్యం వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇబ్బంది పడే కంటే రాకముందు జాగ్రత్త పడాలి. జాగ్రత్త పడాలంటే జ్ఞానం ఉండాలి. జ్ఞానం ఉండాలంటే దీపం వెలగాలి. నీలో దీపం వెలిగించు, నీవే వెలుగై వ్యాపించు. I request radio engineers and other technical crew to play Arogya Telangana song.
KCR సాధించిందే ఆరోగ్య తెలంగాణ. అందరికీ ఆరోగ్య
భూమి పూజ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని వేద పండితులు బ్రాహ్మణోత్తములు శతమానం భవతి అంటూ ఆశీర్వదిస్తున్నారు. ప్రజల చేత ప్రజల కోసం ప్రజల వల్ల ఉన్న ప్రజాస్వామ్య ప్రభుత్వంలో ప్రజలందరి యోగక్షేమాల్ని కాంక్షించే ఒక ప్రజా నేతను ఆశీర్వదిస్తున్నారంటే అది ప్రజలందరికీ ఆ ఆశీస్సులు అందాలి. ఆశీర్బలం అది వ్యక్తికి కాదు, యావత్ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర శక్తికి అని భావించాలి. మనకు తెలుసు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం మౌలిక సదుపాయాల కల్పనలో కానీ వివిధ వర్గాలకు కుల మత వర్ణ వర్గ విచక్షణ లేకుండా
నడిచిన తోవల్లో ఉదయించ తెలంగాణ మన కేసీఆర్ సాధించిందే ఆరోగ్య తెలంగాణ. అందరికీ ఆరోగ్యం, ఇంటింటా సౌభాగ్యం, అందరూ చల్లగా ఉండాలన్నది సర్కారు లక్ష్యం. మనమందరూ చల్లగా ఉండాలన్నది సర్కారు లక్ష్యం. తల్లి బిడ్డలకు భరోసానిచ్చే కేసీఆర్ కిట్టు
గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆగమనం గమనిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఒక ఆడియో కట్. గౌరవనీయులైన వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు హరీష్ రావు గారు వారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో కార్యక్రమం. తెలంగాణ నేలకు జల సాధనతో భగీరథులై తెలంగాణ జనానికి ఆరోగ్య సాధనతో అపర ధన్వంతరిగా ఈరోజు ఈ వేదికపైకి సవినయంగా సప్రేమగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం ప్రియతమ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు గౌరవనీయులైన కె చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారిని. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు కె చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారి కరకమలాల మీదుగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తల్లి బిడ్డల ఆరోగ్యం కోసం, తల్లి బిడ్డల పోషణ అభివృద్ధి కోసం ప్రవేశపెట్టిన వివిధ సరుకులతో కూడిన కేసీఆర్ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ ఇప్పుడు గర్భిణీ స్త్రీలకు అందించడం జరుగుతుంది. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి చేతుల మీదుగా వారి కరకమలాలతో న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్స్ లాంచింగ్ జరుగుతుంది వేదిక మీద. తొమ్మిది సరుకులున్నాయి. ప్రోటీన్ విలువలు ఉన్నటువంటి పదార్థాలు, ఖర్జూరాలు, ఇంకా అనేక అంశాలని కలగలిపి మంచి నెయ్యి, ఐరన్ సిరప్, పల్లీ చెక్క, ఖర్జూరం, న్యూట్రిషన్ మిక్స్ పౌడర్ ఇవన్నీ ఒక కొలత ప్రకారంగా తీసుకోవాలన్న ఉద్దేశంతో గౌరవనీయులైన ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రుల మార్గదర్శనంలో సంబంధిత ఏర్పాట్లు జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. బాబు కార్డ్లెస్ ఇవ్వకటి ఎక్స్ట్రా కార్డ్లెస్. I request Honorable CM Garu to launch NutriKits. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు ఇప్పుడు న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్స్ లాంఛనంగా ఆవిష్కరిస్తారు. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా ఎందరో తల్లులకు ఆ మాతృ గర్భంలో ఉన్నటువంటి మన భావి తరాల్ని దిద్ది తీర్చబోయే పాపలు బాబులకి పోషక విలువలున్న పదార్థాన్ని అందించేదే న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్స్. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర తల్లులకి న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్స్ అందించడం జరుగుతోంది. ఈ పార్వతి ఉదయనగర్ కాలనీ నుంచి వచ్చిన తల్లి, ఉదయనగర్ కాలనీ తల్లి పార్వతమ్మ. ఆ తర్వాత బోలానగర్ ఫస్ట్ ల్యాన్సర్ పర్వీనమ్మ, ఎన్బిటి నగర్ శిరీషమ్మ, ప్రతాప్ నగర్ పంజాగుట్ట తేజస్విని అమ్మ, అలాగే శ్రీరామ్ నగర్ సుజాతమ్మ, అంబేద్కర్ నగర్ రేణుకమ్మ. ఈ 6 తల్లులకు ఈరోజు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు లాంఛనంగా ఆవిష్కరించారు. మరి ఈరోజు ప్రత్యక్షంగా వేల మంది, వివిధ ప్రసార సాధన ద్వారా లక్షలాది మంది చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. తల్లుల ఆరోగ్యం కోసం, భావితరాల ఆరోగ్య భరోసా కోసం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఈ న్యూట్రిషన్ కేసు ప్రారంభించిన సందర్భంగా ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టి తెలంగాణ తల్లులందరికీ మనం మన ఆనందాన్ని వ్యక్తం చేద్దాం. గౌరవనీయులైన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు హరీష్ రావు గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరుగుతున్న సభని ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ డైరెక్టర్ నిమ్స్ డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారు, మంత్రి గారి సూచన మేరకు డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారి స్వాగత వచనాలు, తర్వాత మంత్రి గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో సభ జరుగుతుంది. డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప, నిమ్స్ డైరెక్టర్.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Birappa, the Director and Vice Chancellor of Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences. తెలంగాణ దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాల్లో భాగంగా నేడు వైద్య ఆరోగ్య దినోత్సవం నిర్వహిస్తుండడం గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ కల్వకుంట్ల చంద్రశేఖరరావు సార్ చేతుల మీదుగా నిమ్స్ ఆసుపత్రి దశాబ్ది భవన సముదాయానికి భూమి పూజ జరగడం మన అదృష్టం. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ అన్ హిస్టారిక్ మూమెంట్ for us and in the entire country, because this is going to be the largest hospital in the country. ఈ భూమి పూజ కార్యక్రమానికి విచ్చేసిన గౌరవనీయులు ఆర్థిక వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీ హరీష్ రావు గారు, హోంశాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీ జనాబ్ మహమూద్ అలీ గారు, పశుసంవర్ధక శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీ తలసాని యాదవ్ గారు, రోడ్ల భవనాల శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు వేముల ప్రశాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, అలాగే వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ కార్యదర్శి ప్రధాన కార్యదర్శి శాంతికుమారి గారు మేడం, వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ కార్యదర్శి రిజ్వీ గారు, మేయర్ గారు, మన రాజ్యసభ మెంబర్ కేశవరావు గారు, ఎమ్మెల్యేలు, ఎమ్మెల్సీలు, కార్పొరేషన్ చైర్మన్లు, వైద్య శాఖ అధికారులకు, సభలో ఆసీనులైన పెద్దలు మరియు ప్రముఖులు, వైద్యులు, వైద్య సాంకేతిక సిబ్బందికి, మీడియా ప్రతినిధులకు నిమ్స్ తరపున స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం. శిథిల భవనాల స్థానంలో కొత్త భవనాలు నిర్మించడమే నిర్మాత్మక చర్య అనే సూక్తిని ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ సార్ అక్షరాలా పాటిస్తున్నారు. అద్భుతమైన నిర్మాణాన్ని రికార్డు సమయంలో పూర్తి చేస్తూ దేశంలోనే ఆదర్శప్రాయాలుగా వెలుగొందుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు నిమ్స్లో అదనంగా 2000 పడకల భవనాలకు శంకుస్థాపన చేయడం వైద్య రంగానికి శుభపరిణామం. దీంతో ఆసుపత్రుల్లో పడకల సంఖ్య 4000కు పెరిగి రోగులకు అందించే సేవలు మరింత విస్తరిస్తున్నాయి. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత వైద్య ఆరోగ్యం రంగం రూపురేఖలే మారిపోయాయి. అన్ని స్థాయిల ఆసుపత్రులు బలోపేతమయ్యాయి. జిల్లాకు వైద్య కళాశాల, వాటికి అనుబంధంగా ఆసుపత్రులు, నర్సింగ్ కాలేజీలు వస్తుండడంతో పేదలకు స్పెషాలిటీ సేవలు చేరువవుతున్నాయి. ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ సార్ దూరదృష్టి, దార్శనికత, మంత్రి హరీష్ రావు గారి నిరంతర శ్రమ ఫలితంగా రాష్ట్ర ఆరోగ్య తెలంగాణగా రూపుదిద్దుకున్నది. తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమ కాలంలో నుంచే సీఎం కేసీఆర్ గారికి నిమ్స్తో అవినాభావం సంబంధం ఉంది. అందరికీ తెలిసినట్టుగా 2009లో రాష్ట్ర సాధన కోసం ఆమరణ నిరాహార దీక్ష చేసి మృత్యు నోట్లో తలపెట్టినప్పుడు నిమ్స్ వైద్యుల విశేష సేవల వల్ల తిరిగి స్వస్థత పొంది ఆరోగ్యవంతులయ్యారు. ఉద్యమం కొనసాగించారు. ఆ అనుబంధమే నిమ్స్ మరింత వికసించడానికి నేడు ఉపకరిస్తున్నది. నిమ్స్ ఆసుపత్రి 1960లో 7వ నిజాం మీర్ ఉస్మాన్ అలీఖాన్ హయాంలో బొక్కల దవాఖానగా రూపుదిద్దుకున్నది. ప్రముఖ వైద్యులు మెట్టు రంగారెడ్డి గారి మార్గదర్శకత్వంలో రూపుదిద్దుకున్నది. తర్వాత ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ కల్చర్ను పుణికిపుచ్చుకున్నది. క్రమంగా నిజాం ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ సైన్సెస్గా అవతరించింది. తెలంగాణ ఏర్పడిన నాటికి నిమ్స్లో 900 పడకలు మాత్రమే ఉండేటివి. సీఎం కేసీఆర్ సార్ ప్రోత్సాహంతో 1500కు పెరిగాయి. గతంలో సంవత్సరానికి 2000 ఇన్పేషెంట్లు ఉంటే ఈ 9 ఏళ్లలో రెట్టింపు అయ్యాయి. శస్త్రచికిత్సలు 108% పెరిగాయి. వైద్య బోధనా సిబ్బంది 111 నుంచి 306కు చేరింది. అంటే 3 పెరిగిందని అర్థం. పీజీ స్టూడెంట్స్ సంఖ్య సంవత్సరానికి 82 నుంచి 169కి పెరిగింది. తెలంగాణ ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత కొత్తగా 6 విభాగాల వైద్య సేవలు అదనంగా అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చాయి. ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ సేవల్లో రాష్ట్రంలోని అత్యధిక చికిత్సలు అందిస్తున్న సంస్థగా నిమ్స్ ముందు స్థాయిలో ఉన్నది. వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు హరీష్ రావు గారి చొరవ వల్ల నిమ్స్లో కార్పొరేట్ వైద్యాన్ని తలదన్నే అవయవ మార్పిడి శస్త్రచికిత్సలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. సీఎం కేసీఆర్ సార్ నిర్ణయం వల్ల కిడ్నీ, హార్టు, లివర్, బోన్ మ్యారో, లంగ్ ట్రాన్స్ప్లాంట్ వంటి ఖరీదైన అవయవ మార్పిడి శస్త్రచికిత్సలు పేదలకు ఉచితంగా చేయబడుతున్నవి. అది కాకుండా వారికి జీవితకాలం ఇమ్యునోసప్రెసివ్ థెరపీ మందులు ఫ్రీగా ఇవ్వబడును. మన ఆరోగ్యశ్రీలో ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. చిన్నపిల్లలకు పుట్టుకతో వచ్చే గుండె సంబంధ సమస్యలు నిమ్స్లో ఉచితంగా నయం అవుతున్నాయి. తుంటి కీళ్లు మార్పిడి సేవలో గతంలో ఏడాదిలోపు ఉండే నేడు 300కు పెరిగాయి. గూని ఆపరేషన్లు అంటే స్పైన్కి సంబంధించిన ఆపరేషన్లు నిమ్స్లో సంవత్సరానికి 120కి పైగా జరుగుతున్నాయి. ఇది దక్షిణాదిలోనే అత్యధికం. కిడ్నీ రోగులకు చేసే డయాలిసిస్ సెషన్లు 30,000 నుంచి 1,20,000 వరకు పెరగడం విశేషం. డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ సెంటర్లో ప్రతి నెల జరిగే పరీక్షల సంఖ్య 1,50,000కు పెరిగాయి. రోగ నిర్ధారణ ప్రయోగశాలల్లో ప్రతి నెల జరిగే పరీక్షల సంఖ్య 1,50,000 పెరగడం సిబ్బంది నైపుణ్యానికి, సేవాభావానికి తార్కాణం. విద్యా బోధనలో గాడి నిమ్స్ ముందుంది. నీట్ పీజీ ఎగ్జామ్స్లో ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంక్ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు నిమ్స్కి వచ్చి చదువుకుంటున్నారు. నిమ్స్ ఆసుపత్రిలో రోగులకు శస్త్రచికిత్స, పరిశోధన మరియు బోధనలో 33 ఏళ్లుగా NIMS అందించిన సేవలు గుర్తించి ప్రతిష్టాత్మకమైన డైరెక్టర్ పదవిని అప్పగించినందుకు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వారికి శ్రీ చంద్రశేఖరరావు సార్కి నేను సదా రుణపడి ఉంటాను. సీఎం కేసీఆర్ సార్, మంత్రి శ్రీ హరీష్ రావు గారికి నాపై ఉంచిన నమ్మకాన్ని వమ్ము చేయకుండా నేను, నా సిబ్బంది శక్తి వంచన లేకుండా నిరంతర కృషి చేస్తామని హామీ ఇస్తున్నాను. నేను డైరెక్టర్ పదవి స్వీకరించిన వెంటనే నిమ్స్ విస్తరణకు భూమి పూజ జరగడం నా అదృష్టంగా భావిస్తున్నాను. ఈ భూమి పూజకు దయచేసిన పూజ్యులు, పెద్దలు, అతిథులు మనస్ఫూర్తిగా స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
డైరెక్టర్ నిమ్స్ డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారికి ధన్యవాదాలతో ఆరోగ్య తెలంగాణ కోసం, ఆనంద తెలంగాణ కోసం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి మార్గదర్శనంలో నిరంతరం కృషి చేస్తున్న వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు గౌరవనీయులు హరీష్ రావు గారు తర్వాతి సభ నిర్వహిస్తారు. హరీష్ రావు.
జై తెలంగాణ, జై కేసీఆర్. గౌరవనీయులు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర కలను సాకారం చేయడంతో పాటు తెలంగాణ ప్రజల ఆకాంక్షల్ని నిజం చేస్తూ ఈరోజు 2,000 పడకల సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రికి ఇప్పుడే శంకుస్థాపన చేసినటువంటి మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు పెద్దలు శ్రీ కల్వకుంట్ల చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారికి, సహచర మంత్రివర్యులు గౌరవనీయులు తలసాని శ్రీనివాస్ యాదవ్ గారు, గౌరవనీయులు మహమూద్ అలీ గారు, గౌరవనీయులు ప్రశాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, పార్లమెంటరీ పార్టీ నాయకులు గౌరవనీయులు కె కేశవరావు గారు, గౌరవనీయులు మన మేయర్ విజయలక్ష్మి గారు, గౌరవనీయులు సునీతా లక్ష్మారెడ్డి గారు, రాజీవ్ శర్మ గారు, సోమేష్ కుమార్ గారు, మన రాష్ట్ర చీఫ్ సెక్రటరీ శాంతకుమారి గారు, స్థానిక శాసనసభ్యులు దానం నాగేందర్ గారు, టీఎస్ఎంఐడిసి చైర్మన్ ఎర్రోల శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, గౌరవ ఫైనాన్స్ సెక్రటరీ రామకృష్ణారావు గారు, గౌరవ శాసనసభ్యులు, పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు, కార్పొరేషన్ చైర్మన్లు, హెల్త్ సెక్రటరీ రిజ్వీ గారు, వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ హెచ్ఓడీలు, ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొంటున్నటువంటి మా కార్పొరేటర్లు, వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ సిబ్బంది, కార్యక్రమానికి చేసినటువంటి జర్నలిస్టులు అందరికీ పేరు పేరున హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నా. ఈరోజు నిమ్స్ చరిత్రలో ఒక సువర్ణ అక్షరాలతో లిఖించదగినటువంటి రోజు. మన రాష్ట్ర వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖలోనే అత్యంత కీలకమైన రోజుగా చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ఇవాళ మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఆరోగ్య తెలంగాణ నిర్మాణంలో ఒక్కొక్క అడుగు ముందుకు పడుతూ ఈరోజు 2,000 పడకల ఆసుపత్రికి శంకుస్థాపన చేసుకున్నాం. మరి ఆ రోజుల్లో చూస్తే స్వాతంత్రం వచ్చిన 60 ఏళ్లలో ఎన్నో ప్రభుత్వాలు వచ్చినా అదే ఉస్మానియా ఆసుపత్రి, అదే గాంధీ ఆసుపత్రి, అదే నిమ్స్ ఆసుపత్రి. ఎన్ని ప్రభుత్వాలు వచ్చిపోయినా పెరుగుతున్న జనాభాకు అనుగుణంగా, కొత్తగా వస్తున్న రోగాలకు అనుగుణంగా మరి ప్రభుత్వ ఆరోగ్య వ్యవస్థను బలోపేతం చేయాల్సినటువంటి బాధ్యతను గత ప్రభుత్వాలు మర్చిపోయాయి. కానీ ఈరోజు మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు మన హైదరాబాద్ నగరాన్ని, మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రజల అవసరాలను, పెరుగుతున్న వ్యాధులను, పెరుగుతున్న జనాభాను దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని 10,000 పడకల సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్స్ ఇవాళ మన రాష్ట్రంలో నిర్మించుకుంటున్నాం. వరంగల్లో 2,100 పడకలతో హెల్త్ సిటీ, అల్వాల్లో 1,200 పడకలతో టిమ్స్ ఆసుపత్రిలో భాగంగా ఒక సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రి, ఎర్రగడ్డలో ఒక సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రి, ఎల్బీ నగర్లో ఒక సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రి, గచ్చిబౌలిలో ఒక సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రి, ఈరోజు నిమ్స్లో 2000 పడకలతో మరో సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ ఆసుపత్రికి శంకుస్థాపన చేసుకున్నాం. ఇవాళ ఇప్పటికే 4 టిమ్స్ యొక్క పనులు ముమ్మరంగా జరుగుతున్నాయి. వరంగల్ హెల్త్ సిటీ పనులు చాలా వేగంగా జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. మరి ఈరోజు నిమ్స్ కూడా శంకుస్థాపన చేసుకున్నాం. అంటే ఇలా గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు వైద్య ఆరోగ్య రంగంలో రేపు కరోనా లాంటి ఎటువంటి పరిస్థితులు వచ్చినా ఈ రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలకు పూర్తి భరోసానిచ్చే విధంగా, రక్షణ కల్పించే విధంగా, మంచి వైద్యాన్ని అందించే విధంగా మన రాష్ట్ర ఆరోగ్య వ్యవస్థను గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు తయారు చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇలా వారి ఆలోచనలకు అనుగుణంగా మరి వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ పనిచేస్తూ ఉంది. ఇవాళ మన హైదరాబాద్ ఇప్పటికే ఐటీ హబ్గా, వ్యాక్సిన్ హబ్గా, ఫార్మా హబ్గా ఉన్న హైదరాబాద్ మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారి దార్శనిక పరిపాలనలో హెల్త్ హబ్గా కూడా రేపు తయారు కాబోతా ఉంది. రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలకే కాదు, జాతీయ స్థాయిలో వివిధ రాష్ట్రాలు, వివిధ దేశాల ప్రజలకు కూడా వైద్యాన్ని అందించేంత గొప్పగా మన ప్రభుత్వ ఆరోగ్య రంగాన్ని ఈరోజు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి నాయకత్వంలో మనం బలోపేతం చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు 9 ఏళ్లలో ఒకసారి మనం ఆలోచన చేస్తే అడుగు దూరంలోనే పల్లెల్లో పల్లె దవాఖానాలు, పట్టణాల్లో బస్తీ బస్తీకి ఈ బస్తీ ప్రజల సుస్థిని నయం చేయడానికి 500 బస్తీ దవాఖానాలు, మనకు 134 పరీక్షలు ఉచితంగా చేసేటువంటి ప్రతి జిల్లాకు ఒక డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ సెంటర్ను, డయాలసిస్ సేవలు గతంలో కేవలం 3 డయాలసిస్ సెంటర్లు ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉంటే వాటిని గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు 102 డయాలసిస్ సెంటర్లకు పెట్టి వ్యయ ప్రయాసాలు లేకుండా ప్రజలకు తమ నగరంలోనే, తమ పట్టణంలోనే డయాలసిస్ సేవలు అందించే విధంగా ఈరోజు ప్రభుత్వం సేవలు అందిస్తూ ఉంది. ఇలా ఎంతో మానవతావాదైన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు డయాలసిస్ పేషెంట్లకు భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ లేని విధంగా ప్రభుత్వ వైద్య రంగంలో సింగిల్ యూజ్ ఫిల్టర్ ద్వారా ఉచిత డయాలసిస్ సేవలు అందించిన ముఖ్యమంత్రి మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. అంతేకాదు వారికి ఉచిత బస్ పాస్ను, వారికి ఆసరా పెన్షన్ను కూడా మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు అందించిన విషయాన్ని నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా గుర్తు చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. ఇవాళ జిల్లాకు ఒక మెడికల్ కాలేజ్, ఇది గతంలో మన పిల్లలు డాక్టర్ చదువు చదవాలంటే ఒక అందని ద్రాక్షలాగా ఉండేది. కొంతమంది పిల్లలైతే ఉక్రెయిన్కు, చైనాకు, రష్యాకు, ఫిలిప్పీన్కు పోయి దేశం కాని దేశం పోయి అక్కడ భాష నేర్చుకొని ఎన్నో వ్యయ ప్రయాసాలకు లోనై ఎంబీబీఎస్ చదివేటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఉండే. కానీ ఈరోజు మన కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో ఇక మన పిల్లలు ఉక్రెయిన్కో, చైనాకో, రష్యాకో పోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మన బిడ్డలు మన తెలంగాణలోనే చదువుకునే విధంగా 33 ప్రభుత్వ మెడికల్ కాలేజీలను ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పాటు చేస్తూ ఉంది. రాష్ట్రం వచ్చినాడు 2850 ఎంబీబీఎస్ సీట్లుంటే ఈరోజు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి విజన్తో, వారి ఆలోచనతో 8340 ఎంబీబీఎస్ సీట్లు ఈ సంవత్సరం అడ్మిషన్ చేయబోతా ఉన్నాం. వచ్చే సంవత్సరం మరో 8 ప్రభుత్వ మెడికల్ కాలేజీలు రాబోతా ఉన్నాయి. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి విజన్ పిల్లలకు వైద్య విద్య అందుబాటులోకి రావాలి, పేదలకు వైద్యం అందుబాటులోకి రావాలి. ఒక ములుగు జిల్లా, ఒక ఆసిఫాబాద్ జిల్లా, ఒక కొమరంభీం జిల్లా, ఒక కొత్తగూడెం జిల్లా, ఇలా ఎన్నో మారుమూల ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా మెడికల్ కాలేజీలు రావడం నిజంగా ఎవరు కలలో కూడా ఊహించనిది, కల కూడా కననిది ఇవాళ నిజం చేస్తున్నటువంటి నాయకులు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే ప్రతి జిల్లాకు మెడికల్ కాలేజ్, ప్రతి జిల్లాకు నర్సింగ్ కాలేజ్, ప్రతి జిల్లాకు పారామెడికల్ కాలేజ్ పెట్టాలని ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మాకు డైరెక్షన్ ఇచ్చారు. ఇలా ఆ ప్రాసెస్లో వారిచ్చిన ప్రతి ఆలోచనను తూచా తప్పకుండా అమలు చేస్తూ మన రాష్ట్ర వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ ముందుకు పోతా ఉంది. అదేవిధంగా ఈరోజు ఇప్పుడే గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ అందించారు. ఇది ఎవరు దరఖాస్తు పెట్టింది కాదు, ఎన్నికల్లో హామీ ఇచ్చింది అంతకంటే కాదు. కానీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఒక తల్లిలాగా, ఒక తండ్రిలాగా ఎవరికి ఏం కావాలో ఆలోచిస్తూ తానే స్వయంగా ఆలోచించినటువంటి కార్యక్రమం ఇవాళ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్. జనరల్గా గర్భం దాల్చినటువంటి గర్భిణీ స్త్రీకి తల్లి చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకుంటుంది. ఇలా డెలివరీ అనేటువంటిది మరో జన్మలాగా ఆ మహిళలు భావిస్తూ ఉంటారు. సో ఆ తల్లి, గర్భిణీ స్త్రీ యొక్క తల్లి తన బిడ్డను ఆ 9 నెలలు చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూస్తూ ఆ డెలివరీ టైంకు దగ్గరుండి సేవలు అందిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. తన బిడ్డ గురించి బాగా ఆలోచిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ఒక తల్లి ఎలా అయితే తన గర్భం దాల్చిన బిడ్డ గురించి ఆలోచిస్తుందో ఇవాళ ఒక తల్లిలాగా, ఒక తండ్రిలాగా, ఒక కుటుంబ పెద్దలాగా రేపు పుట్టబోయేటువంటి పిల్లలు కూడా ఉత్తమంగా ఉండాలని, ఆ తల్లి ఆరోగ్యం బాగుండాలని ఇవాళ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ అనే కార్యక్రమాన్ని ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ప్రారంభించారు. ముఖ్యంగా రక్తహీనతతో బాధపడుతున్నటువంటి మహిళలకు ఈ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ ఒక వరంగా మారబోతా ఉంది. అందులో నెయ్యి, ఖర్జూర పండ్లు, హార్లిక్స్ ప్రోటీన్ మిక్స్ పౌడరు, బెల్లం పట్టీలు, టానిక్లు, అంటే ఆ తల్లి యొక్క రక్తహీనతను తగ్గించడానికి, సుఖ ప్రసవం జరగడానికి, తల్లి క్షేమంగా ఉండాలి, పుట్టబోయే బిడ్డ బలంగా ఉండాలని ఇవాళ గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ప్రారంభించారు. అంటే ఆ పుట్టబోయే బిడ్డలు బలంగా ఉంటే రేపు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం బలంగా ఉంటుంది, ఈ దేశం బలంగా ఉంటుంది అనేటువంటిదే ఇవాళ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన. ఇవాళ ఈ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ అనేది గర్భం దాల్చిన 4వ నెల ఒకసారి, 7వ నెల ఒకసారి, అంటే గర్భిణీ స్త్రీకి 2 సార్లు అందిస్తూ ఉంటారు. కడుపులో బిడ్డ పడగానే అందించేది న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ అయితే, కడుపులో నుంచి బిడ్డ బయటకు రాగానే ఇచ్చేది కేసీఆర్ కిట్. ఇలా మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారేమో ప్రజల సంక్షేమం కోసం, ప్రజల అవసరాల కోసం అనేక రకాల కిట్లు అందించే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారు. కడుపులో బిడ్డ పడితే న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్, కడుపులో నుంచి బిడ్డ బయటకు వస్తే కేసీఆర్ కిట్. అదేవిధంగా ఈరోజు బీపీ, షుగర్తో బాధపడుతున్నటువంటి మన రాష్ట్రంలోని 15 లక్షల మంది ప్రజలను గుర్తించి వారికి మందుల కిట్లు ఇంటికే వెళ్ళి అందిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మంచిగా ఎన్సీడీ కిట్లో ఒక బ్యాగ్లో పెట్టి బీపీ, షుగర్తో బాధపడుతున్న వారికి నెల నెల ఉచితంగా మన ఆశా వర్కర్ తీసుకువెళ్ళి మందుల కిట్లను ఇంటి దగ్గర అందిస్తున్నాం. ఫైలేరియా వ్యాధితో బాధపడుతున్న వారికి అవసరమైన ఫైలేరియా కిట్లు అందిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇలా ప్రజలకు ఏం కావాలో కిట్ల రూపంలో మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు అందిస్తే, ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతిపక్షాలేమో తిట్లు మాత్రమే వాళ్ళకు తెలుసు. మనమేమో కిట్లు, వాళ్ళేమో తిట్లు. ప్రజలకు ఏం కావాలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఒక కుటుంబ పెద్దగా ఆయన ఆలోచిస్తూ ప్రజలకు ఎక్కడ ఏది అవసరమైతే, గర్భిణీ స్త్రీలు కానీ, ఫైలేరియా పేషెంట్లు కానీ, బీపీ వ్యాధిగ్రస్తులు, షుగర్ వ్యాధిగ్రస్తులు, ఇలా ప్రతి ఒక్కరి గురించి ఆలోచిస్తూ కిట్లు అందించే కార్యక్రమం మన ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తుంది. కానీ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రతిపక్షాలు దురదృష్టవశాత్తు వాళ్ళు అధికారంలో ఉన్ననాడు చేయలేదు. ఇవాళ కనీసం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తూ ఉంటే అభినందించడానికి మనసు రాకపోయినా బురద జల్లేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇవాళ మన న్యూట్రిషన్ పాలిటిక్స్, కానీ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే కొన్ని రాజకీయ పార్టీల పార్టీషన్ పాలిటిక్స్, ప్రజలను విభజించాలని వాళ్ళు ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే ప్రజలను బలోపేతం చేయాలి, ఆరోగ్యవంతులను చేయాలని ఇవాళ గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆలోచిస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ప్రజలు విజ్ఞులు, ప్రజల కోసం ఆలోచించేది ఎవరు, అధికారం కోసం ఇవాళ నోటికొచ్చినట్టు మాట్లాడుతున్నది ఎవరు అనేది ప్రజలు గమనించగలుగుతూ ఉంటారు. ఇవాళ ముఖ్యంగా పల్లె దవాఖానాలు, బస్తీ దవాఖానాలు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ప్రజలకు ఆరోగ్యం చాలా దగ్గరగా అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చింది. ఇవాళ మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు, కంటి వెలుగు గురించి చెప్పాలంటే ప్రపంచంలోనే ఇంత పెద్ద ఐ స్క్రీనింగ్ ఎక్కడైనా జరిగిందంటే అది తెలంగాణలో జరిగింది. అది కేవలం మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచనలో పుట్టింది కంటి వెలుగు. ఇలా ఈ కంటి వెలుగు ఇవాళ పంజాబ్ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు, ఢిల్లీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు, అదేవిధంగా కేరళ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు వచ్చి మన రాష్ట్రానికి వచ్చి అభినందించి మేము మా రాష్ట్రాల్లో ఇలాంటి కంటి వెలుగులు ప్రారంభిస్తామనడం ఇది మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలందరికీ గర్వకారణం. అంటే మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన ఇవాళ ఇతర రాష్ట్రాలు కూడా మనల్ని మోడల్గా తీసుకుంటా ఉన్నాయి. ఇతర రాష్ట్రాలకు మనం చూసి నేర్చుకునేంత గొప్పగా మన కేసీఆర్ గారి పాలన ఉన్నది. ఇవాళ మన కేసీఆర్ పాలనలో కరెంటు వెలుగులు, కంటి వెలుగులు మన కేసీఆర్ గారు అందిస్తే, గతంలో ఉండేటువంటి కాంగ్రెస్ పాలనలో కరెంటు కోతలు, కందిళ్ళు కనబడుతుండే. ఆ రోజు అసెంబ్లీకి పోతే మేము బడ్జెట్ సమావేశాల్లో కందిళ్ళు పట్టుకొని పోయే పరిస్థితి ఉండే. ఇలా కేసీఆర్ పాలనలో కరెంటు వెలుగులు, కంటి వెలుగులు, ఆనాటి కాంగ్రెస్ పాలనలో కరెంటు కోతలు, కందిళ్ళ మోతలు కనబడ్డాయి ఆ రోజుల్లో. ఇది మనం గమనించాల్సినటువంటి అంశం. ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే రోగం వస్తే బాగు చేయడమే కాదు, ఇలా రోగం రాకుండా కూడా ఆలోచించిన నాయకుడు మన కేసీఆర్. జనరల్గా అందరూ ఆసుపత్రులు కడుతున్నాం, సరే రాకూడదు రానప్పుడు ప్రజల్ని కాపాడుకోవడం కోసం. కానీ ఇలా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ముందు చూపు ఏంటంటే మిషన్ భగీరథ కార్యక్రమాన్ని వారు ప్రారంభిస్తే ఇలా రాష్ట్రం ఫ్లోరైడ్ రహిత గ్రామం, ఫ్లోరైడే ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో లేదని మనం కాదు, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం స్వయంగా పార్లమెంట్లో చెప్పింది. అంటే రాష్ట్రంలో ప్రజలు ఫ్లోరైడ్ బారిన పడకుండా, ప్రజలకు అంటురోగాలు రాకుండా ప్రజలకు స్వచ్ఛమైన శుద్ధి చేసిన ఉపరితల త్రాగునీరు అందించారు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. ఇవాళ అందువల్లనే గతంలో వర్షాకాలం వచ్చిందంటే మనం పత్రికల్లో టీవీల్లో చూసేవాళ్ళం. మాన్యం మంచమెక్కిందని, పల్లెలన్నీ పడికేసినాయని, హుటాహుటిన హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి వైద్య బృందాలు బయలుదేరినాయని, ఆరోగ్య మంత్రి బయలుదేరిండని ఇవాళ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు రివ్యూ చేశారనేది గతంలో ఇలాంటి వార్తలు నిత్యం కనబడేటివి. కానీ గత 3-4 ఏళ్లుగా చూస్తే ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో మారుమూల గిరిజన గోండు గూడాలు కానీ లంబాడి తండాల్లో ఎక్కడ కూడా అంటురోగాలు లేవు. సీజనల్ డిసీజెస్ అనేటువంటివి ఇవాళ పూర్తిగా మటుమాయం చేశారంటే అది పల్లె ప్రగతి వల్ల, పట్టణ ప్రగతి వల్ల, మిషన్ భగీరథ లాంటి గొప్ప కార్యక్రమాలు చేయడం వల్ల ఇవాళ సీజనల్ డిసీజెస్ను బాగా తగ్గించగలిగారు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు. అంతేకాదు ఇవాళ WHO చెప్పింది ఇవాళ తాగునీరులోనే కాదు పంట బండే మట్టిలో కూడా ఫ్లోరైడ్ ఉందని. ఇలా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన మిషన్ కాకతీయ ద్వారా చెరువుల్లో ఉండే పూడిక మట్టిని పంట పొలాల్లోకి తరలించడం ద్వారా ఇవాళ రసాయనిక ఎరువుల వాడకం తగ్గింది. ఆ మట్టిలో ఉన్న ఫ్లోరైడ్ శాతాన్ని తగ్గించాము. అదేవిధంగా నదీ జలాలను, కృష్ణా గోదావరి నదీ జలాలను పంట పొలాలకు మళ్లించడం ద్వారా ఆ మట్టిలో ఫ్లోరైడ్ను కూడా తగ్గించినటువంటి నాయకులు మన కేసీఆర్. అంటే ఇలా సాగునీరు ద్వారా ఫ్లోరైడ్ని తగ్గించాం, త్రాగునీరు ద్వారా ప్రజలు ఫ్లోరైడ్ నీటిని తాగకుండా వారిని కాపాడుకున్నాం. అంతేకాదు పల్లె ప్రగతి, పట్టణ ప్రగతి ద్వారా అంటురోగాలను, సీజనల్ డిసీజెస్ను తగ్గించుకోగలిగినాం. హరితహారం ఇవాళ మొన్ననే కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం చెప్పింది దేశములో హైయెస్ట్ గ్రీన్ కవర్ గత 9 సంవత్సరాల్లో 7.4 గ్రీన్ కవర్ పెరుగుదలలో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1లో ఉంది. అంటే ప్రజలకు స్వచ్ఛమైన గాలి రావాలి, ప్రజలు ఆరోగ్యంగా ఉండాలంటే కాలుష్యరహిత తెలంగాణ కావాలని అడవుల పునరుద్ధరణ పెద్ద ఎత్తున ప్రపంచంలోనే 3వ పెద్ద ప్రయత్నం హరితహార కార్యక్రమాన్ని కూడా ఇవాళ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేపట్టారు. అంటే ప్రజలకు రోగాలు వస్తే బాగు చేయడమే కాదు, రోగాలు రాకుండా మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రజల్ని కాపాడడం కోసం కూడా గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నాలు ఇలాంటివి ఎన్నెన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు ఉన్నాయి. సో ఇట్లా మన ప్రభుత్వం పనిచేసుకుంటూ పోతుంది. ఇవాళ మెడికల్ కాలేజీల్లో దేశంలో నంబర్ 1, ప్రతి 1,00,000 జనాభాకు 22 MBBS సీట్లతో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1గా ఉంది. ఆనాడు లాస్ట్ తెలంగాణ వచ్చినాడు మన పిల్లలు చదువుకోవడానికి సీట్లు లేక కర్ణాటకకు, మహారాష్ట్రకు, ఉక్రెయిన్కు, రష్యాకు, చైనాకు పోయి మన పిల్లలు చదివితే ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ బిడ్డలకు 1,00,000 జనాభాకు 22 MBBS సీట్లతో మొదటి స్థానంలో నిలిపిన ఘనత మన కేసీఆర్ది. పీజీ మెడికల్ సీట్లలో ఇవాళ 1,00,000కు 7.5 సీట్లతో దేశంలో 2వ స్థానంలో ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ ఉంది. ఇట్లా ఏ రంగం తీసుకున్నా తలసరి ఆదాయంలో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1, తలసరి విద్యుత్ వినియోగంలో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1, గ్రీన్ కవర్ పెంపుదలలో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1, పర్ క్యాపిటా హెల్త్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్లో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1, MBBS సీట్లలో తెలంగాణ నంబర్ 1. ఎందుకు తెలంగాణ అన్ని రంగాల్లో నంబర్ 1 ఉంటుంది? ఇట్లా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే చాంతాడంత లిస్ట్ ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు నంబర్ 1 కనుక ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ అన్నింటిలో నంబర్ 1 ఉంది. అంటే వారి విజన్, ఒక ఉద్యమ నాయకుడే ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని పరిపాలిస్తున్నారు కనుక ఆ ఉద్యమ స్ఫూర్తితో ప్రజలకు ఏం కావాలో ఈ రంగం ఆ రంగం కాదు, అది సాగునీటి రంగమా, తాగునీటి రంగమా, అటవీ శాఖనా, అది వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖనా, శాఖ ఏదైనా ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ ఒక రోల్ మోడల్గా ఈ దేశానికి నిలిపారు. ఒకప్పుడు బెంగాల్ ఆచరిస్తుంది, దేశం అనుసరిస్తుంది అంటే దాన్ని తిరగరాసి ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ ఆచరిస్తుంది, దేశం అనుసరిస్తుంది అన్నంత గొప్పగా ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని మనం తయారు చేసుకుంటా ఉన్నాం. ఈరోజు నిజంగా నేను కూడా గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి ఇంత గొప్ప వైద్య విప్లవం, ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ వైద్య రంగంలో ఇది ఒక విప్లవం. ఇలాంటి విప్లవంలో వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రిగా నాకు పనిచేసే అవకాశాన్ని కల్పించినందుకు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి హృదయపూర్వకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఇంత అద్భుతంగా మీరందరూ కూడా విచ్చేసి విజయవంతం చేసిన మీ అందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకమైన ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ జై తెలంగాణ.
गौरव मंत्रिवर्युలకు ధన్యవాదాలు. ऐसे मिला करो के लोग करे आरज़ू, ऐसे मिला करो के लोग करे आरज़ू, ऐसे रहा करो के जमाना मिसाल दे. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గౌరవనీయులు కేసీఆర్ గారిని నిలవాలి, వారు చేసిన ప్రతి పని ఉదాహరణగా నిలవాలి అని అనిపించే రీతిలో ఇందాకే అన్నారు ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్ హరీష్ రావు గారు, మనం ఆచరిస్తుంటే దేశం అనుసరిస్తోందని. వైద్యాలయాలు, విద్యాలయాలు, ఆధ్యాత్మిక ఆలయాలు, కోవెలలు, అభివృద్ధి నిలయాలు, సంక్షేమ సదనాలు, దశాబ్ది కాలంలోనే శతాబ్దాల తరబడి నిలబడే నిర్మాణాత్మక సేవలు ప్రజాపరం చేస్తోన్న ప్రియతమ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సందేశం.
గౌరవనీయులు వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు హరీష్ రావు గారు, మన రాష్ట్ర హోమ్ మినిస్టర్ గారు గౌరవనీయులు మహమూద్ అలీ గారు, రోడ్లు భవనాల మంత్రివర్యులు గౌరవనీయులు ప్రశాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, పశుసంవర్ధక శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు మిత్రులు శ్రీనివాస్ యాదవ్ గారు, స్థానిక శాసనసభ్యులు గౌరవనీయులు దానం నాగేందర్ గారు, పెద్దలు మన పార్లమెంటరీ పార్టీ నాయకులు పెద్దలు కేశవరావు గారు, మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రధాన కార్యదర్శి శ్రీమతి శాంతికుమారి గారు, సమావేశంలో పాల్గొంటున్న ఇతర మిత్రులు, సమావేశం మందిరంలో ఆశీనులై ఉన్నటువంటి మీ అందరికీ కూడా తెలంగాణ దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవ శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. వైద్య రంగం ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, తత్ఫలితంగా జరిగిన అభివృద్ధి గురించి మంత్రి గారు చాలా వివరంగా అన్ని చెప్పారు. బేసిక్ పాయింట్ ఈజ్, నేను చెప్తున్నది కాదు, ఎప్పుడో కవులు రాసినారు, శతకకారులు రాసినారు. అప్పిచ్చువాడు వైద్యుడు ఎప్పుడు ఎడతెగకపారు ఏరుని ద్విజుడును చొప్పడిన యూర నుండుము చొప్పడకున్నట్టు యూరు చొరకము సుమతి అని చెప్పాడు. అప్పిచ్చేవాడు ఉండాలి, వైద్యుడు ఉండాలి. గురువుగారిని శిష్యుడు అడిగితే నివాసయోగ్యమైన ప్రాంతం ఏది అంటే ఇవన్నీ ఉన్న చోటనే ఉండాలి కానీ ఇవన్నీ లేని చోట ఉండకూడదని దానిలో వైద్యుని గురించి ప్రముఖంగా వారు ప్రస్తావించి చెప్పారు. వైద్యానికి మానవ జీవితానికి ఎడతెగని సంబంధం ఉంటుంది. ఈ ప్రపంచంలో మానవ జాతి ఉన్నంతకాలం వైద్యం కూడా తప్పకుండా కంటిన్యూ అవుతూనే ఉంటుంది. వైద్య రంగం ఉండవలసినటువంటి అవసరాలు ఉంటాయి. సరే, మనం మంచి మంచి కార్యక్రమాలు చేసుకున్నాం, డెఫినెట్గా చాలా పురోగమించాం. మంత్రి గారు చాలా చక్కగా అన్ని వివరాలు చెప్పారు, అందులో డౌట్ లేదు. ఒకటే మాటలో చెప్పాలంటే, హరీష్ ప్రసంగం అంతా ఒక సెంటెన్స్లో చెప్పాలంటే, 2014లో మన తెలంగాణ కోసం వైద్య రంగం కోసం బడ్జెట్లో నిధుల కేటాయింపు 2100 కోట్లు. ఈరోజు 2014 మనం 2023లో చూసుకుంటే 2014 ఏమో 2100 కోట్లు, 2023-24లో చూసుకుంటే 12,367 కోట్లు. ఇక అన్నం ఉడికిందా అని కుండంతా బిసికి చూసే అవసరం ఉండదు. దీన్ని బట్టే మొత్తం మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. నేను మీ అందరినీ ప్రార్థించేది ఒకటే, ఇది చాలా చాలా అట్మోస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్. ఎప్పుడు ఏ సందర్భంలో అయినా సరే చాలా లైవ్ ఉండాల్సిన డిపార్ట్మెంట్. మనం ఇంత విస్తరణ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం, అనూహ్యమైనటువంటి విస్తరణ. 17,000 పడకల నుంచి 50,000 పడకలకు తీసుకొని పోతూ ఉన్నాం. ఏ 100లో ఉన్న 100-200లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఆక్సిజన్ బెడ్స్ను 50,000కు 50,000 బెడ్స్ను కూడా ఆక్సిజన్ బెడ్స్గా మార్చుకుంటూ ఉన్నాం. ఆక్సిజన్ కోసం ఏ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వాన్నో బెగ్ చేయకుండా మన సొంతంగా 550 టన్నుల ఆక్సిజన్ ఉత్పత్తి చేసే ప్లాంట్లను కూడా మనం తయారు చేసుకున్నాం. ఎందువల్ల నాకు ఒక విచిత్రమైన అనుభవం ఉంది. మన దగ్గరికి జనరల్గా ఈ మిడతల దండు రాదు, చాలా తక్కువ. వెనకటి కాలంలో ఉండేది కానీ ఈ మధ్య మిడతల బెడద మనకు లేదు. వెనక కాలంలో ఉండేది. మహాకవి శ్రీనాథుడు నిర్బంధించబడి జైల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు అప్పుడు పద్యం పాపం చచ్చిపోయే ముందు పాడతాడు. ఆ పొలం వసూలు చేసుకుంటే, పొలం కౌలు చేసుకుంటే దానిలో కృష్ణవేణమ్మ కొంత తీసుకొని పోయింది, ఈ బిలబిలాక్షులు అంటే మిడతలు కూడా కొంత తినిపోయినాయి, తద్వారా నేను నష్టపోయినానని బాధపడతాడు. కానీ ఇటీవలి కాలంలో మన దగ్గర బెడద లేదు. సెంట్రల్ ఏషియా నుంచి ఆఫ్ఘనిస్తాన్, పాకిస్తాన్ మీదుగా గుజరాత్, రాజస్థాన్ రాష్ట్రానికి మిడతల దండు వస్తూ ఉంటుంది. ఇది చాలా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ నేను చెప్పేది. వస్తూ ఉంటే అది ఎందుకు రాజస్థాన్ కూడా దాటేసి హర్యానాలోకి వచ్చి అక్కడి నుంచి మధ్యప్రదేశ్లోకి వచ్చి మన మహారాష్ట్ర బార్డర్ దాకా, మన ఆదిలాబాద్ బార్డర్ దాకా వచ్చేటువంటి ప్రయత్నంలో పురోగమిస్తూ ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నది. గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా వార్నింగ్ జారీ చేసి మనకు హెచ్చరిక చేస్తే ఆ ఉత్తర భాగాన ఉన్నటువంటి 5-6 జిల్లాల కలెక్టర్లను ఎస్పీలను అందరినీ పురమాయించి ఫైర్ ఇంజన్లంతా కూడా రెడీ చేసి ఆ స్ప్రేలు అవన్నీ పెట్టి యుద్ధం లాగా చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఒకవేళ వస్తే ఎదుర్కోవాలి, పంటలు కాపాడుకోవాలి, ప్రజలను కాపాడుకోవాలి. కాబట్టి ఆ సందర్భంలో గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా నుంచి ఒక ఉమెన్ ఆఫీసరు ఇక్కడ మన అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీలో ఉండేటువంటి రెహమాన్ అని 2 ఎంటమాలజిస్టులు దీని పర్యవేక్షణ కోసం వచ్చారు. వారిని నేను ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు మీరని చెప్పి హెలికాప్టర్ ఇచ్చి గోదావరి కన్లో ఆ ఉత్తర తీరానికి దగ్గర ఉత్తర బార్డర్ దగ్గరగా వాళ్ళందరినీ అక్కడ పెట్టినాం. సరే మహారాష్ట్ర వరకే వాళ్ళే బాగా చంపేసినారు. ఆ లోకాస్ట్ అంటే మిడతల బాధ మన దాకా రాలేదు. ఆ తర్వాత వీళ్ళిద్దరు ఎంటమాలజిస్టులు నన్ను కలిసి, సార్ మమ్మల్ని మీరు చాలా గౌరవించినారు, చాలా మర్యాద ఇచ్చినారు, మమ్మల్ని హెలికాప్టర్ ఇచ్చి పంపించినారు, మాకు ఎక్కడ ఇట్లా మర్యాద దొరకలేదని చెప్పి నాకు థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పడానికి రాజీవ్ శర్మ గారిని అడిగి వాళ్ళు వచ్చినారు. వస్తే నేను వాళ్ళతో ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్గా మాట్లాడుతూ, సైన్స్ ఇంత అడ్వాన్స్ అయింది కదా, మీరు ఎందుకు ఈ మిడతలను నివారించలేరు పూర్తిగా అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళని నాకు తెలియదు కాబట్టి నేను అడిగినాను, ఎకడమిక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. వాళ్ళు ఒక విచిత్రమైన మాట చెప్పినారు, సార్ అది చంపలేము, నిర్మూలించలేము, అసాధ్యము, మీకు కనబడేది మీకు ఇబ్బంది కలిగించేది ఒక మిడతలు కాబట్టి మీరు అట్లా అనుకుంటా ఉన్నారు. కానీ ఒక ఫ్యాక్ట్ మీకు చెప్పాలి, మీరు అడిగినారు కాబట్టి, మనిషి అనేవాడు హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్స్ 4 లక్షల సంవత్సరాల క్రితం ఈ గ్లోబ్ మీదకి వచ్చినాడు, ఈ భూమి మీదకి 4 lakh years బ్యాక్. కానీ ఈ మిడతలు వగైరా వగైరా అనేక రకాల బ్యాక్టీరియాలు మనకంటే 4 లక్షల సంవత్సరాల ముందే, 8 లక్షల సంవత్సరాల ముందే వాళ్ళు వచ్చుకొని దీన్ని ఆవరించుకున్నారు. అవి మామూలుగా స్లీపీగా ఉంటాయి, వాటికి ఏదైనా యాంటీగా జరిగితే ప్రకోపించి దేశం మీద పడిపోతాయి, కాబట్టి చాలా ఇబ్బంది జరుగుతారని చెప్పినారు. కరోనా కూడా అటువంటిదేనా అంటే అటువంటిదే అని చెప్పినారు. మరి రాబోయే రోజులలో మనం ఎట్లా ఉండాలి అంటే వారు ఒకటే మాట చెప్పినారు, రాబోయే రోజులలో భవిష్యత్తులో కూడా డెఫినెట్గా కరోనాను మించినటువంటి వైరస్ కూడా రాబోతాయి, అప్పుడు చాలా ప్రమాదాలు ఉంటాయని వాళ్ళు చెప్పినారు. మరి ఏం చేయాలి? యాజ్ ఎంటమాలజిస్ట్ మీరేం సలహా చెప్తారు, ప్రజలను ఎట్లా రక్షించుకోవాలని నేను అడిగితే వాళ్ళు ఒకటే మాట చెప్పినారు, ఎక్కడనైతే హెల్త్ సిస్టమ్ చాలా పకడ్బందీగా ఉంటుందో, హెల్త్ సిస్టమ్ పటిష్టంగా ఉంటుందో అక్కడ తక్కువ నష్టాలు జరుగుతాయి, ఎక్కడనైతే డీలాగా ఉంటుందో అక్కడ ఎక్కువ మంది చచ్చిపోతారు, ఎక్కువ నష్టం జరుగుద్దని వారు చెప్పినారు. అంటే హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ యొక్క ప్రాధాన్యత దీన్ని బట్టి మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు. అప్పటి నుంచే ఆలోచించి ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఆర్ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఈవెంచువాలిటీని మీట్ కావడానికి అవసరమైన స్థాయిలో ఆరోగ్య శాఖను తీర్చిదిద్దాలని చెప్పి ఆరోగ్య శాఖ అధికారులను మంత్రివర్యులను అందరినీ పిలిచి గంటల తరబడి, రోజుల తరబడి, వారాల తరబడి మాట్లాడి అవసరమైన ఆర్థిక ప్రేరణ ఇవ్వడానికి బడ్జెట్ కేటాయింపులు కూడా భారీగా పెంచి ఈ శాఖను మనం ముందుకు తీసుకొని పోతా ఉన్నాం. మీ అందరితో నేను ఒకటే మనవి చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను, హరీష్ గారు చెప్పినప్పుడు మనం న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ అని ఇచ్చిన మా అమ్మాయిలకు, ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ ఉమెన్కు. ఆ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్ వెనకాల కూడా చాలా పెద్ద కథ ఉంది. మీరంతా హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కాబట్టి మీరు చాలా సులభంగా అర్థం చేసుకోగలుగుతారు. సర్టెన్లీ స్టంటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం కూడా ఓవర్కమ్ కావాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంటుంది. ఒక జాతిలో పుట్టే బిడ్డలు అద్భుతంగా ఒడ్డు పొడుగు చాలా చక్కగా ఉండాలంటే వాళ్ళ పెరుగుదలలో ఎటువంటి ఆటంకం ఉండకూడదు. ఒకసారి స్టంటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఏర్పడితే ఆ పర్టికులర్ రేస్, ఆ పర్టికులర్ జాతి మళ్ళీ ఆ ఎదుగుదల చూడాలంటే 100 సంవత్సరాలకు పైబడుతుంది. ఇది చాలామందికి తెలియదు ఈ విషయం. ఆ స్టంటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం, పెరుగుదలలో ఉండేటువంటి సమస్య రాకుండా ఉండాలంటే మనం ముందే చాలా ప్రికేరియస్గా స్టెప్స్ తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంటుంది. దాన్ని ఉద్దేశించి గర్భిణీ స్త్రీల యొక్క ఆరోగ్యాన్ని ఉద్దేశించి పంచబడుతున్నవే ఈ న్యూట్రిషన్ కిట్లు. వీటి యొక్క పరమార్థం అది. హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఉండేటువంటి పెద్దలు చాలామంది ఉన్నారు. హెల్త్ డైరెక్టర్ గారు ఉన్నారు, మన నిమ్స్ డైరెక్టర్ గారు ఉన్నారు, వివిధ పెద్ద పెద్ద హాస్పిటల్ల సూపరింటెండెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు, హెల్త్ సెక్రటరీ గారు ఉన్నారు. మీ అందరిని నేను కోరేది ఒకటే, ఆల్వేస్ ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ప్లాన్ చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఈరోజు ఏ స్టేజ్లో ఉన్నాం, ఇంకా మనం ముందుకు పోవాల్సింది ఏంది, జరగాల్సినటువంటి కొత్త ఆవిష్కరణలు ఏంది, మనం చేపట్టాల్సిన చర్యలు ఏందనేది ప్లానింగ్ కోసం చాలా ఎక్కువ సమయం కేటాయించాలని చెప్పి నేను మాట్లాడతాను. నేను కోరుతా ఉన్నా మీ అందరినీ. బెస్ట్ ప్లానింగ్ ఆఫ్ సక్సెస్ అని చెప్పి వైద్య ఆరోగ్య రంగం ఇంకెంత గొప్పగా ఉండాలి, ఇంకా ఎంత ముందుకు పోవాలి, ఎట్లా మనం దాన్ని సాధించవచ్చు అనేది మీరు బాగా ఆలోచించగలుగుతారు. కాబట్టి మీరు పిఆర్ చాలా తక్కువ, హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి పిఆర్ తక్కువ. ఎందుకంటే పేపర్ వాళ్ళు కొన్ని సందర్భాలు తమాషాలు చేస్తూ ఉంటారు జర్నలిస్టులు. ఉస్మానియా హాస్పిటల్కి పోయి ఒక ఫోటో తీస్తాడు ఒక ఆయన, కింద పడుకోబెట్టిన పేషెంట్లు అని చెప్పి ఫోటో తీసి ప్రచారం చేస్తాడు. యాక్చువల్ ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఈజ్ డిఫరెంట్. నేను చాలాసార్లు చెప్పినాను, గతంలో మనకు ఉండేటువంటివి నీలోఫర్, ఉస్మానియా, గాంధీ, ఇంతకు మించి వేరే లేదు. ఒకటో రెండో ఉన్నాయి చిన్న చిన్నవి, అవి క్వారంటైన్ హాస్పిటల్ అవి ఇవి ఉన్నాయి. వీటిలో ఏమవుతుంది, అది వాస్తవానికి 1000 బెడెడ్ హాస్పిటల్. కానీ ప్రభుత్వ ఆసుపత్రి కాబట్టి పేదల పాపం అక్కడికి వస్తారు, నమ్మకం ఏదైనా సాయం జరుగుతుందని వస్తారు. ఆ డాక్టర్లు గొప్పవాళ్ళు, వాళ్ళు మంచివాళ్ళు. నిరుపేదలు కాబట్టి పాపం వాళ్ళని రిజెక్ట్ చేస్తే, బెడ్ లేదనే కారణంతో రిజెక్ట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడికి పోవాలా? బయట పోతే ప్రైవేట్కి వెళ్ళాలా? వాళ్ళ దగ్గర డబ్బులు లేవు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు కనీసం కిందనే ఒక బెడ్ వేసి వైద్యం అందించాలని చెప్పి ఒక ఉదారమైన హృదయంతో ఆయన ఒక అరగంట ఎక్కువ పనిచేసి దాన్ని వాళ్ళు చేస్తారు. అది ఫ్యాక్ట్ అది. కానీ దాన్ని పత్రికలు, జర్నలిస్ట్ ఏమో దాన్ని విచిత్రంగా కింద ఉస్మానియా హాస్పిటల్లో బెడ్లు లేవు, కేసీఆర్ నేల మీద ఉన్నారు అని ఒక వక్రీకరణ చేసి చెప్పే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. ఆ విధంగా మీకు పిఆర్ తక్కువ, మిమ్మల్ని ఎంతసేపు విమర్శించడం తప్ప మెచ్చుకున్న వాళ్ళు లేరు ఇంతకాలం. జర్నలిస్టులు మీ మీదనే పడతారు, నాయకులు మీ మీదనే పడతారు, కొంత ఎమ్మెల్యేలు, మంత్రులు కూడా వచ్చి అరుపులు పెడబొబ్బలు పెడతారు. అది ఫ్యాక్ట్ కాదు. నేను మీ అందరినీ కోరేది ఒకటే, మంత్రి హరీష్ గారిని కూడా కోరుతా ఉన్నా నేను, దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద ఫ్యాక్ట్స్. నేను ఎప్పుడైతే మీతో మాట్లాడినో, గంటలు, రోజులు, వారాలు షేర్ చేసుకున్నానో ఆ సందర్భంలో నాకు కలిగినటువంటి అనుభవాలు ఇవి. నాకు డాక్టర్లే చెప్పినారు, మనం కూడా హ్యూమన్ యాంగిల్లో ఆలోచించాలి. ఒకసారి ఒక విచిత్రమైన సందర్భం వచ్చింది. కొంతమంది డాక్టర్లను ఆదిలాబాద్ అడవి ప్రాంతానికి, ములుగు, భూపాలపల్లి అడవి ప్రాంతానికి పోస్టింగ్లు ఇచ్చినారు. వాళ్ళు జాయిన్ కావడం లేదు. ఏం కారణమని వాళ్ళని పిలిచినాను. వైద్యం నారాయణో హరి, నువ్వు చేసే పని వేరే వాళ్ళకి చేయరాదు. ఎందుకంటే నీ ప్రత్యేకమైన చదువు, అది ఎంబీబీఎస్ అనేది, ఎంఎస్ అనేది ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైన వైద్య విభాగం. ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ ఉంటారు కానీ ఆయన వైద్యం చేయాలి. ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ జబ్బు పడ్డా మళ్ళీ డాక్టర్ దగ్గర చేయి దాసాల్సిందే. మంత్రి అయినా, ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయినా మళ్ళీ మీ కాడికి రావాల్సిందే. కాబట్టి అది ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి చదువు, ప్రత్యేకమైన శ్రద్ధతో మీరు చదువుకునేటువంటిది. మీకు మీ అందరినీ నేను కోరేది ఒకటే, ఆ డాక్టర్లను పిలిచేస్తే వాళ్ళు నాకు ఏం చెప్పారంటే, సార్ మేము పోతున్నాం కానీ మా భార్యలు వస్తలేదు సార్ అని చెప్పారు. ఎందుకు వస్తలేరు అంటే వాళ్ళకి అక్కడ ఒక సినిమా మాల్ లేదు, పిల్లలకు స్కూల్ లేదు, అక్కడ ఉండమంటానికి వాళ్ళు ఇష్టపడతలేరు అని మాట చెప్పినారు. అప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి నేను చెప్పినాను, కొద్దిగా రూల్స్ రిలాక్స్ చేయండి, వాళ్ళు పక్కన తాలూకా కేంద్రంలో లేదా జిల్లా కేంద్రంలో ఉండి డ్యూటీలు చేసే పద్ధతిలో రూల్ రిలాక్స్ చేయమని చెప్పి అప్పుడున్న హెల్త్ సెక్రటరీ గారికి నేను చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అట్లాగే వాళ్ళకి కొంచెం ఎక్స్ట్రా అలవెన్స్ కూడా ఇవ్వండి అని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రి మంచి చురుకైన వ్యక్తి కాబట్టి నేను ఆయనకు మనవి చేస్తూ ఉన్నా, ప్లానింగ్ కోసం, పిఆర్ బాగా డెవలప్ చేయడం కోసం, వైద్య శాఖ అందించే సేవలు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ప్రజల్లో, సమాజంలో రిఫ్లెక్ట్ కావడం కోసం, ఎట్లయితే మనం పోలీసులు ఉండి, పోలీస్ అనగానే డండా పోలీస్ కొడతానే ఉంటారని అనుకుంటారు. కానీ మనం దాని మొత్తం ప్రొఫైల్ మార్చేసినాం తెలంగాణలో. తెలంగాణ పోలీస్ ఫ్రెండ్లీ పోలీస్ అని చెప్పి అలా గర్వంగా చెప్పుకునే పరిస్థితి ఉంది. నిజంగానే ఆ విధంగా జరుగుతూ ఉంది. నాకు బిజినెస్ మ్యాన్ కూడా చెప్తా ఉన్నారు హైదరాబాద్లో, మేము సార్ ఒక ఎస్ఐ దగ్గర భయపడేది, ఈరోజు డీసీపీ గారి దగ్గరకు పోయినా, ఏసీపీ గారి దగ్గరకు పోయినా, సిటీ కమిషనర్ దగ్గరకు పోతే కూడా మాకు టేబుల్ ఇచ్చి, కుర్చీ ఇచ్చి, కూర్చోండి సార్ అని గౌరవించి కాఫీ ఇచ్చి మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. ఆ మర్యాద వచ్చిందండి, బాగుంది అని మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. అట్లాగే వైద్య శాఖ కూడా నిత్యం ప్రజల జీవితాలతో, ప్రజల ఆరోగ్యంతో పెనవేసుకుని ఉండే ఒక గొప్ప వైద్య విభాగం కాబట్టి, ప్రభుత్వ వింగ్ కాబట్టి మీ పిఆర్ బాగా పెరగాలి. మీరు అందించే సేవలు, మీకోసం మేము ఉన్నామని డాక్టర్ని పెట్టి పోస్టర్లు రావాలి. ఈ పిహెచ్సి మీది, మీకోసమే అనే ప్రచారం జరగాలి. బాగా పిఆర్ పెంచి వైద్య శాఖ ప్రజల కోసం ఏమేమి పనులు చేస్తుంది అనేది ప్రజలకు బాగా ఎల్లెడలా తెలిసేటట్టుగా ఉండాలి. ఎఫర్ట్ చేస్తే, ఫలితం చేస్తే రిజల్ట్ ఉంటుంది. మునుపు గర్భవతులైన స్త్రీలు ప్రసవం వచ్చిందంటే సచ్చినట్టు వాళ్ళు పేదవాళ్ళైనా సరే ప్రైవేట్ ఆసుపత్రికి పోయేది. ఈరోజు కేసీఆర్ కిట్ అని ఒక చిన్న ఇన్పుట్ ద్వారా వాళ్ళకు 10,000, 12,000 రూపాయలు డబ్బులు ఇవ్వడం ద్వారా వాళ్ళ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని కాపాడుతూ ఉన్నాం. ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ డెలివరీస్ పెరిగిపోయినాయి. గతంలో 30% ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ డెలివరీస్ ఉంటే ఈరోజు 70% ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ డెలివరీ అవుతూ ఉన్నాయి. దానివల్ల ప్రాణాలకు ముప్పు తప్పుతూ ఉంది, ఆరోగ్యాలు బాగుంటూ ఉన్నాయి. అనవసరమైనటువంటి అబార్షన్లు కానీ, దుర్మార్గపూరితమైన చర్యలు కానీ జరగడం లేదు. సమాజాన్ని కాపాడుకోగలుగుతూ ఉన్నాం. అట్లనే ఈరోజు మనం ఐఎంఆర్ తగ్గింది, ఎంఎంఆర్ తగ్గింది, అనేక సూచీలలో మనం ముందుకు పోతూ ఉన్నాం. నేను మీ అందరినీ కూడా వైద్యులను, వైద్య శాఖ మంత్రి గారిని, సెక్రటరీ గారిని కోరేది ఏంటంటే, మీ పిఆర్ బాగా పెరగాలి, నెంబర్ 1. నెంబర్ 2, మీ ప్లానింగ్ బాగుండాలి. మనం గొప్పగా హాస్పిటల్ ఇప్పుడు కట్టుకుంటా ఉన్నాం, చాలా కట్టుకుంటున్నాం. మంత్రి గారు చెప్పినారు, వరంగల్లో అయితే ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కడ లేనంత గొప్ప హాస్పిటల్ కడతా ఉన్నాం. చాలా అద్భుతమైనటువంటి హాస్పిటల్ అక్కడ వస్తూ ఉంది, ఒక మెడికల్ సిటీ లాగా వస్తూ ఉంది. నిమ్స్ కూడా, పాత నిమ్స్లో కేవలం 900 పడకలు ఉండేవి. వీరప్ప గారు చెప్పినారు, తెలంగాణ వచ్చిన తర్వాత దాన్ని 1,500 పడకలు తీసుకొని పోయినాం. అదేవిధంగా ఇలా నిమ్స్లో గతంలో ఉన్న పాత నిమ్స్ కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉండేటట్టు మరొక 2,000 పడకల కోసం మళ్ళీ మనం కట్టుకుంటూ ఉన్నాం. అట్లాగే హైదరాబాద్లో కూడా 4 సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ టాప్ హాస్పిటల్స్ టిమ్స్ కింద కట్టుకుంటా ఉన్నాం. ఇవి కట్టుకుంటూ పోవడం కాదు, ఇక్కడ అందవలసినటువంటి ఉత్తమమైన సేవలు, విదేశాలకు పోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేకుండా ఇక్కడనే చికిత్స జరిగే పద్ధతులు, టెలిమెడిసిన్ బాగా వినియోగించడం, వీటన్నిటిని కూడా వీటి సమాహారంగా అద్భుతాలు ఆవిష్కరించే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఆ దిశగా మేము ఇంత పెరిగినామని గొప్పగా ఫీల్ అయ్యి రిలాక్స్ అయ్యి కూర్చుంటే కాదు, అందరూ కూడా దయచేసి కమిట్మెంట్తోని టువార్డ్స్ ద పీపుల్ ఇంకా కూడా ఏం చేయగలుగుతాం, ఇంకా బెటర్ ఏముంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే క్వెస్ట్ ఫర్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ నెవర్ ఎండ్స్. ఒక ఎక్సలెన్స్ పోవాలని క్వెస్ట్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ ఎక్సలెన్స్ని టచ్ చేస్తాం మనం. బట్ స్టిల్ సమ్ మోర్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ రిమైన్స్. అంటే క్వెస్ట్ కంటిన్యూస్. క్వెస్ట్ ఫర్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ ఆల్వేస్ కంటిన్యూస్, రిఫార్మ్ ఆల్సో ఆల్వేస్ కంటిన్యూస్. ఇది మీ అందరికి తెలిసిన విషయమే. నా రిక్వెస్ట్ మీ అందరితో కూడా, మీరందరూ నిపుణులు, మీకుండే నాలెడ్జ్ మాకు ఉండదు వైద్య శాస్త్రంలో. కాబట్టి ఉత్తమోత్తమైన సేవలు మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలకు అందించబడడానికి, కరోనా లాంటి మహమ్మారులు వచ్చినా మా వైద్య శాఖ ఉంది, మా ప్రభుత్వ వైద్య శాఖ మమ్మల్ని కాపాడుతుంది అనే ధీమా ఇవ్వడానికి, నిజం కూడా అట్లే కాపాడినాం. కరోనా టైంలో నేను కళ్ళారా చూసినాను. ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్ లక్షల ఫీజులు తీసుకునే హాస్పిటళ్ళు పేషెంట్ కండిషన్ విషమిస్తే గాంధీ దవాఖానకు పంపించే వాళ్ళని కరోనా పేషెంట్లు. కానీ మన గాంధీ వైద్యులు ఛాలెంజ్గా తీసుకొని వాళ్ళని కాపాడినారు. అక్కడ డాక్టర్ రాజారావు గారు, నిజంగా ఐ అప్రిషియేట్ హిమ్. ఆ అద్భుతమైన సేవలు అందించి చివరి నిమిషాలుగా సస్తడో బత్తడో స్టేజ్లో వచ్చిన పేషెంట్ను కూడా బతికించింది మన గాంధీ ఆసుపత్రి. గాంధీ ఆసుపత్రి నర్సులు, ఆ సిబ్బంది, ఆ డాక్టర్లు, వారందరికీ కూడా నేను శిరస్సు వంచి నమస్కారం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సర్వీస్ యూ హ్యావ్ డెలివర్డ్ దట్ హాజ్ ఇంప్రూవ్డ్ ది స్టేటస్ ఆఫ్ ద తెలంగాణ స్టేట్. ఆ విధంగా గొప్ప పని చేసినారు. మీరు జ్ఞాపకం చేసుకుంటే ఒక్కొక్క సందర్భంలో ఒళ్ళు జలదరిచ్చేటువంటి మంచి పనులు చేసినారు. అదేవిధంగా ప్రివెన్షన్ గురించి తీసుకోవాల్సిన చర్యలు, క్వారంటైన్ చేయాల్సిన సందర్భాలు ఏం చేయాలనే చర్యలు, ఆ రకమైన కొత్త వైద్య విధానం పుంతలు తొక్కుతున్నది. కాబట్టి ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా మనం కూడా దాన్నంతా కూడా అర్థం చేసుకొని మనకున్న గ్రామాలు, మండలాలు, జిల్లాలు, తాలూకాలు కండిషన్స్ కూడా మనం స్టడీ చేసి అక్కడ ఉండే విండ్ వెలాసిటీసు, అక్కడ వచ్చే జబ్బులు, ప్రత్యేకతలు గుర్తించి ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి ఇంకా ముందుకు పోయే విధంగా ప్లానింగ్ ఉండాలి. పిఆర్ బాగా పెరగాలి వైద్య శాఖకు. మీ మీద ఏదైతే పనిచేస్తలేరు అనే బదనాం ఉందో అది తెలుగుపై వైద్య శాఖనే నంబర్ 1 ఉంది మన గవర్నమెంట్లో అని చెప్పే విధంగా మీరు ఎదగాలని చెప్పి మనసారా హృదయపూర్వకంగా కోరుకుంటూ, ఈ సందర్భంలో మీ అందరినీ మరొకసారి మీరు సాధించిన విజయాలకు మనస్ఫూర్తిగా చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ద స్టేట్గా కంగ్రాచులేట్ చేస్తూ మీ అందరికీ మరొకసారి దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాల అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ నేను విరమిస్తా ఉన్నాను. జై తెలంగాణ.
ప్రజా సంబంధాలకు ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తూ ప్రతిభా నైపుణ్యాల అన్వేషణ అంతం లేనిదని, ప్రణాళికే సగం విజయమని స్ఫూర్తిదాయక సందేశం అందించిన గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులకు రాష్ట్ర వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ పక్షాన ప్రేమపూర్వక కానుక జ్ఞాపిక. గౌరవ ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మంత్రులు ఇతర పెద్దలు కలిసి ఆనరబుల్ ఎస్ఏఎం రిజ్వీ గారు, సీనియర్ ఐఏఎస్ సెక్రటరీ హెల్త్, శ్వేత మోహంతి గారు, ఐఏఎస్ కమిషనర్ హెల్త్, డాక్టర్ జి శ్రీనివాసరావు గారు, డైరెక్టర్ హెల్త్, డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారు, వీరు కలిసి జ్ఞాపకం అందజేస్తారు. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులకు, ప్రజలందరకు సెక్రటరీ హెల్త్ ఎస్ఎం రిజ్వీ గారి పక్షాన, కమిషనర్ శ్వేత మహంతి మేడం పక్షాన, డైరెక్టర్ డాక్టర్ జి శ్రీనివాసరావు గారి పక్షాన, డిఎంఈ రమేష్ రెడ్డి గారి పక్షాన, టీఎస్ఎంఐడిసి ఎండి చంద్రశేఖర్ రెడ్డి గారి పక్షాన, నిమ్స్ డైరెక్టర్ డాక్టర్ బీరప్ప గారి పక్షాన, ఇంకా నిమ్స్ స్టాఫ్ అందరి పక్షాన ఈ దశాబ్ది బ్లాక్ భూమి పూజలో పాల్గొన్న గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులకు, మంత్రివర్యులకు, ప్రెస్ అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మీడియా వారికి, ఇంకా ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్స్, ఆనరబుల్ ఎంపీస్, ఆనరబుల్ ఎమ్మెల్సీస్, ఆనరబుల్ ఎమ్మెల్యేస్, చైర్మన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ కార్పొరేషన్స్, అలాగే ఇంకా ప్రజాప్రతినిధులు ఎందరో ఉన్నారు, జిహెచ్ఎంసీ మేయర్ గారు, డిప్యూటీ మేయర్ గారు, కార్పొరేటర్స్, అలాగే సీనియర్ ఆఫీసర్స్, ఐఏఎస్, ఐపీఎస్, ఐఆర్ఎస్, సివిల్ సర్వీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ అందరికీ, ముఖ్యంగా వైద్య ఆరోగ్య శాఖ మెడికల్ స్టాఫ్ అండ్ పారామెడికల్ స్టాఫ్ వారికి, అలాగే ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రసారం చేసిన మీడియా వారందరికీ, పాత్రికేయులకు, ఫోటో జర్నలిస్టులకు, వీడియో జర్నలిస్టులకు, ఇంకా ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు, శుభాకాంక్షలు ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్ నిమ్స్ అండ్ ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్.
పట్టణాల ప్రజలను కాపాడే బస్తీ దవాఖానా, గ్రామ
కార్యక్రమం
State Innovation Cell for innovating multi-purpose harvester to convert non-cultivable land into cultivable land. He is shortlisted for Telangana's first pre-incubation program I2E and is one of the 12 recipients of TSIRI, India's first rural innovation incentives by Government of Telangana. Deserves a huge round of applause, Mr. Deepak Reddy. Next, announcing on stage, Mr. Vamsi Udagiri, founder, HESA. We request you to please join on the stage. Mr. Vamsi Udagiri, founder, HESA. Next up is Subbalakshmi K. Munify. The startup collected detailed data of more than 220 municipal corporations across India and ranked these municipalities based on financial and operational efficiencies. They also raised more than $100,000 of funding. Now we request all the dignitaries on the stage to kindly take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Sri C. Sekhar Reddy, Chairman CII Telangana, to address this august gathering.
Honorable Minister KCR Garu, Jayesh Ranjan Garu, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, friends and media, good evening to everyone. First of all, on behalf of the CIA and other industrial associations and industries, developers, on behalf of all the citizens of the state, I congratulate Chief Minister Garu, KCR Garu, and the entire government for the celebrating the success and making it successful for last 9 years. What we have seen the contribution of the CM Garu. It's a tremendous growth, I can say, and a lot of innovative things they have done. Every day there are news, not only in Hyderabad, across the globe. In fact, after Jayesh Ranjan Garu spoke and has given some background, so I thought I should also add something to it. And when that meeting going to happen in the Kakatiya, before the date, before one day, we were with the CM Garu to thank him for resolving our cement issues. Even KCR Garu also knows that cement issue. So we went there, CM Garu, to thank him. He said, Shekhar, tomorrow I have invited all the industrialists to a meeting, but I have not invited you and your group, but you do under your leadership in a big show like that for the developers. And tomorrow I'm inviting you as my guest, come and watch the proceedings. So I was there, sir, a part of the entire day. So that has given result to the TSI pass. And in fact, I was fortunate to sit on the dais the day it was inaugurated also with the CM. And second thing, when after this government came in, CM Garu used to call us regularly. At that time, I was the national president of Kadai. He used to chase me, when are you coming? We should sit and resolve the issues. Those days, CM Garu was holding our portfolio, municipal administration. And one day morning at 11 o'clock, he called me, can you people come and meet me afternoon? So we went afternoon at 2 o'clock. So can you imagine at what time he has left us? 7:30 in the evening, 5.5 hours. A chief minister of a state sitting with the industry leaders, particularly real estate industry, and knowing each and every problem. So that meeting was the critical meeting for the today, whatever growth you are seeing. He understood thoroughly. He said, this is the thing you want, we'll get it done. So he has given assurance. He has seen that the GOs are issued accordingly. And in fact, regarding permissions also, he also questioned the same similar, sir, to all the officials. When the developers are constructing buildings with their own money, why are you troubling them? You take your money and you let them construct. Introduce self-certification. So self-certification, where CM Garu wanted like that. So as a result of that, TSB pass also has come in. So we are thankful to KCR Garu, KTR Garu for the TSI pass and TSB pass. And in fact, it is not just brand Hyderabad, it is brand KCR and KTR. See, not only just bringing the proactive policies, generally most of the government, they bring this, but acting on that day in and day out. I think KTR Garu represented all sectors day in and day out, not only in India, across the globe. He traveled, is a motivated industrialist. As Jayesh Ranjan Garu said, some industrialists has come and invested 5 times, 6 times, again and again. That is because of the ease of doing business which the state is offering. And large investments have come in. Huge number of employment has been created. So as a result, we can see IT growth, pharma, life sciences, defense and aerospace and real estate. And we have seen the T-Hub and T-Works. Not only that, the state has 2 Center of Excellences of CAA. One is the Indian Green Building Council, another recently opened in the T-Hub, that for the startups by the CAA. Not only this, I can only other achievements about the sustainability part of it. I don't think no other state, the Chief Minister, taken a keen interest and see that sustainability is there in every village. There are many parameters I don't want to list out. I can say he's a green crusader. Our CM Garu is a green crusader of the villages. And when I asked my team in IGBC, all the points which are covered and the Intindiki, Nalla, Neel Ganiyandi, Tarvata, they say toilets Ganiyandi, replacing of the LED, and Haritaharam, nursery for every village, segregating the solid waste. My team told me that they get more than we have 4 ratings in IGBC, platinum, gold, silver, and certification. All villages, sir, by default, the villages get IGBC rating over and above certification level. That is the greatest achievement of the Chief Minister Garu. Nowhere in the country, by default, they call for the rating. So with this, I conclude my my speech. Once again, congratulating Honorable Chief Minister Garu, KTR Garu, and the entire ministries and the government of Telangana and all the industrialists who have come and invested and provided huge employment opportunity to the youth and the male, female of this the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Shri Anil Agarwal, President FTCII Telangana, to please address the gathering. One small request from all the award recipients who have received the awards just now. There is a small box that you were supposed to receive along with it. Please collect it from the left side, your right side of the stage. Thank you. So.
Good evening, Honorable Minister KTR Garu, Jayesh Ranjan ji, Principal Secretary, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's a important and good occasion for all of us when Telangana has completed 9 successful years. We are entering into the 10th year, and I hope to see many such occasions in future. It is just because of our visionary leader, CM KCR Garu. I remember when state was formed in 2013-14, as an industrialist, we were all worried what will happen to the state. It was known as a Andhera state, because no power was there at that time. There was a huge power cut, There was a power cut of 4 hours, 8 hours. In the day, it was very difficult. In a week, you are supposed to run only for 2-3 days. But after the formation of state, everything has changed. Our CM Garu has got a passionate towards making the power or making our states surplus in power. I remember I met CMD of Transco, Mr. Prabhakar Rao. He told me that CM Garu is so passionate, he used to monitor 4-5 times in a day what is the status of power. Moreover, he has installed a power monitoring station in his camp office. He was so passionate. And we are seeing the difference. We are able to run our industry smoothly, getting 24/7 power supply. We are attracting huge investments from across the globe. This is just because of our industry-friendly policies and no doubt 24/7 quality power. We have seen recent visit of our Honorable Minister KCR Garu to US and UK, the kind of investments he is able to attract, and the state has become a hot destination for all of us. So I think we are living in a state where power is sufficient, peace is there, technology is there. All the sectors, we are happy here, and as an industrialist, we could not ask more than that. I once again congratulate the government and our Honorable CM and KCR Garu for making the state a hot destination, and it is one of the fastest growing state in the country. The GSDP at the time of formation of state was only 5.05 lakh crores. Now it is 13.27 as on March 22-23. That is commendable. It has increased more than double. So I think we should all congratulate and hope for the best. And thank you for this opportunity, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. And I wish you all the best for operating in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Sri Nara Ravi Kumar, National President, DICCI, to please address the gathering.
తెలంగాణ పారిశ్రామిక శాఖ దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాల సందర్భంగా ముఖ్య అతిథిగా విచ్చేసినటువంటి పెద్దలు గౌరవనీయులు రాష్ట్ర మంత్రివర్యులు కేటీ రామారావు గారికి, సెక్రటరీ జయేష్ రంజన్ గారికి, బాలమల్లు గారికి, బుద్ధ ప్రకాష్ గారికి మరియు వేదికలు అలంకరించిన పెద్దలకి, ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసినటువంటి మిత్రులందరికీ కూడా తెలంగాణ దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాల శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. జయేష్ రంజన్ గారు మాట్లాడినప్పుడు చాలా విషయాలు మళ్ళీ గతం మొత్తం కూడా గుర్తుకొస్తా ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే గ్రాండ్ కాకతీయలో అప్పుడు ఏర్పాటు చేసినప్పుడు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఉదయంకెళ్ళి సాయంకాలం వరకు చాలా మనసు విప్పి అందరి యొక్క మాటలు విని అందరికీ సంబంధించినటువంటి పాలసీస్ని తయారు చేయడంలో ఆ రోజు చాలా కీలకమైన రోజు. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర చరిత్రలోనే చాలా కీలకమైన రోజు. ఎందుకంటే గతంలో పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు అంటే ఏదో పెద్ద పెద్ద బడా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలకు, పెట్టుబడిదారులకు సంబంధించిన అంశం పోయి దళితులు కూడా, షెడ్యూల్డ్ కాస్ట్, షెడ్యూల్డ్ తెగలకు సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు కూడా పరిశ్రమలు స్థాపించాలి, వారికి సరైన ప్రోత్సాహం ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి ఉండాలి అని నిర్ణయం తీసుకున్నటువంటి రోజు ఆ రోజు కాకతీయ హోటల్లో మీటింగ్ జరిగిన సందర్భం అని మీకు గుర్తు చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా దశాబ్దం క్రితము పర్టికులర్లీ ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ సెక్టర్ వాళ్ళము మాకు పవర్ కావాలి అని చెప్పి ఇందిరా పార్క్లో ధర్నాలు చేసినటువంటి సందర్భం. అంటే మేము పరిశ్రమలు ఇడిచిపెట్టి పవర్ కోసము ధర్నాలు చేసిన రోజు. అదేవిధంగా సండే హాలిడే అంటారు అందరూ. మా పరిశ్రమలకు పవర్ హాలిడేస్ ఉంటుండే. అది కూడా కూకుట్పల్లిలో ఒక బేస్తవారం ఉంటే, తర్వాత వేరే ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఏరియాలో శుక్రవారము. ఈ విధంగా మాకు అసలు కంపెనీలు ఎట్లా నడిపించాలనో, మా యొక్క లేబర్ యొక్క మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఏ విధంగా చేయాలనో, ఏ రోజు ఎవరికి హాలిడే ఇవ్వాలనో, ఎప్పుడు కరెంట్ వస్తుందో ఎప్పుడు కరెంటు పోతుందో తెలియనటువంటి పరిస్థితి నుంచి ఈరోజు అందరూ కూడా ఎవరి నిర్దేశించిన ప్లానింగ్ ప్రకారము, ప్రోగ్రాం ప్రకారము పరిశ్రమలు నడిపించి ప్రొడక్షన్ చేసి ఆన్ టైం డెలివరీ చేయడం ద్వారా మొత్తం పారిశ్రామిక రంగం కూడా చాలా పుంజుకున్నదని చెప్పి నేను మీకు తెలియజేసుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా మనం యాజ్ ఏ సిటిజన్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ, ప్రతి దేశానికి ఒక ఇమేజ్ ఉంటుంది, ప్రతి రాష్ట్రానికి ఒక ఇమేజ్ ఉంటుంది. అంటే వీఆర్ ఏ సిటిజన్ ఆఫ్ అమెరికా అంటే సమాజంలో మొత్తం ప్రపంచంలో ఓహో ఈజ్ అమెరికన్ సిటిజన్. అట్లా ఈరోజు యాజ్ ఏ తెలంగాణ సిటిజన్గా ఏదైతే బ్రాండింగ్ మాకు జరిగిందో, ఐఎమ్ రియల్లీ వెరీ సారీ. ఏదో మేము పోవడం కోసం పోవడం కాదు. బీయింగ్ ఎ నేషనల్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఐ విల్ బి మీటింగ్ సో మెనీ డిగ్నిటరీస్ ఇన్ ద కంట్రీ. సో ఎప్పుడైతే ఐఎమ్ ఫ్రమ్ తెలంగాణ అంటే, ఓ యు ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ తెలంగాణ, ఓ గ్రేట్, యు ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ కమింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ గ్రేట్ స్టేట్ అని చెప్పి ఈరోజు మన యొక్క బ్రాండింగ్ యాజ్ అ సిటిజన్గా బ్రాండింగ్ కూడా ఈరోజు పెరిగింది. అదేవిధంగా కంపెనీస్ బ్రాండింగ్, ఇఫ్ యువర్ కంపెనీ ఈజ్ లొకేటెడ్ ఇన్ తెలంగాణ and your branding is also changed, by which we are getting more market for our products and the confidence levels even for to export. What if you are having a located is Telangana, then the encouragement is something great. So that for that we are very thankful to the KCR garu and the KTR garu and his team for working and making this so happen. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణ అంటే చాలా చిన్న రాష్ట్రము, ఇదొక పెద్ద లెక్కలోకి వస్తుందా అని చెప్పి ఆలోచన ఉంటుండే. కానీ ఈ చిన్న రాష్ట్రమే అందరికీ ఒక ఆదర్శ రాష్ట్రంగా ఈరోజు మారుతుంది, మనందరి జీవితాల్లో కూడా మార్పు తీసుకొస్తుందని చెప్పి నేను మీ అందరికి కూడా తెలియజేసుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. షెడ్యూల్డ్ కాస్ట్, షెడ్యూల్డ్ తెగలకు సంబంధించి 2014లో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఏర్పడ్డప్పుడు ఏదైతే రాయితీలు డిస్బర్స్మెంట్ 35 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఉంటుండే, ఇప్పుడు ఈరోజు షెడ్యూల్డ్ కాస్ట్, షెడ్యూల్డ్ ట్రైబ్ ఎంటర్ప్రీనర్స్కి ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ రూపకంగా సుమారు 600 కోట్ల రూపాయలు సంవత్సరానికి ఇస్తున్నటువంటి సందర్భం. అంటే ఇండస్ట్రీస్ టోటల్ 6 times మల్టీఫోల్డ్ అయింది ఎవ్రీ టైం. చాలా మేము ఎప్పుడు అనుకునే వాళ్ళం, ఇప్పుడు ఏదైతే అవార్డు తీసుకున్నారో ఆ అవార్డ్స్లో మేము కూడా ఉండాలి, షెడ్యూల్డ్ కాస్ట్, షెడ్యూల్డ్ తెగలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి వ్యక్తులు కూడా ఉండాలి అని చెప్పి మేము ఆలోచించుకునేటోళ్ళం. ఐఎమ్ షూర్ సార్ నెక్స్ట్ టైం ది అవార్డ్స్ తీసుకునే వాళ్ళలో షెడ్యూల్డ్ కాస్ట్, షెడ్యూల్డ్ తెగలకు సంబంధించిన పెద్ద పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు కూడా ఉండబోతా ఉన్నారు మీరు ఇచ్చినటువంటి ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్తో. జయేష్ రంజన్ గారు ఏపీఐఐసి ఎండీగా ఉన్నప్పుడు నన్ను పిలిచి పార్క్స్లో ఈ రిజర్వేషన్ ఉన్నటువంటి రిజర్వేషన్ 22.5% రిజర్వేషన్ ఉన్నది, ఇవి ప్రాపర్ యూటిలైజేషన్ కాకపోవడం వల్ల, ఎవరు వాడుకోకపోవడం వల్ల మేము దాన్ని ఏమి చేయలేకపోతున్నాము, మీరు ఏదైనా ఒక కార్యక్రమం చేయండి, ఇవన్నిటిని కూడా ఫిల్అప్ అయ్యేటట్టు చూడండి అని చెప్పి అడిగినారు. అప్పుడు మేము ఒక కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఇగ్నైట్ అనేటటువంటి కార్యక్రమాన్ని తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఆ ఇగ్నైట్ కార్యక్రమం తర్వాత ఎంతోమంది రావడం జరిగింది. అందులో ఆ ప్రోగ్రాంలో ట్రైనీ కూడా ఇప్పుడు అరుణా దాసరే గారు కూడా, షీ వాజ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ది ట్రైనీ ఇన్ దట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. నౌ షీ హోన్స్ 3 ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ రీసైక్లింగ్కి సంబంధించి. అదేవిధంగా ఇప్పుడు 22.5% టోటల్ ప్లాట్స్ ఫిల్లింగ్ అయిపోయి కాంపిటీషన్. అంటే మమ్మల్ని కేవలం 22.5%కే ఎందుకు పరిమితం చేస్తున్నారు, మాకు వేరే దాంట్లో కూడా మాకు ప్లాట్లు ఇవ్వాలి కదా అని చెప్పి అడిగేటువంటి పరిస్థితి బాలబల్ అన్న దగ్గర కూడా ఎన్నోసార్లు మేము పోయి రిప్రజెంటేషన్ చేయడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అంటే ద చేంజ్ ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ తలుచుకుంటే ఆ రోజు కేసీఆర్ గారు తీసుకున్నటువంటి నిర్ణయం ప్రకారము ఈరోజు తెలంగాణలో అంటే గ్రోత్ అనేది కేవలము ఒక పర్టికులర్ సమాజానికో ఒక పర్టికులర్ సెక్షన్కో కాకుండా సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఎంటైర్ పాపులేషన్ని కవర్ చేసే విధంగా అందరికీ అవకాశాలు ఉండే విధంగా ఏదైతే ప్రభుత్వం ఆలోచిస్తుందో అప్పుడు గ్రోత్ అనేది ప్రాపర్ గ్రోత్గా మనం పరిగణింపబడతాం. ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి ఇంత అభివృద్ధి పదంలోకి రావడానికి ప్రధానమైనటువంటి కారణము అన్ని సెక్షన్స్ని కూడా మరి ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేయడం ద్వారానే అది సాధ్యమవుతుందని చెప్పి అందుకు నేను ప్రత్యేకంగా కేటీ రామారావు గారికి ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా మొన్న 14th April నాడు మీరు 2 acres ఆఫ్ ల్యాండ్ ఏదైతే మాకు అలాట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చారో సార్, దాన్ని మొత్తానికి ఈ టీ హబ్ కాంపిటీషన్లోనే తీసుకురావడానికి ప్లాన్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం సార్. ఐఎమ్ షూర్ సార్ విత్ ఇన్ 3 years వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు టేక్ 2 years ఫర్ ది కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ మా యొక్క ఇన్నోవేషన్ ద వరల్డ్గా అంటే హైదరాబాద్ వీ వాంటెడ్ టు మేక్ యాజ్ ఏ దళిత్ క్యాపిటల్ హబ్గా మార్చాలని చెప్పి, ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి గవర్నమెంట్ యొక్క ప్రోయాక్టివ్ సపోర్ట్తోని వీ హ్యావ్ డిసైడెడ్ దట్ ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఈ దళిత్ ఎంటర్ప్రైనర్స్ని కంప్లీట్గా డెవలప్ చేసేటటువంటి విధంగా హోల్ ఇండియాలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఏ స్టార్టప్స్ ఉన్నారో అందరికీ అక్కడ ఈ యొక్క టీ హబ్ ఎటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు చేస్తూ ఉందో అటువంటి చేసే విధంగా వరల్డ్లో ఉన్నటువంటి మార్జినలైజ్ సొసైటీస్ అందరినీ అంటే మేము లాస్ట్ 30th March నాడు నేషనల్ బ్లాక్ ఛాంబర్ ఆఫ్ కామర్స్ అండ్ ఇండస్ట్రీతో వీ హ్యావ్ ఎంటర్డ్ MOU. సో రేపు జూలై 12వ తారీఖు నాడు అమెరికాలో న్యూయార్క్ ఎంబసీలో మన ఇండియన్ ఎంబసీలో వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యావ్ ఏ ప్రోగ్రామ్ బై డికీ అండర్ G20 ఇంక్లూజివ్ గ్రోత్ అనేటటువంటి సబ్జెక్ట్ పైన. డిక్కీ ఈజ్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ ఏ ప్రోగ్రామ్ విత్ 100 US companies and those US companies are going to support the marginalized societies in India. And for that we want to make Hyderabad as the center point for that. So I request all your support, sir, and thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, today we also honor and felicitate outstanding employees from the Departments of Industries and Commerce, IT, ENC, and Textiles for their exceptional dedication and contributions that have propelled our state's growth and success. We request Honorable Minister and our dignitaries on the stage to please step forward as I invite the employees individually. From Industries and Commerce Department, we invite on stage CH Jayashree Lakshmi. Let's hear a huge round of applause for each and every employee that's joining on the stage. to the next and very important segment in this evening. I think all of us should say thank you to our wonderful audience. I know all of you have been sitting here. The sun has been setting on your faces. All of you have been glowing. But thank you so much for tolerating. Let's hear a round of applause for all of you. And now the most important segment of this evening. I now request with great pleasure invite Honorable Minister Shri K.T. Ramarao Garu to launch the Dashabdi report of the Industries and Commerce.
తెలంగాణ ఒక గొర్రె పిల్లను ఆధారం చేసుకుని రాష్ట్ర ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థను పరిపుష్టం
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Dashabdi report of Industries and Commerce, and very shortly we are also going to have the second report of Textiles Department. And this is the launch of the 10th anniversary report of the Textiles Department.
ఒక గొర్రె పిల్లను ఆధారం చేసుకుని రాష్ట్ర ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థను పరిపుష్టం చేసిన పరిపాలనా దక్షుడు, పారే నదిని నాగలికర్రుకు జతచేసి హరిత విప్లవాన్ని సాధించిన భగీరథుడు, గొర్రె, బర్రె, మోకు, మగ్గం, వల అన్నింటినీ సంపద సాధనాలుగా చేసిన ఆర్థిక పునరుజ్జీవనకర్త, బహుజనులను బహుసంపద సృష్టికర్తలుగా మార్చిన జనజనోద్ధారకుడు, కులవృత్తులకు జవసత్వాలు తీసుకొచ్చి ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థకు ఊపిరిపోసే సంకల్పంతోనే గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ కె. చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారు గ్రామాన్ని కేంద్రంగా చేసుకున్నారు. తెలంగాణ గ్రామం మట్టివాసన పరిమళం, శ్రమైక జీవన సౌందర్యం, స్వయం పోషక ఆర్థిక విధానం, కులవృత్తుల ఆధారంగా జీవనం గడుపుతూ అనువంశికంగా విశేషమైన వృత్తి నైపుణ్యం పొందిన సామాజిక వర్గాలు కలిగి ఉండడం మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రత్యేకత. వ్యవసాయం తరువాత మన దేశంలో అతిపెద్ద ఉపాధి కల్పనా రంగం చేనేత రంగం. దారాన్ని మగ్గం మీదకు ఎక్కించి బట్టలు నేసి నాగరికతకు బీజం వేసిన వాడు ఆకలి చావులకు గురయ్యాడు, ఆత్మహత్యం చేసుకున్నాడు. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చాక నేత కార్మికులు ఆకలి చావులు, ఆత్మహత్యలు చేసుకునే దుస్థితి నుంచి బయటపడి సంతోషకరమైన జీవితం గడిపేలా ప్రభుత్వం వారికి చేయూతనిస్తోంది. అంతరించిపోయిన తేలియారుమాల్, ఆర్మూర్ సిల్క్ చీరలు, సిద్దిపేట గొల్లభామ చీరలు, HIMRU చీరలను పునరుద్ధరించి నేటి తరానికి వాటిని అందించేలా వారిని ప్రోత్సహించింది. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం నేతన్నకు చేయూత, చేనేత మిత్ర పథకం వంటి పథకాలను ప్రత్యేకంగా రూపొందించింది.
మా నాన్న చేనేత కార్మికుడు. ఈ మధ్యలో మా నాన్నగారు కుండపోటుతో మరణించారు. ఈ సమయంలో మేము ఆర్థికంగా చాలా వెనుకబడి ఉన్నాము. మాకు నేతన్న బీమా ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి లభించింది.
కరోనా టైంలో కూడా మాకు చాలా ఆర్థికంగా కానీ ఆరోగ్యపరంగా కానీ చాలా సమకూర్చింది. దీనివల్ల 5 లక్షల బీమా పథకం కూడా మాకు చేకూర్చారు ప్రభుత్వం.
అర్హులైన చేనేత కార్మికులందరికీ సంక్షేమ పథకాలు అందేలా ప్రభుత్వం చర్యలు తీసుకుంటున్నది. ఇందుకోసం నేతన్నల వివరాలను ఆన్లైన్లో నమోదు చేస్తున్నది. ఇప్పటికే చేనేత మగ్గాలకు జియో ట్యాగ్ చేసింది.
మాకు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం రాకముందుకు మాకు ఎలాంటి సంక్షేమ పథకాలు కానీ ఏవి రాలేవు. ఇప్పుడు మాకు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత థ్రిఫ్ట్ ఫండ్ ద్వారా మేము 1000 రూపాయలు ఖాతాలో జమ చేస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి మాకు 2000 జమ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఇది మా కుటుంబానికి చాలా మేలు. ఇలాంటి మేలు చేసిన కేసీఆర్ సార్కి, కేటీఆర్ సార్కి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుతున్నాను.
చేనేత మిత్ర పథకం ద్వారా చేనేత కార్మికులు, మాస్టర్ వీవర్లు, చేనేత సంఘాలు టిస్కో కొనుగోలు చేసే నూలు, రంగులు, రసాయనాలపై రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం 40% సబ్సిడీని అందిస్తుంది.
నాతో పాటు చుట్టుపక్కల వారికి అవేర్నెస్ లేకున్నా వాళ్ళకి అవేర్నెస్ తెచ్చి నా కింద ఒక 6 మందిని వేసుకొని వాళ్ళ గ్రూప్గా ఏర్పడి మేము ఒకే దగ్గర డబ్బులు పొదుపు చేసుకొని ఆ డబ్బులతో మాల్బీలు తీసుకొని వచ్చి అందరం సమానంగా 4 కిలోలు పంచుకొని అదే మాల్బీలుని గవర్నమెంట్ వారికి సబ్సిడీ ఏడి గారికి సబ్మిట్ చేస్తే వారు నేరుగా మాకు 45 డేస్ తర్వాత డబ్బులు అకౌంట్లో వేయడం జరుగుతుంది.
శతాబ్ద కాలంలో జరగని అభివృద్ధి సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు 1 దశాబ్ద కాలంలో జరగడం తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించిన ఘన విజయం. జై తెలంగాణ.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 more names were missed out from the felicitation of the outstanding employees list. So once again, I'd be requesting all the dignitaries to please step forward as I invite on stage Shri P. Shravan Kumar, Zonal Manager, TSIIC. I also request Srimati M. Anuradha, Zonal Manager, TSIIC, to please join near the stage. Minister Shri K.T. Ramarao Garu to address this esteemed gathering.
Good evening. Andarki namaskaram. I know most of you are inconvenienced with the sun, so I won't keep it too long. But I just initially wanted to recognize and thank all of my team, which has been with me for the longest period, for about 8+ years now. Starting with my Principal Secretary, Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, my Special Secretary Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, అదే విధంగా గౌరవనీయులైన మా వివిధ టీఎస్ఐఏసి ఎండి గారు, అదేవిధంగా టీఎస్ఐఏసి యొక్క సిఇఓ గారు, ఇంకా ఇతర సిబ్బంది, వారితో పాటు మా వివిధ రంగాల డైరెక్టర్లుగా పనిచేస్తున్న మిత్రులందరికీ, all the directors of various sectors, that we have set up, and also all the respected chairmen of various corporations, the TSIAC, TSTS, TS Handicrafts Corporation, Power Loom and Textile Corporation, the Handloom Corporation, అదే విధంగా మా టెక్స్టైల్ సెక్రటరీ శ్రీ బుద్ధు ప్రకాష్ గారు, ఇంకా చింతా ప్రభాకర్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా బొల్లం సంపత్ గారు, మౌలానా గారు, జగన్మోహన్ రావు గారు, గ్యాదరి బాలమల్లు గారు, గూడూరి ప్రవీణ్ గారు, పేరు పేరున అందరికీ, వివిధ ఇండస్ట్రీ బాడీస్ నుంచి కూడా, the representatives of various industry bodies here, the CII, CREDI, FTCCI, NASCOM, HICIA, FICCI, and anybody else that I may have missed, Ramadevi Garu, Elip, and the entire team, convey, and all the other industry bodies, and to all my very, very respected colleagues and my team members, I thank one and all, because the numbers, the noise we make about how Telangana is doing so well in the last 9 years, none of this would have been possible just with one person or two people. I think it takes a team. It takes a team for all of us to put together tremendous amount of hard work. So I think my team here and there deserves a big round of applause from you guys. And more importantly, I think it also is imperative to understand that government by itself can at best be a good policy maker, can be a good enabler, but without the participation and encouragement of the industry bodies, we cannot achieve much. So I thank all the industry bodies which work with us, which help us in formulating policies, which help us in bringing in more business, which help us in understanding the real issues of the industry, and which also help us and continue to guide us in evolving as we grow. Thank you very much to one and all the industry bodies that I see here. I appreciate all of you participating. I appreciate all of you working with us over the last 9 years. But as Jayesh Ranjan said, I keep repeating this in every one of our internal meetings and in many of my public appearances as well. I think the story of Telangana has just begun. We have barely completed 9 years. We are entering the 10th year. I think the story has just started. What you've seen so far, Telugulo చెప్పాలంటే ఇప్పటిదాకా కనబడింది చూసింది కేవలం ట్రైలర్ మాత్రమే. ఇంకా సినిమా తెలంగాణది ఇంకా చాలా ముందుంది నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే. ఎందుకంటే this is a rare state. This is a very unique state. Last couple of weeks ago, in fact last week or 10 days ago, we were on a tour of two countries, UK and US. So wherever we go, me, my team, we don't do any kind of other activities. అంటే రోజుకు 2 మీటింగ్లు చేసి మిగతా టైం అంతా సైట్ సీయింగ్ టూరిజం టైప్ బ్యాచ్ కాదు మేము. వెళ్తే పొద్దున్న నుంచి సాయంత్రం దాకా బ్యాక్ టు బ్యాక్ మీటింగ్స్. ఎన్ని మీటింగ్స్ చేయగలితే, ఎంతమందిని కలవగలితే, ఎంతమందికి తెలంగాణ గురించి చెప్పి ఎంతమందిని మన రాష్ట్రానికి అట్రాక్ట్ చేయగలిగితే అంత మంచిదన్న ఉద్దేశంతో ఉదయం బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే రాత్రి డిన్నర్ మీటింగ్ దాకా మేము బ్యాక్ టు బ్యాక్ మీటింగ్లు పెట్టుకుంటాం. అయితే జనరల్గా ఏమవుతుందంటే వేరే దేశానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు when we go to another country, typically it is the government of India, the Ministry of External Affairs, the Indian embassies, the Indian consul general's offices there, they facilitate a lot of meetings for us. So I remember this feedback. In one of our, I don't remember where it was, maybe it was New York, maybe it was DC or in London, I don't remember. So we were having these back-to-back meetings, and there were these government of India officials, Indian foreign service officers, who were part of these meetings. So one of them, in the little bit of a break we had for 15-20 minutes, he walks up to me. He says, "Sir, I've seen many delegations. We take care of a lot of delegations, government of India delegations, many state delegations come to us, many trade bodies come to us, but I've rarely seen a state with such passion, such commitment, and such hunger. Why is this the case, you think, is what he asked. He said, why do you think this is the case? Why do you think Telangana, what makes Telangana special? So I only had one answer for him. I said, sir, we really had to fight hard for this state. We fought 14 years to make this dream a reality. We fought really hard. And this state has not just come about, overnight. It is fraught with struggle, with sacrifices, with hundreds of youngsters losing their lives. So we owe it to them. We owe it to the people of our state. We owe it to those who lost their lives, who gave their lives. And we owe it to them to prove that we are no less than anybody. In fact, we are probably far better than anybody else in India. So that is where you see the hunger, the passion, what drives us. Now, in case you're thinking, I'm indulging in hyperbole, let me tell you this. In 2014, I said Telangana is a special state. What makes us special? What makes us special is, in 2000, let me give you a quick before and after kind of a scenario. What was the situation before Telangana? What is it now in terms of numbers? Because I believe numbers speak for themselves, statistics speak for themselves. In 2014, the per capita income of Telangana, back then when the state was initiated, the state was formed, was exactly 1,12,000 rupees. As of March 31st this year, Telangana's per capita income is the highest in the country with 3,17,000 rupees. Now you can see the incremental growth from 1,12,000 to 3,17,000, highest for any state in the country. Let me also tell you the national average is only 1,70,000 rupees. So we are almost 80-85% above the national average. Let me also tell you, I think one of the speakers alluded to it, Anil Agarwal ji, I think it was. The GSDP, the gross state domestic product of the state of Telangana when it was formed, was 5,05,000 crores. As of March 31st, 2023, the gross state domestic product of Telangana is 13.27 lakh crore. Again, the fastest growing state in terms of GSDP size, in terms of GSDP growth rates. The third and most important thing from our perspective, yesterday we released the IT exports and IT employment numbers. What was a pleasant surprise for me, my entire team also, was the kind of growth we've experienced over the last 2 years. In Hyderabad, the first IT company, the first IT building came up in 1987. It was a building, I don't know, for those of you Hyderabadis who grew up here, you would recollect a building called Intergraph in Begumpet. When you come from Patni towards Somajiguda, you would see it on the left. It was a very distinct building. I was in school at that point in time. Actually, I was in my 7th or 8th grade, so I also remember it. That was the first IT company that came in. So in 1987, when the story of Hyderabad and IT companies in Hyderabad started from zero. Then we came to 2014, when the new state of Telangana came into being. The total IT exports from Telangana in 2013-14 were 56,000 crores. And now, as of yesterday, the total IT exports in 2023 is at 241,000 crores, which is 2.41 lakh crores. The kind of growth we've had, a 4x growth, in technology, in startup, world, people talk in multiples. They talk about valuations in 4x, 10x, 12x. But in Telangana today, we can talk about our exports in multiples. We have grown from 56,000 crore to 2,40,000 crore. Not these numbers, it's just not these numbers that make it special. In Telugu, if I have to say it in one line, what is Telangana model? I'd say this. Telangana Abhiruddhi Namuna enti ante Samagra, Samikruta, Sammilita, Samatulya model Telangana model. Ante enti English lo enti? Samagra, Samikruta, Sammilita, Samatulya model ante enti? Samagra ante holistic. Samikruta ante integrated. Sammilita ante inclusive. Samatulya ante balanced. Now that is the model of Telangana. Why do I say that? What makes me say that with such confidence? What makes me say that? What gives me that bragging right? Because we are a unique state. On the one hand, we have IT exports going through the roof, explosive IT growth. In fact, yesterday evening, I received a message from a press reporter saying, sir, these numbers sound too unbelievable. have you validated them? I said, yes. STPI, NASCOM, SEZ, these are all Government of India bodies. And you all know that Modi is not my best friend. And if I was lying, he would certainly have BJP fellows, shooting through the roof, shouting from the rooftop saying, these are all lies, right? So I said, yes, they've been vetted, they've been validated, and they have been completely scrutinized by the people who actually announce them every year. So as incredulous as it might sound, let me tell you, Telangana is less than 3% of India in terms of population. Telangana is less than 3% in terms of India's population. But when the National Panchayat Awards are announced, we receive 30% of the National Panchayat Awards. That's what makes Telangana special. When I say Samatulya, balanced model, this is a unique state where you have agri exports growing and IT exports also growing, where you have rural development happening, winning 30% of the awards, and you also have urban development happening in the form of Patan Pragati, and we win the largest number of awards for a state in India. 26 awards in Swachh Sarvekshan for our municipalities, highest in terms of pro rata, in terms of population for any state in the country. That's what makes Telangana unique. We also have some very, very unique distinctions. The place where you are seated today, on 28th of June 2014, some of you might remember, some of you who may have attended that event may remember. In Taj Krishna, we had an event. Any of you who were there on that day, 2014? So all of you moved to Hyderabad recently, what's happening? So 2014, on the 28th of June, there was an event in Taj Krishna where I had said that we'll do everything and anything in our capacity to make sure that Hyderabad becomes the numero uno in terms of IT expansion, IT-enabled services, and IT growth in India. It took a lot of commitment, it took a lot of effort, it took a lot of support from my team and all of us. It took a lot of effort from all of us to make that happen. Today I stand here proudly. We had committed that day on 28th of June 2014, stating that we'll build India's largest technology incubator. I stand here proudly today. This is not just India's largest technology incubator, this is the world's largest technology incubator, the T-Hub. On to the left there, you would see India's largest prototyping facility called as the T-Works. Right behind you, you see Image, an innovation center in multimedia, animation, gaming and entertainment. What you see there is only 5 stories. You'll actually see 29 such structures come up. It will be one of a unique kind of building that will be here. And between all these three buildings, T-Works, T-Hub and Image, this will be the world's largest innovation campus. In about 18 acres, T-Hub itself is about 570,000 square foot of built-up space. T-Works is about 78,000 square foot of built-up space. Again, has the provision to add another 150,000 plus. And out here, what you see there is 1.6 million SFT. So between the three of them, you'd have about 2.3 million square foot of campus, which is 23 lakh square foot of campus, all focused on innovation. Now that is the kind of vision Telangana and our Honorable Chief Minister has. We do not merely benchmark. We do not merely compare ourselves to our colleagues in other states. We are benchmarking ourselves against the best in the business, best in the world. Therefore, what you see here is the world's largest incubator. Not only this, we just released a report of our textile department. Government of India woke up in 2020, or in fact 2023, I think. And they announced a new scheme called as Mitra. If I remember correctly, Mihir has to correct me. Mitra, I think it's called, a textile park scheme. We launched India's largest textile park in 2017, and today it's up and running. We already have 1 unit which is functional. We have 8 factories to be inaugurated, I think, in August to September, and we are breaking ground for another one, a Korean company called Youngwon, on the 17th of this month, which would again make it a very, very large park and by far the largest in India. Our goal even there in Kakatiya Mega Textile Park, which is India's largest textile park, has been to ensure an integrated approach, farm all the way to fashion, everything else in between, fabric and everything else in between. We are also home to the world's largest pharma city, pharma cluster, which is under construction. Lot of works are happening already, lot of common infrastructure is getting built up in more than 14,000 acres. When unleashed, when completed, it would be the world's largest pharma cluster, 28 kilometers south of Hyderabad Airport, Hyderabad International Airport. Also, let me add and let me tell you, I'll narrate a very interesting story to you. So as you all know, because we just came out of COVID. During COVID, everybody became a doctor. I'm sure Anil Agarwal ji will agree with me. घर पे सभी लोग एडवाइस दे रहे थे, हर कोई डॉक्टर बन गया, हर कोई व्हाट्सएप पढ़ रहा था, हर कोई अपना अपना मन बता रहा था कि ये करो, ये खाओ, वो खाओ, ये पियो, कोविड नहीं आएगा, हर कोई डॉक्टर. तो हेल्थ केयर पे इतना ज्यादा आज फोकस है. What we realized is how Hyderabad's pharma industry and Hyderabad's vaccine industry has become a force to reckon with internationally, not nationally. When President Donald Trump had called Prime Minister Modi and asked him to send some paracetamol and also remdesivir, it was Hyderabad's pharma industry that came to the rescue of India, that came to the rescue of United States as well. That is the inherent strength of that is the inherent strength of Telangana's pharma industry. Back in 2020, when my colleagues, Shakti, Jayesh, and all of us, we were formulating and mulling targets for the next 1 decade. In 2020, we said we'll announce a policy that by 2030, in the next 10 years, we'll become $100 billion life sciences ecosystem. Because, 2020, we were at $50 billion. But Shakti and Jayesh come to me earlier this year, in January. They said, sir, we have an interesting piece of news. I said, please, I'm always up for interesting news, please tell me. They said, we gave a commitment that it would be $100 billion by 2030, but we are already at 80 billion in 2023. So I think we'll cross this by 2025. So we'll have to revise our target. Now the new target we have set for ourselves for the life sciences ecosystem, life sciences industry in Hyderabad, in Telangana, is a $250 billion achievement by 2030. And I believe very strongly it's imminently doable. The reason why I believe in it is so strongly is, you can look back. You'll see a large building named Novartis. That is Novartis' second largest campus in the world. Novartis is a European company based out of Switzerland, Basel. That's their second largest campus in the world, where 9,000 people work. Now, we have been selling the Novartis story to every single life sciences company in the world, saying, if Novartis can indulge, I keep saying this and I can't say this enough. Hyderabad is that beautiful place and Telangana is that beautiful place, where north of India meets the south of India, where biology meets technology, where life sciences meets data sciences, where paratha meets dosa, where dhokla meets biryani, where mangoverse meets metaverse. So when I was narrating this story of Novartis and how they use data sciences in life sciences, how they use technology in biology and are indulging in digital drug discovery, clinical research online, and have employed a lot of biostatisticians and specialists in bioinformatics, and have been pitching and throwing this question at the biggest pharma companies of the world, saying if Novartis can do it, why can't you do it? We've already had a great success in the form of Bristol Myers Squibb. BMS has now come on board. They will be creating 3,000 jobs. Now a number of other companies that we are trying to attract to Hyderabad are also about to make decisions. That's why I'm confident that with our strengths in technology and biology, Hyderabad is ideally poised to get to that $250 billion valuation by 2030. And when we complete our Hyderabad Pharma City, and when we consolidate our strengths, if you ask me what are your strengths in life sciences, let me tell you. Many of you may not know this. The largest number of US FDA approved manufacturing facilities in any single province in the world are in Telangana. The second largest is New Jersey in the United States. We have 214 units which are US FDA approved. New Jersey has about 189. That makes Telangana special and unique. We have launched India's largest medical devices park in Sultanpur. I had the privilege and pleasure of inaugurating more than 20 companies so far in that park, and 8 companies on a single day. Today, I'm proud to share with you, we are also home in the medical devices park to the world's largest stent manufacturing facility in a single location. Now that is Telangana for you, that is our strength. Why am I confident we'll get to that $250 billion number? Because if we play to our strengths, if we consolidate, and if we kind of point out and focus on the intersections of technology and all these other spheres of industry, we'll surely get there. We are not only home to India's largest medical devices park, we are also the vaccine capital of the world. Vaccine capital of not India, but the world. Whenever I travel to UK, Europe, wherever, US, I ask a question of the people sitting right across me. I ask them if they have taken a vaccine shot. When they say yes, of course most of them have taken it, I tell them there is a 1 in 3 chance. There is a 33% possibility that the vaccine shot you took could be made in my city, Hyderabad, the state I come from, Telangana. 33% of the world vaccines today are made in Telangana. 9 billion doses, 900 crore doses are made in Telangana. Now, by next year, it will be 1400 crore doses that will be made in Telangana, making it 50% of the world production coming from one single province in India called as Telangana. We are the vaccine hub of the world. Now we have to consolidate and play to our strengths. Vaccines, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, biology, technology, and everything else in between. If we can consolidate all of these, I think we will truly achieve the $250 billion number. We also recently have launched Telangana Mobility Valley, and we've received a huge shot in the arm with Amar Raja Batteries setting up one of their largest investments, 9,500 crores of investment in lithium-ion cell manufacturing. I'm very, very confident that with one cluster in Zahirabad focusing on manufacturing, with a cluster in Divitipalli in Mehboob focusing on new energy and everything that goes into cells and batteries, and with another one in Vikharabad district, which will focus on innovation, research, development, and a bit of manufacturing as well. I think just as what Genome Valley has done for the life sciences industry, the Telangana Mobility Valley will do something equally incredible for Telangana in decades to come, years to come. And I encourage all of you to start looking at more sustainable solutions in the mobility space as well. As I also mentioned, I think yesterday's IT report was explosive for the numbers. When we started our journey in 2014, the total number of employees in the technology sector in Hyderabad was 3,23,000. For those of you who are from the real estate industry should listen to this very carefully. 3,23,000 was the total number of employees in Hyderabad in the technology sector. Whereas of March 31st this year, when the numbers were released and the report that was released yesterday, the number rose from 3,23,000 now to 9,05,000 employees directly in technology sector. And please remember, every direct job in technology creates at least 4 indirect jobs. These are the guys who are buying homes. These are the guys who are buying you're leasing your commercial spaces. Where we are seated today in T-Hub and this entire area called Rai Durgam, let me remind you, I get a lot of Insta reels, I get a lot of Twitter reels and YouTube reels showcasing this part of Hyderabad and how beautiful it looks. Trust me, it wasn't the case in 2014. एक बार पीछे एक बार जाके देखो 2014 के satellite map देख लो. Today, as we sit here, about 40 million square foot of space has been built in just one Rai Durgam alone. That goes to show you the kind of investments that are coming in to the construction industry, to the home buying industry in Telangana. We continue to, it has become a norm for Telangana now. I've been watching, even my social media team is not making much noise of late. When Cushman Wakefield releases a report, when JLL releases a report, when Anna Rock releases a report, none of our guys seem to be surprised anymore. Each of the report that comes out says Hyderabad has topped the charts again. In terms of office space leasing or home buying, Hyderabad is ahead of other cities. Now, why is this happening? It's happening because the industry is growing, the technology sector is growing, investments are pouring in, employment is getting created, people are buying homes, people are buying office spaces, investing in more and more valuable real estate. This will only happen for 2 simple reasons. When you have a stable government and able leadership. When that is the case, and of course law and order and peace, as was pointed out. When you have these 3 ingredients, and of course, friendly policies. To go with it, you'll have a wonderful city like Hyderabad, and of course, great weather, and a bunch of other things that go with it. My humble request to all of you, today, I stand here proudly as a Minister for Industries, Technology, as a representative of this government, as a citizen of this great state, as an Indian, feeling incredibly proud for the kind of achievements our state has made, for the kind of leaps our state has taken over the last several years, right here. We also have not neglected any sector. When I said integrated, inclusive, when I also said balanced and holistic, let me also share with you. While we were doing IT and industry and business, promotion, we did not neglect the rural areas. Today, we are the first state in India in 75 years to have completed a piped drinking water connection to each and every home, and inspired Government of India to launch what is called as Har Ghar Jal. After Mission Bhagirath became a success, Government of India took inspiration and has launched Har Ghar Jal. We're incredibly proud of that initiative. We're also incredibly proud when engineers from America come here, go to our project sites, visit the engineering marvel called as Kaleshwaram, and go back and invite us, saying you should come back and narrate this story to us at their conferences. We're incredibly proud because, we kept hearing about China ने ये कर दिया, China ने 3 gorges dam बना दिया, China ने ये project 100 दिन में खत्म किया, और जब एक अमेरिकन टीम आके यहाँ बुलाती है कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लिफ्ट इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट हिंदुस्तान का सबसे छोटा रियासत ने बनाया, तो बहुत खुशी और फख्र महसूस होती है, बहुत नाज भी महसूस होता है, बहुत गर्व महसूस होता है. I feel incredibly proud, incredibly satisfied to present the story of the world's largest lift irrigation project on the platform, on a global platform in the United States. Kaleshwaram is something that you ought to see, to believe. Lifting water from 82 meters above sea level all the way to 618 meters. Lifting a river literally. That's why Discovery Channel called it Lifting a River. They launched a documentary. For those of you who have not seen it, please Google, please YouTube, you'll find that. We are also the state that has also done exceedingly well. Because, we rejuvenated our lakes and tanks. We have done exceedingly well in fisheries. We are number 1 today in inland fisheries. We are also number 1 state in India in per capita power utilization. We are also number 1 in the number of beds per 100,000 population in India. Our healthcare systems have also improved drastically. Our infant mortality rate has come down. Our maternal mortality rate has come down. And all the health indicators that show you that the Telangana state is headed in the right direction. We also have the largest number of residential schools, Gurukul schools, for any state in the country. We are number 1 on that parameter as well. We are also number 1. Yesterday was World Environment Day. We are number 1 in the country in terms of increase in green cover, 7.7% increase, and that added another 513,000 acres, 5,13,000 acres of forest to this brilliant state. So today, when I stand here, when I talk about all the achievements of the state of Telangana, and when I hear my opponents questioning me, कि आपने क्या कर लिया, क्यों सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हो, मैं आप सभी लोगों से बोलना चाहता हूं, अभी तक मैंने जो बोला, अभी तक मैंने आपको जो सुनाया, నేనేదైతే మీకు చెప్పానో, ఇటు గ్రీనరీలో బాగున్నాము, పర్యావరణంలో బాగున్నాము, అటు పరిశ్రమలో బాగున్నాము, ఇటు ఐటీ ఎగుమతుల్లో దూసుకొని పోతున్నాము, అటు వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తుల్లో, వ్యవసాయ ఎగుమతుల్లో దూసుకొని పోతున్నాము, ఇటు పల్లె ప్రగతిలో అవార్డులు పొందుతున్నాము కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వంతో, అటు పట్టణ ప్రగతిలో అవార్డులు పొందుతున్నాము, ఇటు సంక్షేమంలో పేదవాడిని కడుపులో పెట్టుకొని చూసుకుంటున్నాము, దళితుడైనా ధనికుడైనా ఒకటేలాగా చూసుకుంటున్నాం, అటు అభివృద్ధిలో ఎక్కడా లోటు లేకుండా ఎవరైనా రజనీకాంత్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా హైదరాబాద్కి వస్తే ఇది ఇండియానా న్యూయార్క్ అనే స్థాయికి చేరుకున్నాము అనే మాట ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను మీకు విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. నేను మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరేది ఒకటే, మీరు ఏ రాజకీయ పార్టీకో ప్రభుత్వానికో వత్తాసు పలకాల్సిన అవసరం కానీ బాకాలు ఊదాల్సిన అవసరం కానీ లేదు. ఒక్కసారి గుండె మీద చేసుకొని 2014లో పరిస్థితి ఏంటి, ఈరోజు ఏ పరిస్థితి ఏంటి అని మీరు ఆలోచించుకొని ఆత్మవిమర్శ చేసుకొని మీ చుట్టూ ఉన్న 10 మందికి చెప్తే చాలు, అంతకంటే ఎక్కువ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఏం లేదు. 2014లో కరెంటు పరిస్థితి ఏంటి, 2014లో నీళ్ల పరిస్థితి ఏంటి, 2014లో ఇండస్ట్రీ పరిస్థితి ఏంటి, ఇప్పుడే మీరే విన్నారు. కరెంటు కోసం పోరాటాలు చేసే పరిస్థితుల్లో పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు ఆనాడు ఉన్నారు. ఈరోజు ఆ పరిస్థితి ఉందా? ఈరోజు నేను ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా గర్వంగా చెప్తుంటాను, అమెజాన్స్ వరల్డ్స్ లార్జెస్ట్ క్యాంపస్ is not in the US. It is in India, it is in Hyderabad, it is in Telangana. Garvanga chepta untanu nenu. The second largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Uber, Salesforce, Micron, Qualcomm, ServiceNow, Novartis, State Street, the list goes on. It's a long list. All of them are in Telangana, are in Hyderabad. ఇవి చిన్న అచీవ్మెంట్సా? ఇవి ఊరికనే అల్లాటప్ప డైలాగులు కొడితే వచ్చే కంపెనీలా? కాకమ్మ కబుర్లు పిట్టకథలు చెప్తే వస్తాయా కంపెనీలు? ఎక్కడో కూర్చొని 4 పిచ్చరుపులు అరిస్తే వస్తాయా? దాని వెనకాల ఎంత పరిశ్రమ ఉంటుంది, దాని వెనకాల ఎంత కష్టం ఉంటుంది. ఒక సేల్స్ కాల్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి అంటే, ఒక ఇన్వెస్టర్ని ఆకర్షించాలి అంటే ఇవాళ ఎందుకు వీళ్ళందరూ గుజరాత్కి పోలేదు? ఇవే కంపెనీలు, ప్రధానమంత్రి గుజరాత్, ఆయన ప్రపంచమే గుజరాత్, అక్కడికి ఎందుకు పోవట్లేదు? మరి ఇక్కడికి ఎందుకు వస్తున్నారు? అదే బాంబే ఉంది, చెన్నై ఉంది, మనకంటే పెద్ద నగరాలు, కోల్కతా ఉంది, ఢిల్లీ ఉంది, మనకంటే పెద్ద నగరాలు, ఈక్వలీ అట్రాక్టివ్ సిటీస్ బెంగళూరు అండ్ పూణే. వై హ్యావెన్ ద గాన్ దేర్? ఒకటే దేశం ఇదంతా, మరి అట్లాంటప్పుడు ఎందుకు జరగలేదు? సో వీ నీడ్ టు థింక్ వెన్ సంబడీ సేస్ వాట్ హ్యావ్ యూ అచీవ్డ్, ఇట్ పెయిన్స్ ఇస్ అ బిట్, ఇట్ పించెస్. వాట్ హ్యావ్ యూ అచీవ్డ్ అంటే కళ్ళుండి చూడలేకపోతే ఏం చెప్పాలి? ఇవి నేను చెప్పినవి కొన్నే, ఇంకా ఐ కెన్ మై టీమ్ హెస్ గివెన్ మీ దిస్ బిగ్ స్పీచ్. ఇది నేను చదివితే మీరు అందరూ పారిపోతారని చదవలేదు. దెర్ ఇస్ సో మెనీ థింగ్స్ ఐ కెన్ టెల్ యూ, దెర్ ఇస్ సో మెనీ థింగ్స్, సో మెనీ ఇనిషియేటివ్స్ ఐ కెన్ టాక్ అబౌట్. ఐ హ్యావ్ నాట్ gone into the written speech because there are so many achievements. My humble request to all of you, ఒక్క మాటలో చెప్పాలి అంటే, today if the rest of India performed as well as Telangana did, the rest of the country performed as well as Telangana did, we would have already been a 5 trillion economy by now. That is, if I have to sum up everything, the incredible story of Telangana. And that is why I'm proud to represent this state. I'm proud to be the minister in this government. I'm proud to work under a leader who wears his heart on his sleeve and who actually guides us day in, day out, and passionately drives all of us for improvement in pursuit of excellence. And I sincerely applaud my entire team. Endukante any leader is only as good as his or her team. And I sincerely applaud my entire team. Most of the guys who work with me, but for Jayesh Ranjan and Dr. Reddy, because these two guys are civil servants and they're all India service officers. But most of other guys who work with me in my team, if they were to work in the private sector, they would be making at least 10 times what they are making in the government today. They'd be making 10 times. I'm not even joking. ఎందుకంటే వీళ్ళందరూ ఐఐటీలో, ఐఐఎంలో, ఎన్ఐటీలో చదువుకున్న పిల్లలు, ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ నుంచి వచ్చి పనిచేస్తున్న పిల్లలు. వాళ్ళు బయటికి పోతే, వాళ్ళు పనిచేస్తే, ఏ గూగుల్లోనో అమెజాన్లోనో పనిచేస్తే గవర్నమెంట్లో మేము ఇచ్చే జీతం కంటే 10 రెట్లు ఎక్కువ జీతం ఇస్తారు. కానీ ఒక ప్యాషన్తో, ఒక డిటర్మినేషన్తో గవర్నమెంట్కి, ఈ దేశానికి కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయాలని పనిచేస్తున్న నా టీం ఏదైతే ఉందో వారందరికీ, అదే వారితో పాటు మా జయేష్ రంజన్ గారు కూడా ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్లో ఉంటే చాలా బాగా చేసేవారు, ఆయనకు కూడా, అదేవిధంగా మా విష్ణు గారికి, ఇంకా పేరు పేరున అందరికీ, ఇక్కడ ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్పంచుకున్న అందరికీ కూడా పేరు పేరున హృదయపూర్వకంగా మీ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, I sincerely thank all of you for joining us, and I sincerely hope that this partnership will continue, and I sincerely hope that we will not leave this fine model that we have latched on to. We'll continue to grow and become partners in future as well. Thank you. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We request Honorable Minister and the dignitaries to kindly stay back on the stage. We have 6 more members from our industries that we would like to felicitate, who have given their invaluable contribution towards the growth of the state. I'd like to invite on stage Srimati Komal Baldwa from Valeria Essentials to please join on the stage. Can we increase the volume, please? Sorry, sir.
I thank our Honorable Minister Sri N.T. Ramarao Garu, Sri K.T. Ramarao Garu for being a dynamic leader, and under his able leadership, the state of Telangana has achieved great heights in IT sector as well as industry sector. And with his vision, the department is moving ahead, and we are ensuring that we take the state to the greater heights under his able leadership. And I thank our Principal Secretary Sri Jayesh Ranjan Sar Garu for his multitasking and developing ecosystem for the IT sector as well as industry sector. And we also thank our Secretary Textiles, Sri Buddha Prakash Garu, for implementing the T-TAP as well as the textile policy and the Batkamba Sari scheme. I thank all the 6 chairmen of the corporations, Sri Chinta Prabhakar Garu, Chairman of Handloom Development Corporation, Guduru Praveen Garu, State Provision Corporation, State Powerloom Textiles Corporation, Sri Sampath Kumar Gupta Garu, State Handicrafts Development Corporation, Sri Balamallu Garu, Chairman TSIIC, and also I thank Mohammad Yusuf Jahed, Chairman KVIP. With these few words, I thank each and every person for gracing this occasion, and thank the media as well as press for covering this event in a beautiful manner. And I thank all our industry fraternity as well as our officials from industries, IT and textiles department for making this event a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusion of this event, on behalf of the Department of Industries and Commerce, ITE&C, Government of Telangana, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Let us continue to push the boundaries of progress and continue to write the remarkable chapters of Telangana's growth story. Thank you all and have a wonderful evening ahead. Irani Chai will be waiting for all of you.
Here filling in for Jim. Hello again, Jared.
Hello again, Marjorie. Great to be with you.
Nice to see you. I should say we're here on Tuesdays and we're here on Fridays as well. So we are just days into the shutdown of the Orange Line, for which the City of Boston and the MBTA established new transit hubs and spent $37 million to coordinate shuttle buses in an effort to ensure disruptions are as minimal as possible. So we want to hear from you. Are they?
You seem skeptical.
Aside from the lone shuttle bus that got lost yesterday, oh well. According to the Boston Globe, is everything running smoothly? Are you finding your commute now utterly unreliable? Finding solace only in the meme pages that are satirizing our desolate shared experience, like the Boston Accent page, which reads, "Miss riding the Orange Line? Here's how to start a fire in your own car." We're going to take your calls, transit stories, traffic stories, because traffic has been impacted. 877-301-8970, 877-301-8970. That is the number to call us or text us, 877-301-8970. You can also tweet us at Boss Public Radio. So how was your experience today, Jared?
Well, the last 2 days, it was totally fine. So I run in the city in the morning, I ran around, and it didn't look like anything was amiss.
Yeah.
I drove in 2 different ways because, of course, today we're coming to the library.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be any problems. I'm reminded of, remember a few years ago when there was Carmageddon, quote-unquote Carmageddon, because they were reducing the number of lanes on the Mass Pike in Boston, and everybody freaked out about it. And I think that's part of what happened here. But we also have to remember, these are the very 2 quiet weeks in the city anyway, in addition to the holidays, when people are still away, people are not back in school yet, and so the city is kind of quiet. So I think the day to dread is the day after Labor Day.
Oh, good.
When everybody is
something to look forward to.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are some great, our colleague here, morning show, Jeremy in Paris. Here's Jeremy Siegel's great little tweet on this. So, there's going to be shuttle buses, but they're not going to stop at every stop. And you should probably take the commuter rail if you can. But there's also going to be blue bikes for free. But I don't know if you'll be able to find a blue bike. So you should probably drive, but just don't drive. He was talking about the various solutions people have to this whole thing. And I love some of these stories in the Globe about somebody that took the commuter rail for the first time. And she's some woman from Jamaica Plain. I think she was a nurse from Jamaica Plain. She said, well, it wasn't that bad. So she thought it was much worse. And I guess the thing is it going to be done in time? You know, is it going to be done in time? And are the fixes going to be fixed? And this is a prelude to as we've talked about before, the Green Line is already delayed in some sections, shut down in some sections. Is it going to be the Orange Line, then the Red Line, then the Blue Line, and then the Green Line again and again and again? So if you have any stories, if you have any experiences, if you thought the traffic was bad, if the shuttle buses were blocking your way, apparently some of the shuttle bus drivers forgot to announce the stops on the shuttle bus. Did you see that?
Well, I mean, dude, let's give them a little bit of a break, right? There's a lot to remember. You're trying to navigate the streets, which apparently they might not know because, as you mentioned, there was that one shuttle bus that kind of got lost because it made a wrong turn. But these are coach buses for the most part. So
they're nice.
There is a bit of a luxury ride now happening.
Can't you recharge your phone on those buses, I think? And they have those big cushiony seats. They're very nice.
They do, but...
they're kind of better than the regular MBTA buses, right?
No wait service on the buses, though.
Oh, no wait.
Just like the Orange Line, no wait service.
No wait service in the buses.
Yeah, so I think obviously there's tremendous scrutiny, and they know they have to get this done. And as somebody pointed out, this is a private sector approach to public infrastructure. So that's helpful that there is this intensity to it. I mean, they did say this morning that they're still on track, which you hope they would be after 2 days. But so let's hope that they can carry this forward. But we know if they don't, there are reasons this needs to get done now, primarily for safety.
You know, they had this kind of funny thing about there's no stops right around Tufts, Chinatown. There's been some upset about that. I guess they may rearrange some things, so there were ways to get there. But they were talking about the people coming in. These are Globe stories talking about the people coming into Tufts Medical Center. You know, they're like doing that fast walk. You know, you should see at the Olympics, the people who are really walking fast to get to Tufts, and the people that were actually running from downtown crossing to get to Tufts. And I think there's been a lot of confusion. Some guy from Harvard Graduate School of Design, he redesigned the MBTA's map because he thought it was going to be, he said he knows the transit system like the back of his hand. This guy's name was Alex Cox. He revamped the MBTA map of alternative routes to make it easier for people to get to town. And his map, I think, in most people's estimation, looked better than the MBTA's map. This kind of reminded me of when, remember during the vaccination?
Exactly, yes.
The story of the
it was a mom, right? Who
home on maternity leave, who organized, was it the vaccination call-in, the COVID vaccination hotline?
It was helping people schedule. That's exactly what it was.
Helping people schedule. So you have the entire state of Massachusetts is on top of, trying to help people schedule their vaccines. You have some mom home maternity leave. Between nursing the baby and changing the diapers, she put together the schedules. It does show, I think, that, it shows what the T is showing, that our systems are antiquated, our computers are antiquated. We are not keeping up to speed in the state of Massachusetts the way we should. So what do you guys think about this? 877-301-8970 is the number at which you can call us and text us and tell us if you had any impact, if you felt any impact at all, if you are not somebody who takes the Orange Line, if you're coming in, south through Somerville on 93 South, are you coming north on 93 North, are you coming in on the Mass Pike? Have you had any problems? If you're coming in, I guess the worst impact would be from where you come from, right? From Dorchester? No, you don't come from Dorchester anymore.
No, I moved.
It would be the Jamaica Way. Wouldn't it be the worst impact of people coming in the Jamaica Way? Because the Orange Line runs along there, right?
Well, it runs basically through the core of the city, from one end to the other. If you're looking, as Somerville Assembly Square all the way through Back Bay and on. So I think that's why it does affect everything. I think one of the great things about this, though, is it is forcing people to think differently and finding different solutions. And one of the most exciting things, and maybe I say this because I'm a recent convert, is to blue bikes. And
blue bikes.
And the tens of thousands of people, I think, are already signing up. And so it'll make the city think differently about bike infrastructure. I think Mayor Wu has already been doing that and creating more bike lanes and trying to push people in that realm. We saw her commute to work on her bike recently, along with a bunch of other
Well, that's the advantage
cyclists.
of being a 36, 37-year-old mayor. I mean, she's in great shape. Mayor Wu is in great shape, I would think.
Biking will put you in even better shape.
John from Marblehead, you are first on the How Bad Is It Out There Without the Orange Line show. Thank you for calling.
Hi, John.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm a retired construction supervisor.
Yeah.
And I worked in both private and public sector. And the point that was made just earlier that they're approaching this as a private sector job is right on. And we should give these guys every chance we can to meet their schedule and do what they do.
John, does that mean you have a little less faith in the MBTA's public sector abilities to fix itself? Is that what you're telling me? You're not the only one, John.
No. And I definitely agree, but this is a nice change. And I think part of it has to go to our governor for taking that approach.
When you say private sector approach, John, what do you mean?
Well, as opposed to, people that want to make money in construction.
Yeah.
The Fishes and the Boston Properties, and they're used to putting out a large amount of money, but getting it done on time.
Yeah.
Well managed, and a great product. And I do believe that might be missing a bit in the last 50 or 100 years of public work.
Okay. John, that is an excellent point. Thank you very much for the call. I remember the one thing that was done, and I always am proud of this because the guy was from Somerset, which is a suburb of Fall River, which is where I grew up, and I knew the family. Bob Tierney, I think that was the father's name. He was an engineer kind of guy, and he was the guy that was in charge of, there was a construction project from, I don't know, maybe from like Dorchester into the tunnel. They did 93 North. And there was going to be a $10,000 a day fine to the contractor for every day that they were late. And guess what happened?
It got delivered on time.
It got delivered on time. Yeah, that is unusual around here. We are a little late on a lot of projects, and people perhaps think that perhaps the upkeep of the MBTA tracks and cars and air conditioning systems and electrical equipment has not been maybe where it should be?
No, and that's why they're acknowledging they're literally in 30 days are doing 5 years of work, again, by taking this private sector approach to public facilities. Because it's so funny, because right before this happened, I had heard secondhand a conversation from some tea workers who were saying it was impossible to get this work done. There was no way in the few hours in the middle of the night when the tea is not running that they could do this. So this had to happen, and let's just hope that
maybe those tea workers,
time.
maybe they don't have the right attitude, Jared. I mean, maybe they have that MBTA kind of entrenched attitude about things. Kayleen from Denver, hi.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. What do you think?
I don't live in the city anymore. I did for about 6 years, lived in Jamaica Plain and took the Orange Line to work every day.
Yeah.
I think that I might be in the minority here, and I agree with you both, on the point, which is that this is finally a drastic solution to a drastic problem that in however many years has been attempted to fix with Band-Aid solutions.
Yeah.
So while for 30 days it is a major interruption, I sort of look forward to, what it's going to look like when I get back to the city or in 30 days from now, to finally, hopefully have less interruptions, less maintenance interruptions, and more consistent service. That maybe this is an approach that has to happen for all the different lines in order to have some real serious progress be made to a pretty plagued issue in our public transportation system.
Thank you very much for the call. We're all hoping for the best. Are we not hoping for the best? We're hoping it's all wrapped up in 30 days and the Orange Line is shining and we get the trains that have been stuck over in China that we're supposed to get here, and that we hope that when they get here, they run. That's been a problem. Yeah. That's been a problem too.
I'm not sure we can have a level of optimism about that one, given the precedent for that.
But Jim always says, and it's a very good point, that one of the problems for politicians is that this is why it's so weird that Biden goes and does this jiggering around in the so-called IRA, Inflation Reduction Act. Whether it's really going to reduce inflation is questionable. But on the prescription drugs, we're not going to feel most of those effects until 2026, which is after the 2024 elections. Yep. It's kind of, you would think it would have been a better idea to hurry things up so people would have felt those things before the election of the next president of the United States. And that's one of the problems with the T. To spend all that money on a project that's going to take you so many years, you'll be out of office by the time the product gets finished, so the benefits don't accrue to you. So politicians are not really anxious to try to spend a lot of money for something that the person that follows them is going to get credit for. You know what I mean?
It's not the incentive, yeah. And frankly, I think until recently, we haven't really seen a lot of politicians using the T and really familiarizing themselves with the whole public transit system. But now they know, and it's more than just a photo op every now and again. Again, looking back at Mayor Michelle Wu, who from the day she took office.
That's right.
This was supposed to be a core of what she did because she wanted to be aware.
Well, you remember what Charlie Baker said? I think he was sorry he said it after he said it about riding the T. Called it virtue signaling.
Oh, ooh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. A little tough.
Yeah, that was not a good one. Ted from Rhode Island, what do you think?
Hey, Marjorie. I'm calling to give the perspective of a Rhode Islander here.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of your show, and it was occurring to me as I was listening, running some errands, riding through Providence, where in my 25 years living here in Rhode Island, my whole life, I can't really remember a time where we haven't been working on the 95 interstate as it passes through downtown Providence. It's this huge mess visually, and it's always traffic backup. So from my perspective down here, it's mind-boggling to hear how much work is going on the T and in the public transit system up in Boston in such a short amount of time. So just kind of sharing a different perspective as someone who's witnessed, as it's been discussed, some pretty slow and unimpressive public construction work. This is like crazy to listen to, as I've been listening to it on the show for a couple of weeks now. You guys have been prepping for this and the start of this now. Wow.
You don't have any. There's no subway system in Providence at all, right? It's all buses.
There's not.
Yeah.
Interestingly, they've just started a project to put in a commuter rail into Pawtucket and I think Woonsocket as well. So Rhode Island, they're trying to get public transit up into Massachusetts, but that project's just starting, and we'll see how long it takes. It certainly won't be 30 days from now that's done.
Well, no, and what Marjorie was talking about earlier, that the whole incentivizing by fines if you don't have it done in time. I think that was part of the bridge implementation plan they did on 93 a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was rapid
That's right.
installation
Rapid
of bridges,
installation.
and it all worked. There
Yep.
weren't accidents. They got everything done either on or even ahead of schedule,
Yep.
and I think that was part of the process. So it can be done, but it has to be. There has to be forethought. We have a question here from somebody here at the Boston Public
Very
Library.
exciting.
Her name is May from Roslindale.
Hi, May from
Who takes the
Roslindale.
orange line, is this right?
Hi, yes. I live at Forest Hills, the May from Rosendale, and rely on the Orange Line to get around the city. Today, I took the commuter rail with my 2 children, and it was great. So I'm really appreciative of the city making the commuter rail free. And I think increasing commuter rail access and making it more possible would really help alleviate some of the pressures in general on the transit system. And I'm also really eager to see more investment in our system. I believe that we are seeing the need for this shutdown because of so many years of not enough investment in such an important part of our city. When I learned that 100,000 people ride the Orange Line every day, I was blown away. So I'm appreciative. I think the city is handling it well, and I hope that there'll be more investment in the future so that so many more people can take advantage of the system.
Now, May from Roslindale, I have a question for you. The complaint we always hear about the commuter rail, besides the fact that it doesn't run on time, besides the fact there's not enough of them, besides the fact that it shuts down for most of the weekend, is the bathrooms. You said you had 2 children. Did you happen to go to the bathroom? The kids go to the bathroom. Can you give us an updated report on the condition of the bathrooms on the commuter rail?
I wish I could. We didn't need the bathroom.
Okay.
I don't. I would say it's one of the things about taking the commuter rail for this trip. It was short.
Okay.
And so we didn't need that.
Okay.
And my one question for you is you knew how to do it, and there were people there to navigate, so there wasn't confusion?
Yeah, actually, I generally know how to do it, but I was very appreciative that there were a couple people standing outside the entrance to the commuter rail at Forest Hills and a lot of really good signage that just made it easier to navigate.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much.
I hope our texting is working. I haven't gotten any text, so I'm a little suspicious, but somebody could check and see if the text is actually working. So I'll give the number again, but I haven't gotten one text. Somebody must have texted us about the Orange Line. You got any texts?
Well, I'm looking as we speak. You're just reminding me.
877-301-8970. Did I get the number right? Yeah, 877-301-8970 is the call number and the text number. Someone please text me, because I'm really dying for someone to text me from riding the Orange Line, perhaps, on the way in. Max in the car. Thank you for calling.
Hey, good morning. So I was just driving through Jamaica Plain. I live in Dorchester, so this is the first chance I've had to do it. And I was around like Stony Brook and Jackson Square. I didn't realize how much they were going to be changing the traffic patterns, but they seem to be doing a pretty good job of it. They've cut down, or they've closed a couple of roads for the shuttle buses. But around Jackson Square, there were these 2 traffic cops that seemed to be working together to direct traffic. And they seemed to not really be on the same page, because one of them was directing pedestrians to cross the street while the other was directing traffic to hit the pedestrians. But thankfully, the driver and the pedestrians were paying a little bit more attention than the traffic cops, and nothing bad happened. So at least from Jackson Square, no casualties to report so far today.
That's good to hear. Actually, I will tell you, I observed some of the same this morning when I was running, that they were more mindful of the cars passing than they were of pedestrians. So hopefully that'll be worked out. But we runners and pedestrians are a careful lot.
Okay, my texts are working now, and I'm so glad they are, because listen to this from Jill from Watertown. She says, I love you, Marjorie, but you're being way too polite. Maintenance on the T sucks.
Oh.
And this is not the fault of T workers, but the fault of everyone on Beacon Hill for under-budgeting for years, and also as constituents for not demanding that repairs and maintenance be funded and done in a steady, ongoing manner. Thank you very much for that. Benjamin Brighton says, don't fall for the photo ops and glad handling, even if the shuttle service is a success. This is a decades-long failure of leadership and administration. We shut down a subway line and almost half of another. You can't burn down the barn and congratulate yourself for getting the horses out. excellent point from Benjamin in Brighton. By the way, Maura Healey, who is running for governor, you may have heard that, she wants to get rid of all the leadership of the T. She basically says, that's it, they're out. That's right.
And haven't we seen this in the most recent reports that the structure, the organizational structure, let alone the financial structure of the MBTA isn't quite working because we haven't had people monitoring the safety issues and whatnot. So yeah, that's part of her platform now is to restructure.
Yeah, she thinks they need a safety chief. I think that is a very good point. They need a safety chief.
Yeah.
But the thing about the MBTA leadership, I don't know, Steve Poftek, I think we've invited him on a bunch of times. He's never come. But I do know that when things happen, like there's a fire and someone jumps into the Mystic, or there's a train with no driver, or people are climbing up ladders to get off the train.
It's a triathlon. It's a triathlon. It's not a commute. It's a triathlon.
Exactly. And he won't talk about it. He won't tell people about these things. I mean, the TV stations, the Globe, the Herald, they call up, and there's a no comment kind of thing.
Or, as we saw in some Globe and others reporting, there is a delayed reaction or a diversion reaction so that we're not getting the entire truth immediately.
That's
which
right.
is also very problematic.
They're very sneaky over there at the MBTA, Jared. Very sneaky.
Let's go to Corrine in Salem. Hi, Corrine.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I work in Back Bay, and I commute in from Salem in the car, and the traffic is an absolute nightmare over there. They took away they added in temporary bike lanes, they added in bus lanes, so the streets are down to one lane. It's unclear. There's all orange cones and horses, like those wooden horses. Unclear where you're supposed to turn to take corners. And on the corner of Columbus and Dartmouth, where you would take a right to go towards Copley, all of a sudden there's a big do not enter sign that just appeared.
Wow.
Yeah, they kind of did all that around the weekend.
Yeah, last night there was a cop there directing traffic, but he wasn't really directing traffic. He was talking to somebody else, and cars were turning down the street that said do not enter, and it was so confusing. In addition to that area, that Raffles Hotel is being built, and so traffic is already a mess there. And I'm just worried about what happens after Labor Day, trying to drive into work, because right now a lot of people are on vacation.
That's a very good point. That was Jared's point. Corrine, that was a very depressing call. Harbinger of things to come, I should say. One of the emailers says the Funghua bus was better run than the NBTA. Now, remember the Funghua bus? That was the bus. One time, there was a bus that would go from Chinatown to New York City, right? And it was always pulled over for, knocking down barriers at the turnpike. And
some careening going on.
Flying down the highway. I think it cost $9 or something. One time, people were actually cooking chickens in the back of the Funghua bus on the way to New York City. But one time, this person that was in the front of the bus, sitting right behind the driver, called us from the bus to announce that they had called 911 because the bus was going 85 miles an hour and they were having a nervous breakdown. She called from the bus. We were waiting to hear the sirens coming up behind the Funghua bus. I don't believe they're doing business anymore. They've changed the name anyway.
No, they're different. I used to take it when I was a college student. Well, when I was a college student, and $10 to get to New York. And, it was just a bonus that it was like a video game ride going 90 miles an hour down to New York.
Were you traumatized and frightened on the Funghua bus?
No, I thought it was super fun. I didn't know any better at the time. All right, we're continuing to take your calls on the T shutdown, the Orange Line shutdown. Stick around. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH.
Multiple shutdowns on the MBTA.
How am I going to commute from Roxbury to Dedham?
Like the last couple of days, I've already had to take $40 Ubers to get to work. So yeah, it's not great.
Will the repairs make our public transit more reliable?
We ask people to be patient for the next 30 days as the T does 5 years worth of work.
From GBH News, 30 days to save the T. Follow all the updates at gbhnews.org.
Support for GBH comes from you and Shriners Children's Boston. Accidents happen, and when those accidents involve a burn injury of any size, Shriners Children's Boston is the place to turn for any burn. Shriners Children's Boston, the most amazing care anywhere. And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. We're talking about the fateful month that awaits us now of the Orange Line being shut down. We want to know it's day 2, shut down Friday night. Well, it's day 2 of the commute, I guess I should say. Shut down on Friday night. Going to reopen September 19th. Supposedly, a lot of skepticism from the texters about that. We want to know what you think. How's it going? How is traffic? If you took the shuttle buses, how'd that go? Commuter rail, how'd that go? Maybe you ambitiously biked in, like the very fit Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. Give us a call or text us at 877-301-8970 or tweet us at Boss Public Radio. People are taking over-under bets among the texters about how much over 30 days this is absolutely going to run. Here's Robert from Arlington. He says, this is like my trying to get 5.5 years of sex from my wife in 30 days. Like everything else in Boston, it ain't gonna happen.
Okay, in the category of TMI, let's going back to bicycles. There's a texter who says bicycle advocates are using this moment to encourage their alternative mode of transportation. Many of them do not practice what they preach and operate as if the established rules of the road do not apply to them. And so it's time for the Commonwealth to require these cyclists to maintain registration and liability insurance.
There's a lot of hostility between drivers and bicycles, I think, in general, and pedestrians in general. Yeah, there's a big matter. We're going to talk later about how our accident rates are going through the roof in the United States of America while they're coming down in Canada because of different rules. I have someone that just texted me to the defense of the bathrooms on the commuter rail. This person claims they are fine and clean, and they have very large hooks for coats and bags. So there you go. Maybe I've been premature in criticizing them. And the one of the things we always get asked about is the big dig, putting a large dent in the ability to fund the MBTA projects for the last 20 years. You know, I'm not sure about that, but I do know that that was one of the things that people complained about during the building of the big dig, that they were taking money away from the MBTA. But as I said before, the MBTA has been very secretive. They have a very secretive pension they didn't want people to know about. They had that for years. You could work at the MBTA for 23 years and leave with a pension. And at one point, they were paying more out in pensions than they were in salaries. Governor Deval Patrick put an end to that, but it was only for people hired after 2009, because you couldn't, shaft people out of their pension when they've been there for 30 years. So it still has a lot of pension payout going on at the MBTA, and I don't know what their health benefits are, but that's a lot of the problem too, the employee costs there.
Well, former Transportation Secretary Jim Aloisi will be on the show a little bit later. We can ask him about that. Regardless, this is all changing, though, now with the money that's coming our way from the federal government. And as you mentioned earlier, candidate for governor Maura Healey's part of her platform is all about transparency. Yeah. Why are you laughing over there?
Because one of our staff members wants to know who said the text about the commuter bathrooms not being disgusting. Must have been Steve Poftak, who runs the MBTA. Well, I don't really know, because people don't sign their texts. It could be from anybody. We don't have their phone numbers either. Let's go to Leah in Rhode Island. What do you think, Leah?
Hi, Leah.
How you doing? So I do not commute in on any of these things, but I drive a duck boat in Boston.
Oh my gosh!
And, yeah, we've been driving around with these guys. Well, we started on Friday. They actually kind of cut off some of our routes around Dartmouth Ave and a couple other spots that we weren't supposed to be able to do, and then they opened it back up for buses. But I was kind of surprised, considering a lot of these shuttle bus drivers aren't even from Boston, but they actually were pretty good. And we have to go around and around and around these guys all day long, right? Constantly looping around the same, we do the same things every day. And I was really surprised that it wasn't bad. And I worked Monday, the first day that they did during the week, and it still wasn't bad.
Well, that's
maybe
upbeat.
It's professional drivers. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's because they're professional drivers. I don't know. We have a lot of guys who do both that in the duck boat. So I was kind of surprised it really wasn't bad. We got through our tours pretty easily. Now, whether that's going to get worse when the college kids come back, I don't know.
Yeah, I just imagine the Boston Herald headline, "My 19-hour buck-to-duck boat ride."
Right,
driven by yours.
Yeah, we don't ever want to hear that. That would not be something that we would ever want to hear. But, I mean, it really was surprising. I got through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And we kept thinking it was going to be a horror show, and it really wasn't.
Leah,
I mean, I have to say we have to reroute because of some of the streets that are blocked off, like the old State House. Hello, that's only one of the most important things in Boston historically, and we can't see it.
You really have a difficult job navigating those corners and those great big huge duck boats, Leah. I don't envy that job. It's nerve-wracking, I would imagine, right?
Well, now we have drivers and narrators. We don't do them both anymore.
Yeah.
We used to talk and drive. We don't do that anymore. So it's really not bad. You're supposed to concentrate anyway. Your job is to drive. You drive. You drive. It's Boston. Deal with it. It's our job. You know?
Exactly.
I mean, it is. It's our job. It's what we're supposed to do. So yeah, I actually like driving. I kind of enjoy it. Maybe it's a challenge. I don't know, but. Yeah.
Leah, thank you for the call. I'm getting a lot of criticism that I'm being too negative about this whole thing, that I want it to fail. I don't really want it to fail.
Well, I don't think so, but
I'd like a few fiascos between now and
I think you're being fair, because as I say, I think after Labor Day, we're going to be having a different conversation about this.
Oh, here's one. Here's a proverbial one that always drives people crazy. I don't know why they have to pay to have so many police officers standing around at the crosswalks. I saw 4 of them today by Green Street telling me how to cross the street. I know how to cross the streets. That's an opportunity. This must be a great opportunity for overtime, right? For the Boston PD, don't you think?
Yeah,
Would you imagine?
Of overtime. Here's Dave from JP. I take the Orange Line to Green Line to work when I go in twice a week. My biggest concern with this timeline, this is a great point, is if they have any plans to test the trains extensively before this 30-day period is up. I would hate to see trains back on fire or derailing, a.k.a. the triathlon, because the speed of the work missed a couple steps.
Here's Jean from Derry, New Hampshire. I haven't had any issues. Then again, I live in Derry, New Hampshire. Yeah. Okay, we got a couple more minutes to talk about the MBTA before we move on to Anna DeVere Smith. But the deal is, it's shut down on Friday night at 9 o'clock, the Orange Line, that is. It's going to be shut down till September 19th. A couple of people are asking how it is that they can do 5 years of work in 30 days. That's a good point. How can they do 5 years of work in 30 days? I guess because they're going to be working 24/7. Is that it?
Yeah, and as I was saying, from what I had heard, previously they only had a few hours, and again, we were joking about it, but it's in the middle of the night, so you had these very narrow windows in which you could work on the tracks, work on the infrastructure. I mean, they're doing so much between the trains, the tracks, the stations themselves, so you don't have roofs falling down on people.
Paul from Worcester is wondering why we haven't seen the equivalent of storming the beach of the Normandy invasion by hundreds of thousands of workers. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, did you see this mad influx of tea workers in the station near the Orange Line? I was not in that area this morning.
I haven't seen anything either, but I haven't been near them.
They're keeping a low profile. They don't want us to know who they are.
Going back to the memes, that was one of my favorites from Megan Johnson, who's so funny. I do think it's funny how we talk about the Orange Line like it's going off to war.
Oh yeah. Oh, there were a couple of other good ones too. Here's one from Jeff. This is something called the Boston accent. He says, Orange Line on the T about to shut down for a month, and our readers are like, you might want to go stay at your house on the Cape for a while. Yeah. And then they had one that somebody was mad at Governor Baker. I think they were tweeting this to Governor Baker. Advice for responding to the poorly planned transportation meltdown of the T, and they have a picture of a nice limousine, and it says, have your driver pick you up early. Baker took some grief for coming in, but they all do that. They all, I mean, the mayor, the governor, they all have drivers, and Charlie Baker comes in from Swampscott.
And the mayor still does, we should point that out.
Yep.
She may be commuting on the commuter rail or whatever, or biking, but she also has a driver too. Let's go to Tom calling from the car. Hi, Tom.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How's it going with you? What do you think?
Good. Well, my girlfriend runs a farm co-op on the North Shore, and they were short a driver and asked if I could drive into Charlestown to get, like, I don't know, I've got like 100 flats of blueberries in the back of my Highlander. And I woke up this morning with panic, being like, oh my God, I should leave like 2 hours early. But I gotta say, I'm like now on my way back on Storrow Drive, and it was a breeze driving through town.
So what do we conclude, Tom? That this is just all an overblown... what do you think?
Well, I guess, first of all, Marjorie, the only thing we can conclude is based on observations and people's actual experiences, right?
Yeah.
So who's having a really hard time, who's not having a hard time at all? Who finds it easier? Who finds it more difficult? I don't know. I can only say, like, literally, I woke up this morning saying to myself, oh, by the way, I should say I was supposed to pick up the blueberries at the Whole Foods in Charlestown, and the driver was late, so I had to drive to JP.
Oh, my God.
Which was a bit of an ordeal.
Yeah.
But
well,
and
Tom,
then I am cruising home. Easy peasy.
Tom, you got to do what you got to do to get those blueberries. There's no question about it. Thank you very much for the call. You know what I loved? This other meme, too, from the Boston accent, from talking about, I guess these Halloween stores pop up all over the place, right?
Yes,
right before.
I love that one.
Right before Halloween. So they got this great picture of the Orange Line train. And it says, the Orange Line has only been closed for 2 hours. And there's already Halloween stores. And there they got the picture of the T train with the Halloween store logo on the outside.
All right, well, we'll be continuing this, won't we, over the next few weeks. We'll be checking back in on the T's progress. But for now, coming up next is actor and playwright Anna Devere Smith. She's joining us, and you are listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH.
Santa Barbara do Oeste in Brazil is known for one thing above all, its annual Confederate Festival, honoring Southern ancestors from the U.S. Civil War. That tradition might soon end.
Somos país racista.
We are a racist country and we need to evolve, says City Councilor Esther Moraes. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you. And Walden Local Meat, 100% grass-fed and pasture-raised beef, pork, and chicken from local farms, hand-delivered to your door, committed to supporting a better food system. Membership options and more at waldenlocalmeat.com. And Cohen Media Group, presenting The Good Boss, a workplace comedy starring Javier Bardem as a business owner who will stop at nothing to earn a Local Business Excellence Award. Only in theaters this Friday. More at cohenmedia.net.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library as we do every Tuesday and every Friday. We are also streaming online at youtube.com/GBH News. We are waiting. We're having some technical difficulties for Anna Devere Smith, the famed playwright, actor, who's got a new play, well, kind of not a new play, but a revised edition of a different play at the American Repertory Theater in Cambridge coming up. But she's not here yet, so we're going to talk a little bit more with you guys about the tea, if you have anything you'd like to add at 877-301-8970. And Jared, in just anticipation of her coming, because even if she does come, it's going to be short, before we go back to the problems at the tea, the problems commuting, the problems getting in, just in case we miss her entirely, tell us what it is she's doing at the ART.
Yeah, so people, well, first of all, television audiences might know Anna Devere Smith from Nurse Jackie. She was hilarious on that show, or The West Wing. But really, her primary thrust and focus and love and passion is the theater. And what she's done, going back to plays like Twilight, which is being resurrected, this is a play about what Los Angeles was like after the acquittal of the officers charged with beating Rodney King. And what Anna Devere Smith does is not unlike what you and I do, Marjorie. She goes and she interviews hundreds of people, and she studies them, and she gets their mannerisms down, she gets their speech and their dialect down, and she compiles all of these interviews, and then she constructs plays out of them. And typically, she's actually the one who performs them herself, and it is mesmerizing to watch her as she goes in and out of character with the enunciation and the pronunciation and the little character traits that people have, the gestures in terms of how they perform. She is such a gifted actor, and so she puts them all together and presents these one-woman shows. However, as she goes back and looks at this period, she has revised her play Twilight, again looking at what are described as the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles, based, again, what happened to him there. But this time it'll be presented by a series of actors at the American Repertory Theater, and it's going to open, I believe, next week.
Well, we're hoping we're going to get her before the noontime hour, but between now and then, and if we do get her, we'll go right to her. But if we don't get her, apparently she's having technical difficulties wherever she's located, we're going to keep talking about the MBTA, basically so we have nothing else to talk about between now and noon. So I'll give you the number one more time. You can text us or call us at it's 877-301-8970. You can tweet us at Boss Public Radio. If you have been unaware of what's going on around here, if you've been living under a rock, you've been on vacation, back in Boston just in time for the Orange Line to shut down. It shut down Friday night at 9 o'clock. It is going to reopen. It's going to be shut down completely for this massive, speedy, we hope, project to fix what ails the Orange Line, which will reopen sparkling and functioning on September 19th. It caused great consternation around the city because 100,000 people ride the Orange Line to and fro work or jobs, and now they are resorting to other methods to get to work. They're on shuttle buses, which, one person, there was a story that said it took them 26 minutes to get 4 miles on the shuttle buses. They're not known for their speed, let's put it that way. Or you can bicycle if you are in great shape, or you're not afraid to bike. A lot of people, I am a little afraid to bike. We were just talking to a duck tour driver. Big trucks, big operations, it's very hard to see bicyclists.
Well, these are some of the issues, and some of the texters have noted this too. And again, I mentioned I'm a recent convert to the blue bikes, and there are some parts of the city where you have the isolated lanes and you feel very comfortable, and then randomly the lane ends and suddenly you find yourself with traffic. And yes, of course, you have to be exceptionally careful, especially now when you know that more people are being forced onto the roads with the buses, with cars, people who can no longer travel using the MBTA. So when I say I think that this is a good opportunity for us to rethink everything, hopefully coming out of this, the T will be stronger and more people will have faith in taking it, but also we'll learn how bike lanes and bikes can be vital in the city and how we need to reorchestrate them. But it sounds like we have Anna DeVere
that's
Smith.
Wonderful. We do have Anna DeVere Smith. That's great. She's with us now. We have some technical difficulties fixed. So let's introduce Anna DeVere Smith. As we said before, she's an actor and playwright. Her latest play, Twilight, Los Angeles, 1992, was at the American Repertory Theater through August 28th. You can get tickets.
Starting August 28th.
You can get tickets at AmericanRepertoryTheater.org. Thank you so much for being with you, Anna. We missed a little bit of you early, so we were talking about what you were going to do over there at the American Repertory Theater. But do tell us again about Twilight for those who may not know, and how you have reworked it and revisited it for 2022. And thank you, by the way, for getting through to us.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm in Europe with no plug, not the proper plug for my computer. And it dawned on me I could come to you guys through my phone, where I do have a plug here in my hotel. At any rate, well, thank you for having me. And, it's always a joy to be on WGBH, in large part because of my history at Harvard. It's where I wrote my first breakout piece, Fires in the Mirror, as what was called a Bunting Institute fellow back in the 90s, changed my life. And so it's always a joy to come back to the American Repertory Theater, where I'm now actually a member of the board. And, I was invited a couple years ago in the Signature Theater in New York City to bring back 2 of my works. One, Fires in the Mirror, which was done as a one-man show. It was originally a one-woman show. And with Twilight Los Angeles, to revise it, I asked to have 5 actors, and that's what we have, 5 wonderful actors who performed the show in New York. And I'm just so thrilled that Diane decided to bring it up to the ART, because the Boston and the Harvard audiences are among my favorite in America.
Well, and I am so curious what it's like to look at that time. You immersed yourself, of course, in what happened there in Los Angeles and all of the interviews that you did with people who were participants or who observed this or had things to say about it. But what is it to look at that time here in 2022, given what we've just been through and witnessed ourselves in the last couple of years?
Yes, indeed. Well, we were supposed to be on stage originally in 2020, and we were delayed because of COVID. But then, of course, 2020 also has marked world history with the murder of George Floyd. And so I think that, matters of race, and I went to Los Angeles after what some people call the uprising, some people call a riot, some people call the events in LA in the 90s. And I interviewed 320 people within the year of that riot. And, the themes that come up when we have racial uprising are themes that have plagued us forever, right? I mean, even in that riot, people thought about what had happened 30 years before that in terms of the Watts riots and the Kerner Commission report. And so here we are 30 years later, and what attracts our attention is a death in the case of George Floyd, in the case of Rodney King, a beating that we all saw on video. But then we also always look at how we are living in race and say, well, we have to change it. And the question is, do we? I hope that's something that the ART audience will want to think about and talk about, 2 years later. Is anything different in terms of the overall matters of how we live? And we say no justice, no peace. We say Black Lives Matter, but do they?
We're talking with Anna Deavere Smith. Her latest play, Twilight Los Angeles, 1992, opens at the American Repertory Theater August 28th. Here's a bit of sound from the Smithsonian's The Lost Tapes LA Riots.
LAPD has just told me that they have ordered all police helicopters and all LAPD cruisers out of this area. Okay, this is it. Terrible, terrible pictures. All this guy did was enter this area. That's his only crime.
Tell us what some of the people told you that has made it into your play about their experiences then, Anna.
Well, that cut that has made it into the play. That is a helicopter news person filming the beating of Reginald Denny, who was a white truck driver who was driving through South Central, and some people considered that the epicenter of the riot. He was actually driving through Reginald Denny to get what he told me was a pie, one of the pies that the black Muslims sold on the corners. And as he drove through, a group of youths pulled him out of the car and beat him, and it was caught on video. So that's represented. Certainly the beating of Rodney King is represented. As you may know, a man named George Holliday was actually out on his balcony testing out his new video camera. And that's how the world saw that footage of Rodney King being beaten by 4 police officers. It took a year before the police officers were actually in court. Everyone thought they would all go to jail, and they didn't. And that's what caused the burst of what we call a riot or an uprising. Also represented is what happened in the Korean American community that went back before the uprising to the killing of a young girl by a Korean grocer, a young girl named Latasha Harlan. So that the No Justice, No Peace really started after Latasha Harlan was shot, and the black community did not feel that Mrs. Sunjadu was appropriately punished for what, again, was seen on videotape. So, we have, I think the show runs for about 2 hours with an intermission. And out of the 320 people who I interviewed, I went all over town to try to get, I would say, a tapestry of how we were living at that time. in regard to police brutality. But President Obama famously, I think, said when Freddie Gray was beaten and then died in my hometown, Baltimore, if we think that we're going to solve these problems by focusing just on the police, well, we have another thought coming, that all of these, the police are one part of a larger problem about how we live. And so I would say that one of the things about Twilight is that people who come will see a kind of a tapestry of America at that moment. Whites, blacks, Latino people, Korean American people. And I always hope that when people come to the theater, they're already bringing ideas that they have about how we live and don't live well together. And that I think even though this is 30 years ago, again, it will have resonance right now.
Well, included in those people are people that audiences might not have sympathy for their viewpoints. And when we were talking about you before you arrived, and I was talking about your process, which is not unlike what Marjorie and I do here, you're a journalist of sorts, talking to people. Our job is to be as objective as possible. As coming in as a theater artist as you are, how do you weigh what you're hearing and who you'll include and how you weave that tapestry?
Well, I was trained first as an actor, and then I became a playwright and a interviewer, an Americanist, I guess is maybe the best way to describe who I am. We aren't objective because as actors, we're trained to love the character. And so when I'm sitting across from a person who I don't agree with, Charlton Heston would be an example, talked about, needing guns. My job is to fight any type of judgment I might have. That's the actor's imagination, right? If I'm going to portray Charlton Heston, I can't judge him. But probably the best example is Daryl Gates, who was the chief of police, who years later came over to me in a restaurant and said that his decision-making was the biggest mistake of his life. He said, it cost me my career, it cost me my health, it cost me my marriage. I talked to him 3 times. Now, whenever I would play the part of Daryl Gates, the audience would immediately start to sort of hiss and boo. Well, that wasn't my intention, right? The acting part of me has to go without judgment, which is, I would say, one step further than so-called objectivity. Now, Anna DeVere Smith has judgments about Daryl Gates and Charlton Heston, but the actor's body has to be given over with beyond objectivity with love.
We're sorry this was a shortened version, but we're very much looking forward to seeing you and Anna DeVere Smith. Thank you so much for joining us.
My great apologies to you.
No problem. Thank you.
Always great to see you and speak with you. Anna DeVere Smith is an actor and playwright. Her latest play, Twilight, Los Angeles, 1992, is at the American Repertory Theater, opening August 28th. You can get tickets at AmericanRepertoryTheater.org. Up next, we checked in with listeners about the Orange Line shutdown. Now we'll hear from the experts. Jim Aloisi and Stacey Thompson are up next. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues is up ahead with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio. Right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and the Worcester Art Museum, presenting Jewels of the Nile, where you can experience ancient Egypt in brilliant color through 300 pieces of jewelry displayed for the first time. Now on view. More at worcesterart.org. It's summer, and there's no better time to visit the island of St. Marie, where some guests seem to check out a little earlier than expected. The new season of Death in Paradise continues Wednesday at 8 on GBH 44.
He's Jim Braude.
And she's Marjorie Egan, and this is 89.7 WGBH, WGBH HD1 Boston, online at gbhnews.org. Boston's local NPR.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Ahead on Boston Public Radio, we're back on the rails in our second hour. Former Transportation Secretary Jim Aloisi will join us alongside Livable Streets Executive Director Stacey Thompson on the T, the alternatives, and how much do we really want driverless cars. Then it's Amari Parse Jeffries, Executive Director of King Boston. The Martin Luther King Memorial is being assembled elsewhere before it makes its way to Boston Common. He'll provide us with some much anticipated updates on how the embrace is coming together.
I'm Jared Bowen, in for Jim Browdy. After that, GBH News Special Projects Director Stephanie Leiden discusses the newsroom's Priced Out series, all about sky-high housing costs in the Commonwealth. And Angel Animal Medical Center's Dr. Virginia Sinnott-Stutzman returns for Ask the Vet. That's all ahead on Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Twitter's former head of cybersecurity turned whistleblower reportedly is accusing company executives of systematically misleading the federal government, users, and their own board violations of security and privacy in the interest of winning multi-million-dollar bonuses tied to daily user growth. Multiple news outlets are reporting details of a complaint in which Peter Zatko, once a famous hacker known as Mudge, claims senior management lied to federal regulators about security vulnerabilities that led to repeated security breaches, severe enough to pose a threat to national security. A Twitter spokesperson is reported saying Zatko was fired in January for ineffective leadership. The explosive revelations are surfacing as Twitter is locked in a legal battle with Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, who is attempting to pull out of his $44 billion deal to acquire Twitter. 2 men have been convicted of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020. Barry Croft and Adam Fox were found guilty today, 4 months after a federal judge declared a mistrial in that case. At that time, 2 other defendants were acquitted. Croft and Fox, said to be members of the Three Percenters militia group, were also convicted of plotting to use a weapon of mass destruction. Federal agents have arrested the former Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives and the man who was his chief of staff. Nina Cardona of member station WPLN reports they face 20 charges of theft, bribery, and conspiracy.
The U.S. Attorney for Nashville says Representative Glenn Cassida and Cade Cothran were indicted by a grand jury yesterday. The FBI arrested both men at their homes this morning. The indictment charges Cassida and Cothran with using a fake name to set up a company offering campaign services to other legislators. It alleges that they submitted sham invoices to the state, secretly funneled state money through the company's bank accounts, and engaged in bribery and kickback schemes. They are accused of stealing at least $51,000 from federally funded programs. If convicted, they could face up to 20 years in prison. For NPR News, I'm Nina Cardona in Nashville.
The day before Ukraine's Independence Day, the president of Poland is in Kyiv meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky. NPR's Alyssa Nadworny has more.
The Polish President Andrzej Duda has been to Ukraine 3 times since Russia invaded in late February. A strong ally of Ukraine, Poland is hosting about 6 million Ukrainians who have fled the war. In addition to talks with Zelensky, Duda is participating in a summit aimed at putting an end to Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea. His visit comes as U.S. intelligence agencies indicate Russia is likely to increase attacks on civilian infrastructure and government buildings in Ukraine in the coming days.
That's Alyssa Nadworny reporting. The Dow is down 156 points, or nearly 0.5%. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro in Brookline this Tuesday. Word from Amazon headquarters is that the company is about to close 5 warehouse sites here in Massachusetts. Delivery sites in Milford, Dedham, Everett, Randolph, and Mansfield will close as Amazon opens several other new delivery facilities across the state. Company spokeswoman says that employees who work at the 5 buildings that are closing will be offered jobs at nearby Amazon sites. No word on how many people will be impacted by the closures or when those sites will actually shut down. Massachusetts adopted new regulations to encourage more electric vehicles in a sweeping new climate bill passed earlier this summer, and now Vermont is getting ready to adopt similar regulations. Abigail Giles of the New England News Collaborative reports on the state looking for residents' feedback.
Decades ago, California won the power to regulate air pollution from cars, much more strictly than the federal government does. Almost 20 states, including New York and Massachusetts, have adopted California's regulations on automakers, and Vermont is about to join them. Starting in 2026, Vermont will require that a growing percentage of the new cars sold on dealership lots here be electric vehicles. By 2035, every new car sold in the state or registered here will have to be electric or powered by hydrogen. Similar rules will also apply to medium and heavy-duty trucks, but with a much longer timeline. The state is accepting public comment about how to make this transition work for residents through September 30th. For the New England News Collaborative, I'm Abigail Giles.
73 degrees in Boston, cloudy sky. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Mattress Firm. Whether browsing online or in one of their stores, Mattress Firm is committed to providing personalized service and advice to help people choose the right mattress for their needs. Learn more at mattressfirm.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming online at youtube.com/GBH News. We are here every Tuesday and every Friday. Jim Browdy has a day off. Executive Arts Editor here at GBH, Jared Bowen, is here again. Hello again, Jared.
Hello again, Marjorie.
Nice to see you, as always. Okay, so we talked about the Orange Line a little bit before. We're going to talk about it a little bit more right now. Many user guides, the Orange Line shut down. There are many of them, all with varying degrees of clarity. Take this shuttle bus, take that commuter rail train. Actually, just bike. Definitely don't drive. Or maybe you should drive. Or maybe you should just stay home and stay in bed. They don't really say that, but that's my little add-on. Anyway, joining us now are two transit experts to explain exactly what is happening, what to expect over the next few weeks. Jim Aloisi is a former transit secretary from Massachusetts and a member of the Transit Matters Board. Stacey Thompson is executive director of the Livable Streets Alliance. Jim and Stacey, welcome back and thank you for being here. Jim reminded me that I'm supposed to ask at the beginning of these segments, how'd you get here? So, how'd you get here?
I got here using the red line to the green line and then crossed the street and came into the library.
There you go. We are very close to the green line, the green line stop. How about you, Stacey? Did you bike?
I biked today, but I am an Orange Line rider, and I had planned to take the shuttle, but the rain held off, so I took the bike.
Okay.
Hey, Marjorie, when I was doing this with Chris Dempsey, we were the transit nerds, and now Stacey's here with the experts.
We're experts.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you're a little less nerdy now that Stacey's joined you. Yeah. So what'd you hear? What's the scuttlebutt from your various sources around the MBTA tunnels?
Yeah, so what I would say is for the rider experience, it's a little confusing, a little bumpy, but I would say better than expected. The first few days out, for the most part, and I am optimistic. I'm choosing to be optimistic. That's kind of all I can do right now. We are seeing MassDOT, MBTA, and municipal partners making adjustments. So when folks say, I was confused, there wasn't enough signage, there wasn't enough enforcement, I don't know what's going on, we're seeing changes real time the next day. And so I think that's good. I still think folks need to avoid driving at all costs. There was a crash on 93 today. That caused congestion. Folks went on roads, that mucked up things in Medford and Somerville and communities like that. And so I think we need to be watching out for those traffic peaks, what things are going to look like after Labor Day. But so far, we're okay. I don't know, Jim, if you've heard.
Well, let me interject my own pessimism here. And I don't mean to be a realist, is what I'll say, because Jim, I know you've lived in the city for a long time. Yeah, I've lived in the city for a long time, so you know the patterns of this city. And right now is a very quiet time anyway. And so I legitimately am concerned about what happens after Labor Day when everybody comes back to work. More people probably have to work in the office, and all of the college kids are back. So is this going to hold, do you think, into September when things get a little crunchy?
I really worry about it. I know the mayor has said that she worries about it, and I think for good reason. And I agree with you. I think we're fortunate. This is the traditional people like to get away right before Labor Day time, and so things are quieter, and it's good. But when Labor Day hits, and everyone's back in college and university, and all the Boston school kids are back, it's going to be a little bit of a different situation. There's a different psychology. I'm hoping for the best. I'm frankly expecting something less than that. It's a pretty drastic thing to do to a city and its people, to shut down a major subway line, right? And so I'm glad that they want to push work out. I'm a little concerned about getting a better handle on the metrics of what exactly we should expect when this is done. It's not as completely transparent to me, at least, as I would like it to be. But I agree. I think we're going to be in for a very different circumstance after Labor Day, and we need to be prepared for that. And Stacey's right. Don't drive into the city, but that doesn't mean don't come into the city.
Right. Yep.
And the mayor has done a really good job promoting commuter rail for people who can take that as an alternative into the city. And I'd like to amplify that. If you can take commuter rail, take it. And it's a good service. You'll like it. You'll come back for more.
Can we go back to that transparency notion for a moment? Because I think a lot of people do have questions about this. Number one, how can they do, as they keep describing, 5 years of work in just 30 days? Where did all the workers come from? We know there's already a labor shortage. How is this assembled so quickly in order to do this? So how will we get an understanding of how this has all gone down?
Yeah, so I'm going to sort of say that what I have answers for and then say what we don't know yet. So I think it feels confusing for folks to say 5 years doing it in a month, and we don't really have a full list of exactly everything we're doing, right? So Jim and I can't geek out and be like, well, this would normally take this much time. But the key difference here is that typically what the T has been doing is starting work after the last train wraps up and ending work before the next train runs. That leaves 2 hours, and you have setup and you have cleanup and all of this stuff. And so you just get inches, sometimes inches of work done night after night. That's what delays work for months and months and months when you're not really changing service. And I don't know exactly how we got from 1 month to 5 years, but I can say simply not having to bring folks in and out and do little bits of work here and there can save you an enormous amount of time. It can save you cost. I would like to see us maybe not shut down a system for an entire month, but we're going to have to take approaches like this, I think, on other lines as well, some sorts of shutdowns. But Jim, I know that you have the same questions about what is this work and what to be expecting at the end of this.
Yeah, I'm also... There's another way to do this, right? So it's not like it's only shut the whole thing down or only do nighttime work the way they've been doing it, right? You could shut the system down at 8 p.m. Now, that's not great for some people, but you could have a shuttle service that fits in, right? You could extend those windows and not shut the whole system down. If anyone's thinking that they're going to do this for the red line, they really need to think about a middle ground, in my judgment, and not shut the whole system down. The city needs to function. People need to get into the city, not just for work. People haven't noticed, we've got some of the best hospitals in the world here, and a lot of people take the T to them. A lot of the phlebotomist who takes your blood is probably coming on the T. They need, and this is the thing, even though it seems to have been okay, let's be really clear. The most vulnerable and the most essential workers who depend on the T are the ones who are being harmed every single day, right? And we need to do a better job of figuring out how to mitigate those harms. I give a lot of credit to Mayor Wu. She's got no control over anything the T does, and yet she has stepped up in a way that I think many of us find impressive, gratifying, and frankly, the T could not remotely be pulling this off without the kind of support that the city of Boston and Somerville and others have been offering them. I don't even know what it's costing.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about, shutting down portions of streets, like right here in front of the library, and the mayor being out yesterday, visibly taking commuter rail, taking her kids on commuter rail, looking at signage, getting into the weeds on things that she saw that would be the rider experience, right? I mean, that's an extraordinary thing. And so I think, as advocates, we're all generally really grateful for that leadership. We're lucky to have it, but we can't keep repeating these kinds of shutdowns, in my judgment, in the future. There needs to be a different way to do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you did wonder what was going on here, who was in charge when you found out that the bike path was shutting down next to the orange line at the exact same time they were shutting down the orange line. I thought, really, that was intelligently done. But this is a good opportunity. I was reading about this, the Boston Cyclists Union.
Yes.
I mean, for those people, and that would include myself, that have been kind of afraid to ride a bike because, I don't want to get hit by anything because we don't have enough bike lanes. I mean, this is an opportunity for people like me to get help.
Yes, and I just want to pick up on what Jim was saying about the tremendous work the city of Boston did, and also name that the municipalities on the northern side of this green line and orange line shutdown. Reminder, Somerville's getting hit on both lines right now. They, in addition to folks at MassDOT, have worked very closely with advocates to put safer bike infrastructure down as quickly as humanly possible, to put out routes that people can take for the first time. The Cyclist Union has been leading routes from either end to help people, first-time riders, and of course, the Blue Bike system is free. And I keep telling folks this is not just about commuting in and out of work. If you need to quickly run to the grocery store, if you're trying to meet your friend for dinner, and you're trying to meet both ways, they're in Cambridge, you live on the Orange Line, you're trying to get downtown, that's your moment to try a Blue Bike. It doesn't have to be every ride, and you can connect your bike to another line that's running right now, like the blue line, like the red line, like other parts of the green line. So we've seen just an enormous uptick almost overnight in Blue Bikes membership and cycling in the whole region.
And I will say that before you both arrived, I was being optimistic in the segment before.
We brought you down.
But I was pointing that out. And we should explain, for people who don't know, the Blue Bike system, there are hubs of bikes all across the city. And if you have a membership, even if you don't have a membership, you can go and pay and take a bike and use it for 45 minutes or perhaps longer and go to any number of other stations throughout the city, and it's just available for you. So you don't have to worry about maintaining a bike. You don't have to worry about storage. So I wonder, this is kind of, to me, the exciting part of this is the exploration that will happen in this month as people figure out there are other systems, there are other ways to navigate the city, like Blue Bikes, knowing that tens of thousands of people have already signed up for memberships. What's the opportunity there? Can that be leveraged, or will things just go back to normal after September 19th?
I'm hoping it'll be leveraged. I mean, one of the things that I've been hoping would happen as we come out of the pandemic is that we completely reimagine and redesign the urban streetscape. And the mayor, again, to her credit, has been pushing the envelope on that, right, with experiments in the downtown and in the neighborhoods. What we know coming out of the pandemic is more people want to be doing things outside. We know restaurants like to have more business, and more business comes when there's outside dining. We know that more and more people want to cycle. And so if this shutdown is an accelerant to a new movement that says there's one streetscape, it's finite, right? And we all have to share it. There's nothing written in the law that says only vehicles can use this, right? Then we'll have more dedicated bus lanes, protected and safe dedicated cycling lanes, more space for restaurants and people. I think that's what brings cities back stronger. On the future of transportation, which we all agreed to, but unfortunately they haven't done too much about, which is we need to move more people in fewer vehicles. That was true before the pandemic. It's true on steroids after the pandemic.
Well, you know, we all knew that, and by the way, we're talking to Jim Aloisi and Stacy about the problems with the MBTA, and I should say that Jim is the former Secretary of Transportation, Stacy Thompson, Executive Director of Livable Streets Alliance. So we knew that she was in trouble, obviously. We had the feds come in after that some very horrible safety problems and accidents and even a death. Now we have a new report. I've never heard of these people, but maybe you have the public, what are they called? The public, I can't find the name of them. Anyway, this is this new report. I'll find it in a second.
We came from Massachusetts Taxpayers Foundation.
Yeah, thank you very much. The public policy organization that basically says this T is in a full-blown crisis, which I think we knew. But I guess the question is, how do we get out of the crisis? I asked before we went on the air. Maura Healey's put out a new proposal. She's running for governor, obviously. Yep. She's leading pretty dramatically. She may be the next governor. How do we get out of this mess?
Yes. So I think the biggest mistake we can make right now is to call it the Orange Line crisis or to call it the T crisis. We have a statewide transportation issue, and we have spent 2 decades not paying attention. And I think that the reason why I want to pull this away, and for people who drive to work every day, they are thinking, I don't take the Orange Line, this is not my problem. Well, it is your problem now, because you're probably stuck in traffic as a result, right? This is an ecosystem, and I think where I agree with mass taxpayers is that...
Yeah, that's who did it. I apologize.
It's okay. Where I agree with them is that it's not fire the general manager and we fix the problem. It's not get a new board and we fix the problem. It's not fix the Orange Line and we fix the problem, right? It is a deep, complex ecosystem of challenges, and we need a governor who's willing to say, I'm ready to take it on. And I'm ready to acknowledge that it's across our regional transit authorities, all of our roads in the state, and the MBTA, and really take bold leadership. Jim and I have both read Maura Healey's plan that came out recently. I was pleasantly surprised. I, of course, loved the support for low-income fares and statewide free buses. I think that's a great move in terms of equity, a desire to improve governance, and a desire to invest. Of course, I always want more details, but I think again, the theme for me today is optimism, so I'm going to turn to Jim and Jared, where we have our pessimist corner.
Yeah.
I told you I turned around.
Well, it's good to be a pessimist because it's a very rare thing that I'm disappointed. Right?
That's right.
Everything good is upside.
The bar is very low.
But to amplify Stacey a bit, the Healey plan's a good plan. I think we looked at what she said about fares and about regional rail. If we're serious in the comment, we all think that we're serious about saying we want clean air, we want to decarbonize everything, and including the transportation system. I say, okay, fine. How are we going to do that? And when we do that, what are the consequences of that, right? Well, one consequence, just common sense. Everybody owns an electric vehicle. Guess what the gas tax revenues are? They're zero.
Right.
They're zero. That's an $800+ million annual gap that no one wants to talk about, right? Every politician, every political leader on Beacon Hill wants to talk about decarbonizing, but they don't want to talk about how to fill the $800 million gap. You got to do that, right? In the same context, we face a post-pandemic loss of transit ridership that I think is recovering and will recover. But the T, like many transit agencies, relied on fare revenues for a third of its entire budget. That's unsustainable. So whether we like it or not, we need to have a conversation with the new governor and the legislature about changing the way we fund these things, right? If public transit is a public good, and I think we believe it is, then we need to treat it like that. And we're not going to be able to use pre-pandemic financing mechanisms, like a third of the budget coming from fares, reliably anymore. And we need to start thinking now about what happens to that over $750 million gap that will happen when we successfully electrify it.
Well, speaking of electric vehicles, maybe we move on from the T now, because a lot of us are very excited about the prospect of electric cars. But I read this story from the Globe that basically said the state is very fuzzy on when we're going to be able to get these rebates. The feds have been much more definitive, and we're kind of floating around here in Massachusetts to find out when. There's not a timeline for help. So why not?
Well, I'll jump in and say, and I know Jim and I have, I think, slightly different views on electric vehicles. We're fuzzy on a lot of rebate programs right now, and I think that that's a problem. I think it's good that we are seeing more money, that there are rebates for used vehicles, which is actually where 2/3 of the buying market happens. I think that we should expect more clarity by the end of the year out of this program. Having said that, these are still very expensive cars. Right. And to me, the way that we're going to move people to an electrified system is to actually give them walking, biking, and public transit options first, make it possible for families to reduce the number of cars that they own, and then they can invest in one great electric vehicle. And so to me, this is one piece of a much larger electrification strategy the state needs to get smart about.
Yeah, well, one of the things, too, I'd like to remind people, whatever the subsidy ends up being, it's public money, right? Now think about who's going to get the publicly funded subsidies, especially in the early years. Mostly people who are whiter, wealthier, who live in suburbs, right?
Because they can afford the more expensive
vehicle.
vehicle.
They can afford the more expensive vehicle. Mm-hmm. Where's the subsidy equity? I haven't heard a lot of discussion about it. I say for every dollar that goes to Weston or Wellesley or Dover on a EV subsidy, $1 should go to Chelsea and Everett and East Boston, where people can't afford to own cars, let alone an EV, or choose to take transit, right? So if we're serious about equity, we need to have a serious conversation about subsidy equity. It's not happening yet.
Isn't it in the federal bill, not in the state bill? I thought it was in the federal bill on the rebates for electric cars.
It does.
Had income limitations.
Yes, it does. But what I'm saying is when the state of Massachusetts uses our money to subsidize people, I'm all for giving someone a subsidy to encourage them to do an EV. I'm just saying, what about the person who can't afford a car? Where's their public subsidy?
Yeah.
And the answer is no one's talking about it. So we need to do that. And we need, as Stacy points out, a decarbonization plan that includes mode shift, meaning getting people out of cars and onto transit and rail, as much as getting them into an EV. Because if everyone's driving an EV, there's still traffic congestion. EVs still put out a lot of pollutants that hurt people, called particulate matter pollutants, right? That's not solved. And we make some kind of really poor land use choices when we hand over the public realm to vehicles, whether they're electric or not. So we're fortunate to live in a place where we can invest in better transit and rail and new protected cycling lanes. Let's do it. Let's lead in this area and not have to always play catch up.
We're going to see cities not really invest in charging stations and everything else that would make electric vehicles more amenable.
I think we have to have some investment.
Yeah.
You can't. I was walking around in East Boston a year or two ago, and there's an extension cord from the second floor of a house coming down. That's not right. You need to think about where people live and what the conditions. And not everyone, especially in the city, has a driveway or a garage, right? So we need to think about that.
Well, we're almost out of time here, but speaking of people walking instead of driving, we are going to have this open Newbury Street. The first one, I guess, was last Saturday or Sunday. We're going to have a few more of these, right, where the traffic is going to be closed and go through 4 Sundays in September. Open Newbury Street has a website. You can learn more about this, but that's kind of cool. That's right over there, right?
Yeah.
Livable streets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we are very excited to see Open Newbury Street back. The city's been doing this for a few years now. They've expanded the number of weeks they're doing it to 4 weeks, in addition to the 3 Open Streets events that have been going on in other neighborhoods in the city of Boston. At this point, I think people would throw their arms up if it were taken away. If they were like, actually, it's too much work, we're not going to do it right. But just a few years ago, Chris and Jim were here, and it was a big controversy, right? It was a huge, big controversy to even suggest that we would close down Newbury Street for one day. So, the optimist in me is saying definitely take a blue bike or a shuttle to the wonderful Open Streets events that are happening on Newbury Street.
And you can leave blue bikes where you take them. I think a lot of people don't realize that. You get one up in Cleveland Circle, you can leave it down here, right?
Exactly. You're not returning anything.
Exactly.
And they've increased the number of blue bikes throughout the system, so it's a great option for folks who are maybe a little rusty.
And by the way, just to end on a pessimistic note, we're talking about shutdowns, right? It's great that we're shutting streets down for people. That's a good thing. Next year, unless the new governor changes this, the plan is to shut the Sumner Tunnel down for 5 or 6 months completely, not just weekends. Total shutdown. So imagine what that's going to do to our mobility system next year. And we're not even talking right now about how to prepare. How do you spell havoc in 3 different...
Okay.
I just went onto my phone and put my house up for sale. That's it.
There you go.
Done.
That's right.
So be warned.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in. We didn't get to why you don't like driverless cars, but I tell you what, I'm with you. Why are people clamoring for driverless cars? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Really?
I can have my snack. I can read.
Yeah, right. Go right into the Sumner Tunnel and not get out.
All right, we have been speaking with Jim Aloisi and Stacey Thompson. Jim is former transit secretary for Massachusetts and a member of the Transit Matters Board. Stacey is executive director for the Livable Streets Alliance. Thank you again, both of you.
Thanks.
Optimism and node for being here. Coming up, Amari Paris Jeffries of King Boston is here to update us on the Embrace, the King Memorial currently being built in Walla Walla, Washington. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH.
From the GBH Newsroom, Priced Out, the fight for housing in Massachusetts.
So far, we've shared stories from across the state about the housing crisis and the people impacted. But now, We want to have a conversation about solutions.
Join us this afternoon at 2 for a sit-down with housing policy experts at the GBH studio in the Copley Square BPL. Or join the live stream at youtube.com/GBH News.
Support for our programs comes from you and the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds for the citizens and businesses of the Commonwealth. You can see if you have unclaimed money at findmassmoney.com. And Trinity Rep, presenting The Inheritance, Part 1, the story of 3 generations of gay men in New York attempting to forge their future. This 2-part drama is on stage through November 5th. TrinityRep.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming online at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim Browdy's off. Jared Bowen is in. So King Boston's The Embrace Memorial is meant to honor and celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King's time in this city. But first it's got to be built. And apparently that's happening all the way across the country in Walla Walla, Washington State. Walla Walla. I don't know how I'd feel if I lived in Walla Walla. It's
fun to say.
It is fun to say. But anyway, we're now joined by Imari Paris Jeffries, Executive Director of King Boston, to discuss the latest developments for the statue that will be unveiled later this year. Hello, Imari. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me back. Good to be here.
But before we get any further, last time we had Michael Curry, a couple of weeks ago we had Michael Curry on. Michael Curry's on Zoom, and he's, NAACP guy and the big honcho in the Massachusetts Public Health. He's on the screen, and he's looking very sporty. He's in like a t-shirt, he's looking like he's on the beach, and we said, where are you? He said he was in Mexico at a certain person's wedding.
Yeah.
And you were the groom. Congratulations.
Thank you. And my bride, Miriam Ortiz, we had a good time, had 130 people down in Mexico to celebrate with us, so we were feeling incredibly fortunate and happy to have Michael and a bunch of other friends there with us to celebrate.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Was it a beach wedding?
It was a beach wedding, and we just wanted to do something different. I think post-pandemic, people wanted to get away, and we kind of timed this group vacation, so to speak, with our wedding, and felt like I hope it felt for people who were there that it was a group vacation where a wedding happened, and that it was festive, it was a party atmosphere, it was fun. So I think it felt that way, but I'm a little biased. It was my wedding.
Well, it sounds very romantic to me, so congratulations again. So tell people, Imari Paris Jeffries, that don't know about King Boston. What is it?
Yeah, King Boston is an arts and culture organization and a research and policy center that has converged and I think centered around building of this memorial. And so there is a memorial being built as we speak in Boston Common to honor Dr. and Mrs. King, as well as 65 other distinguished Bostonians from 1950 to 1975. And so the Embrace and the 1965 Freedom Plaza is what's being built right now. And so, it's one of the exciting things that are happening to the city. And I think we're excited to share this incredible, important memorial with the city in next January during MLK weekend.
And of course, it is going to be, I think we can be optimistic and forecast that it will be a destination in this city once the memorial is unveiled on Boston Common. So it's being made right now, as Marjorie said, in Walla Walla, Washington. And you were just there. What was it like to see this being made? And talk about the scale and how it's being made.
Yeah, before I went to see it myself, the day before we landed in Walla Walla, one of my friends, James Hills, who was down with us, said, "Hey, you're going to cry when you see this." And I said, "I'm not going to cry. I've seen memorials and monuments before," but he was right. So I don't know if he knows me well enough to know I'm a sensitive guy, or he just understood the magnitude. And so it is an incredible memorial for Boston. And in some of the photos you can see I'm 6'2", 190 pounds. And the hands of the memorial, it would be like sitting in a comfy plush chair. They're huge. And
wow.
So in the photo that's being displayed, you can see how large it is. It's 20 feet high. It's 40 feet wide. It will be Boston's Statue of Liberty. And so I think when folks come to town and folks are from here, it will be a must-see memorial for our city.
And called the Embrace because it is the King's hands coming together.
That's
Coretta
right.
Scott
That's
and
right.
Martin Luther King.
That's right. So it's inspired by a photo of Dr. and Mrs. King embracing when Dr. King found out he had won the Nobel Prize. And so Hank Willis Thomas, who is the the conceptual artist who created the embrace, talks about being in the center of a hug, being in the center of joy. And so in the photo itself, when you hug someone, someone's on top, someone's on bottom. And in this photo, Mrs. King is at the bottom of the hug. She's literally holding Dr. King's weight. She's literally holding the weight of the civil rights movement on her shoulders. And I think we wanted to illuminate the importance of hidden figures in history. And Mrs. King was a hidden figure in plain sight. And so we don't really talk about her. We don't really talk about how she continued his work after Dr. King was assassinated. And so this memorial is to honor both of them, their time in Boston. Their family's origin story started here. They met as college students. And so we felt like it was appropriate to honor both of them with this memorial here in our city.
And if you were close to Dr. and Mrs. King, Coretta King, you would recognize their hands. The sculpting looks like their hands.
It does look. It looks like their hands, and I think the amazing part of conceptual art, you can imagine that those are your hands too. I think post or during the pandemic, we wanted to be with friends, we wanted to be with family. I think my wedding was an example to me of folks wanting to be in community with me, people who I know and love. And so we can imagine, and we can all imagine that those are our hands wrapping around our loved ones. We could stand in the middle of the hug and imagine folks wrapping their arms around us. And so we wanted it to be open to interpretation, open to imagination. We wanted to honor Dr. and Mrs. King, but we also wanted to honor our own contributions and our own survival during the pandemic and Boston's resilience and survival. And so it's a memorial to all of us as well as the Kings.
One of my favorite things to talk about is the artistic process. And of course, this is all designed and it's going into production now, but there's always change as it comes together and you see it and you experience emotion that you just talked about. What is this different for you now?
You know, it's like a dream come true because it was only images, it was only imagination, and to be a part of it, right? This is all of our memorial. The folks, the craftsmen who are laying the bricks are the same craftspeople who are laying the bricks or laid the bricks for the Boston Marathon bombing memorial. The stone is purchased by the folks who are building the Obama Library, but also the folks who have taken down the Confederate memorials across the country. The bronze is in Walla Walla, Washington, and two of the premier foundries in the country. One is in New York, the other one's in Walla Walla. The craftsmen are people of color, and so they have a whole team of craftsmen, artisans of color who are creating this memorial, as well as the thousands of folks who've contributed their time, talent, and treasure to vote for who they wanted and how they wanted this memorial to look, for folks who've come down and decided where they wanted to put the memorial, for those who donate their money and their time. And so this is truly Boston's memorial.
And the reason it's in Walla Walla, as you said before, has to do with the size of these foundries.
Yes. And I'm going to date myself. I'm 49. I remember growing up, you call it 800 number and buy records, and it was 1-800 Walla Walla, Washington. And that's where they were being sent from. So in
really?
my mind,
like vinyl records.
Vinyl records back when in the 80s, the 90s. I don't know if you remember that. They were always like these mail order things, and they were being shipped from Walla Walla, Washington. Yeah. And so another fun fact: Walla Walla has over 250 wineries. So Drew Bledsoe's winery is in Walla Walla. And so
I didn't know that.
I had no idea what to expect from Walla Walla. I thought it would be some desolate towns. But if you can imagine, downtown Walla Walla reminded me of Harvard Square meets Newberry Street, surrounded by wineries with a metal refinery. So it is actually a vacation location. I mean, I didn't think that I would want to go back to Walla Walla for a vacation, but I would recommend it.
So let's come back here to Boston now. So that's happening. The production of the Embrace is happening there. But of course, there's a whole element of the site and how that's constructed and very specifically designed here in Boston Common. What can we find there right now? Yeah, so you can see the stones being laid. Again, we got the stones from a stone quarry that also focuses on artisan stonework, and there's craftspeople. When you see a gargoyle on the side of a historic building and that needs to be repaired,
So this stone quarry called Quora, they're the folks that you'd call to say, hey, we need this gargoyle fix or we need this corner fix. And so they focus on a lot of historic preservation, but also monuments and memorial. And so that stone was purchased there, and it's being placed as we speak. It's about 3 stones that are washed in different qualities. One's like fire branded, the other one is like softly washed, the other one is pressure treated. And so it looks like a quilted pattern. And so part of what makes Boston unique is the influx of communities, languages, tastes, people in our city. And so this idea of a quilt rooted in the African American quilting tradition is part of the 1965 Freedom Rally Plaza. The part of the Boston's diverse neighborhoods is a part of this quilting pattern, building this beloved community. And so that is on the common right now. You also see 65 plaques. And so we want to ensure that the other leaders in Boston, Boston just didn't get on the map because the Kings arrived. There were leaders who were here before the Kings. There were leaders who were here after the Kings. And so we had this open process. We had voting stations in the library, City Hall, online, adding the Bay State banner. People voted for these 65 distinguished Bostonians from 1950 to 1965. And so you'll also see their names articulated on the plaza.
That is they're down there now?
They're down there now, so don't tell anybody. I guess I'm on the radio, but if we could organize a time for the 3 of us to go down there to see it, it's quite an amazing thing to see. And what we're also doing is working with this other company called Art Processors. They did the Legacy Museum down in Montgomery, Alabama, the African American Music Museum in Nashville. They did the 9/11 Museum, and so we're creating an eyes up digital experience. And so you can walk on the plaza, hear the stories of these folks. In version 5, if you can remember Pokemon Go, you could hold your phone up and you can see.
The care and where you're sourcing all this stuff, I mean, this is really right down to every detail planned out.
I think we tried. We wanted to source everything in country as best as we could. And I think there are a lot of artists who work in unconventional ways, work with big stone, work with bronze, work with other precious materials that we don't think about when we think about artists, and we want to make sure that we included them in this process. Even the fence wrapping, we commissioned 5 artists, so there's photography, there's other digital media that's wrapped around the fence, so it's art on top of art on top of art.
Local artists who are...
Local artists.
Did they have a charge in terms of, because basically there's an exhibition right now of their work on Boston Common. Yes. Was there a charge of what they were to come up with, or is it just what they presented to you from these local neighborhoods?
Well, one of our team members, Camila De La Vega, was in charge of this project, and her conception for them, their charge was them to imagine Boston where everyone is included. What's their interpretation of that? And so if you go down there, there's a barcode. You can learn about these 5 artists, 5 different neighborhoods, 2 from Roxbury, Dorchester, and I think 1 from Everett, and East Boston. So those are the neighborhoods. So Everett's not Boston, but greater Boston. So we wanted to be as inclusive as possible with this piece.
So what's the time frame?
Well, we imagine that the Embrace will arrive in big trucks right after Thanksgiving, probably 8 to 10 large pieces. So the plaza will be done before that. And so we can visit that anytime. And they said that it was going to take roughly 2 weeks. And so the team from Walla Walla is actually flying out to also install it and weld it together. And so it should be done by the 2nd week of December, with the national unveiling MLK weekend, the 13th of January.
This has been pretty fast.
It feels fast. It feels fast. It's overwhelmingly fast, and I think we want to open it up for the city and the public on the 13th, but also celebrate in a festive way. And so we also plan a party on the Sunday of MLK weekend to celebrate this opening of a new era in our city.
And so when people go down to Boston Common, we're all supposed to take the T now because we're all talking about not driving everywhere, we're just talking about the Orange Line and all that. So you get off, I guess, at Arlington Street, and maybe you get off at, not downtown crossing, Boylston Street, I guess, is closer. Right?
Boylston Street, yeah. Chinatown.
Chinatown, that's right.
And even if you want to, depending on the angle in which you want to see the Embrace and how it rises, if you were to go from Park Street, you'd kind of see it at a different angle. There'll be 3 pathways in which you can enter the Embrace, and so it's there also includes a quote wall. And again, we wanted to think about Mrs. King's importance in the movement, and so Dr. King was a time machine of inspirational quotes. Anything that you want to talk about, if you typed in Dr. King quote on Valentine's Day, something would pop up, or something attributed to what he might say. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a quote by Mrs. King that really talked about embracing, that talked about love, that talked about community. And so there's a quote by Mrs. King on the quote wall in the 1965 Freedom Plaza.
This probably is not appropriate for a memorial, but one of my favorite quotes from her, it's not a quote, but it's something she said in one of the books that I read about how she had an initial date with Dr. King and she thought it was too short. She said, and she wasn't really interested, but then she said, the voice began to get her, and then that was it. She was over the top. But I thought that was pretty funny because she was at the conservatory then, right? When they met her.
I think my wife might think that of me. She's like, I didn't think this Imari guy, he's like kind of goofy, a little awkward, and like started talking. So I said yes, and finally talked my way into her marrying me.
But tell people who don't know about the story of Coretta King in Boston, being a musician, coming here to study music.
Yeah, and so different walks of life. Mrs. King was more from a humble background, and so she worked while she was up here, including as a house servant. And Dr. King came from a middle class family. He came here with a vehicle, and so if you can imagine a black person, a black man in the 1950s as a college student with their own car. And so it was a different circumstances. And so 16 months after they were set up on a date, they were married. And so, I would say it's whirlwind, right? And so they fell in love quickly. And so I think maybe, his first impression wasn't so great, but he made a great second impression. And so, the rest is history. And I think their origin story started in Boston. I think that's a special place. And when we think about the 375 students that are in higher education in Massachusetts today, in the 50s, it wasn't a place that was welcoming. It wasn't a place that was friendly. It wasn't a place that a black couple could thrive, or they didn't feel like they could thrive. But right now, there could be a Dr. and Mrs. King in a new employee at one of our life sciences organizations or a part of the 375 students. And how does Boston imagine a place, a city, and a community where folks who are from Boston or folks who come to Boston for work or school can thrive? And I think that's our opportunity. The monument is part of it, but I think how we respond and engage with each other is another part.
And I know artists often want to know that history very deeply as they literally shape a work. They really have to understand the people they're representing. Hank Willis Thomas, major, huge artist in the art world, of course, is doing this. I'm a big fan of his. People can see his work right now on view at the Harvard Art Museums right now, along with his mother, actually, nearly side by side. Have you had an opportunity to spend some time with him and understand what his thinking has been in this creation?
I have, and Hank is, maybe he doesn't want me to say, but I think it's a public show the second week of September, so I'm going down to New York to be a part of that experience with him. And so he's creating a smaller version of the Embrace for New York folks to experience, or artists to experience there. One of the commissioned artists on the fence was a student of Hank's mother. And so there's these layers of connection between their influence as an art family. Rue is an assistant curator at the Whitney. And so you have this first family of modern American art, miles from where we are, with this incredible piece in Boston, in our country's oldest park. I think it's part of this transformation of our city to recognize different artists in different forms.
Well, we're talking with Imari Parris-Jeffries, Executive Director of King Boston. You're talking about Boston not being a welcoming city to African Americans. I mean, many people think we're not a welcoming city here to African Americans in 2022. And one of the cliches you always hear is about how few people of color you see in the Back Bay, and that's where we are right now, the Copley Plaza and the Boston Public Library, and this is going to be just down the street at Boston, the Boston Common, Boston Garden nexus. That's going to be a big change, because I think that is going to become a tourist attraction in Boston, focusing on an African-American couple, and I think that's going to be a big change in Boston, because you don't, in 2022, see many African Americans in the Back Bay of Boston.
And I think that's right, and I think part of what I think the city, the Wu administration is doing with some of the open streets, conversations and festivals, and our plans for the Cultural Center / Museum in Roxbury is to say, hey, there's a bigger Boston than Central Boston. There's a lot of wonderful architecture, a lot of wonderful sculptures and museums in Central Boston. But we also are a city of neighborhoods, and so we have to get folks who are not from Boston, because those are the ones that are having this impression of us as a city and a community, to get them in our neighborhoods and build the things in our neighborhoods that folks can see and experience and understand that we're more than just central Boston. It is an important part of our country's history.
Tell us before you go about the Cultural Center, what's going to be there.
And so we imagine 31,000 square feet of arts and artist space and a cultural space in Roxbury. And what we're really thinking about doing is how do we connect the Embrace Memorial in Boston Common to Roxbury, right? The original 1965 Freedom Rally corridor started in Roxbury and ended in Boston Common. And so to connect these two neighborhoods again, it's only 1.8 miles, but it could, might as well be millions of miles away. And I think there's better bridges that we can do with an art trail, with the art processors work to connect the art along the corridor to Roxbury from downtown and vice versa. And so that's a part of our plan. We hope to hear if we won the bid next week or two. And if we do, I hope you'll have me back, and I can share some details on the next part of our work.
What do you know? Do you think the Orange Line will be back running by the time the Cultural Center's open? I'm not sure.
No.
Only kidding.
And it'll be right across the street from the Orange Line, but that might not do us any good.
We're trying to be optimistic here. We're trying to be optimistic that it's really going to be a big change in 30 days. I guess we shall see, right?
Yeah. Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
We're hopeful. Well, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate the check-in.
Yeah, congratulations. And I'm so glad it's so romantic, a beach wedding. I think that's lovely.
Thank you.
Very nice.
You. I'm sun-kissed, and so I'm glowing from the love in the community and back here. And thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be with you both.
Thank you. We're thrilled to have you here, and congratulations. And please tell your bride we say congratulations to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have been speaking with Amari Paris-Jeffries, Executive Director of King Boston. Up next, we'll hear from GBH's Stephanie Leiden and Ellen Schachter, Director of Somerville's Housing Stability Office, on the latest reporting from our newsroom about the state's housing crisis. You're listening to Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH.
I'm Arun Roth. Coming up on GBH's All Things Considered, the Orange Line shutdown is in full effect, but the word may not be getting out to riders who don't speak English. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu is giving an update on voting options ahead of next month's primaries, and the state is naming its finalists for Higher Ed Commissioner. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH's All Things Considered.
Support for GBH comes from you. And The Huntington, presenting Sing Street, the joyous new musical that lifts you up. Performances start August 26th at the Huntington Calderwood BCA. More information at huntingtontheater.org. And Walden Local Meat, 100% grass-fed and pasture-raised beef, pork, and chicken from local farms, hand-delivered to your door. Committed to supporting a better food system. Membership options and more at waldenlocalmeat.com.
Trusted. Local. News. This is 89.7 WGBH, WGBH HD1 Boston.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library as we do every Tuesday and every Friday, and we are streaming online at youtube.com. GBH News, Jared Bowen in for Jim Browdy. So, everybody knows the state is facing a terrible, terrible housing crisis. People are bidding over asking price for rental apartments. Communities that were once considered affordable are now unsustainable for long-term residents. In short, people are being priced out. We're joined now by GBH Director of Special Projects, Stephanie Leiden, and Somerville's Director of Housing Stability, Ellen Schachter, to tell us more. They are here ahead of a special event at the library right after our show, right here, 2 o'clock. We're going to fly out of here, Jared, and they're going to take over. It's called Priced Out, The Fight for Housing, Your Questions Answered. That starts, as I said, exactly here at 2 o'clock at the Boston Public Library. It will also be streamed on youtube.com, GBH News. Stephanie and Ellen, thank you very much for being here. It was really upsetting to read all these stories in a row about the terrible mess people were in. Let's start with you, Stephanie. people are leaving town, or they're not coming here to work. I mean, the fact that we've become so overpriced is really threatening our economy going forward.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think the title of our reporting series, Priced Out, I think it impacts people at all levels, right? People who are trying to buy a house, people who are trying to find housing, young people particularly impacted, but not just young people. A lot of these communities, what we have found, and the way we sort of started this project was by looking at the data. And when you look at the data, you see some of the biggest increases in home values have happened in communities that were once considered more affordable. Lynn, Revere, East Boston. I mean, these places have seen values go up more than 150%, in some cases more than 200% over the past 10 years. So it's impacting people at all levels. As Ellen well knows, we were just talking about that, and maybe that is a catalyst for change.
Yeah, so Ellen, to bring you into this, I understand that we're seeing this across the country, but very much feeling it here in the Boston area about corporate landlords. Tell us who the corporate landlords are, how that's different from regular home sales or apartment leasing.
Yeah, we've seen a real trend in a change of who's buying properties and who's holding properties. We've seen a big move towards corporate ownership, often LLCs. And what we've seen and what we know from the research is that corporate owners are far more likely to evict their tenants than local property owners. We've seen that play out in many ways. We're also seeing, of course, with hugely inflated sales prices. You talked a little bit about, what the factors are here. In the 9 months before COVID, 69% of all real estate purchases were 100% cash transactions. 69 in that 9-month period.
Which makes for a very limited pool of buyers.
Very limited pool of buyers. It means that people are not coming from the neighborhood and purchasing these 3-family homes, and that really institutional corporate entities have really begun to take over this real estate market, not only in Somerville where I work and not only in Massachusetts, but around the country. And this trend is really difficult for so many ways. It takes the personal relationships out of landlord-tenant relationships, and that gets really, really, really hard.
Well, we're talking about how people are paying more than the asking price for, not for houses, but for renting. We have a clip here we're going to play from this realtor, Brian Allenby, explaining how he went about telling some potential renters that they were the best qualified candidates for the apartment, but they still needed to pay more to get the place. Here he is.
I said, here's the situation. I want to be fully transparent. I've got 3 applicants. 2 of them are qualified. You're the better qualified of the 2. However, the other qualified party is offering $100 more. What do you want to do?
Well, in a story we did here by GBH News, we know what he ended up doing. He ended up, this gentleman that was interviewed, paying $100 more. But he talked about, he felt almost dirty about it. He said, what am I participating in? Basically this race to the bottom. But you can't blame the guy. He needed the apartment. He was getting priced out everywhere. I mean, that's really horrible. And by the way, he was talking about renting a place, a 3-bedroom apartment in Roxbury for $3,700 per month.
Yeah, I would just say so sadly, those are very similar to the kinds of prices that we are seeing in Somerville right now. I think the 2-bedroom median was $2,800, the 3-bedroom median somewhere around $3,400, according to Zumper. And obviously, this means that the vast majority of families are just simply do not have the income. Their wages are not rising anywhere near the pace that rents are increasing. So we are seeing the faces of just every kind of person: teachers, low-income people, restaurant staff, firefighters, stories from Nantucket about firefighters who were sleeping in a tent because they couldn't afford to buy the property. So we are working across the state on this issue, but that kind of example you're giving, unfortunately, we are seeing way too often.
I can also add that in some of the communities where we've spent time, Lynn, East Boston, there's lots of new housing being built, but it is, to your point, not necessarily built for families. These are 1- and 2-bedroom homes. In East Boston, we discovered that enrollment at the local high school is actually down. presumably an indication that families are leaving because they can't find housing. They're being priced out, and then the new housing is just really not being built for families.
I mean, as I looked at a lot of these stories, and this is always the history of a city, that you live here, if you're renting, you've been in your house for a really long time, you pay your rent on time, you have your job, you raise your family, you're doing all the things you're supposed to do, you're being good. And what happens when suddenly the rent goes up, or you have a corporation come in and buy the building and hike up the rent? What are these families facing when they're evicted?
So, last week I met with a group of building tenants. They were Brazilian families that had lived in Somerville and in this particular house for quite a long time, both working, both had steady jobs, never had a problem with their tenancies. Overnight almost, they were faced with $1,000 rent increases. And I sat in that room with the new landlord and with the tenants, as I frequently do in these situations, and we thought about what happens, what falls apart when families end up losing their homes, their education, their health. They often have to leave jobs because they can't get to where they were employed. So the fallout from evictions is so great. And we see so many more families now. It's not just the lowest income of folks that are amongst us, although that is a critical and most vulnerable sector here. I want to be clear about that. But as we see, I tell my son not to move back from Chicago. I'm an attorney. He's a teacher, and he has his master's, and he can't afford to come back and live here. And the only glimmer of hope I see from this is that as the problem affects more and more people in the middle classes, I am hopeful that people will understand that the kind of solutions we need to happen now.
So where are these families going? They're evicted, and we've just spelled this out, why they can't necessarily, it's not like you can just troll the ads and land in another apartment. Where do they go?
Well, first I would just say that we're lucky in Somerville to have a fair amount of resources, and we're fighting back. People are fighting back in Somerville. They're organizing, and they're saying, you know what? This landlord needs to understand that we're not just going to get out and leave. And if you want to know one piece of advice that I would say to your listenership, if they know somebody in this position, do not leave unless you have someplace to go. Because what I find is people are told they don't want a record of an eviction, and so they are told to leave, and they leave. But once they're gone, their temporary situation where they can stay on a couch for 2 weeks falls apart. And they find themselves in the situation of homelessness that they never anticipated in a million years.
We're talking to Stephanie Leiden, reporter and director of special projects at GBH News, and Ellen Schachter, director of Somerville Office of Housing Stability, about the priced out GBH series and people not being able to afford their rent. Stephanie, tell us the story of the teacher, the preschool teacher in Weymouth, which you used to think was where you went when you couldn't afford Quincy. Or is it vice versa?
It was considered a fairly affordable place to live. I think like many communities that have become quite expensive. But to Ellen's point, this is a woman who's a daycare teacher. She's, I think we'd call her part of the middle class, right? Not getting rich doing it, but a steady job, married, husband with a job, 2 children, always paid their rent. I think they'd lived in their apartment for, I believe it was 14 years.
14 years, yeah.
And Liz Niesloss, she actually wrote to us, as many people have since we began this series. Our reporter Liz Niesloss, who will be joining us later at 2 o'clock today, went down and connected with her. And she tells a story of being at the Museum of Fine Arts with her daughter, sort of a day out, gets a call from her husband. There's an eviction notice in our mailbox. No fault eviction, because they hadn't done anything wrong. They always paid their rent. She starts looking for apartments, can't find a thing. Reached out to a community organization who gave them that advice that you just said, Ellen. Don't go anywhere. Don't, because you're going to make yourself homeless. She finally found a place, much smaller, much more expensive. She's moved there, and she's hopeful but not entirely confident that she'll be able to stay. She's like, how do I know that this, the next rent increase is going to be the one that pushes me out of this, not only this place, but also my community?
And I think, Stephanie, right, that she ended up paying $600, and I just read this from your great series, but $650 extra each month for a significantly smaller unit, 2-bedroom for the 4 of them.
Yeah.
So we saw over the course of the pandemic what the bidding wars were like for buying homes. But I think in large measure, thanks to you and our team here, Stephanie at GBH, and in the Priced Out series, we're starting to understand what this means for rentals too. Something you would never think would happen, that you would overbid on the monthly rent you'd have to pay. But what's the scenario you're starting to see for people just looking for apartments?
they're looking farther away, and that's, as we began reporting this series, we talked to a lot of experts and said, is there sort of a last holdout of affordability, or is there a place that's more deeply affected? And the answer was, throw a dart at the wall, because this is happening everywhere. So it's East Boston. You go up north to Lynn, it's happening. Go south to Brockton or Weymouth, and go west to Worcester, go out to Springfield. Of course, it's cheaper in Worcester, right, than it is in Boston, but the pressures of Boston are being felt in places an hour outside of the city and more. So I think people continue to look. And as a matter of fact, Dave Vespucci, who is got to find a new place in Worcester, a man we've been following, a retiree, is right now looking for a new place to live. So we'll be following up with him. We'll see. He'll be an answer to that question. Where does someone like this on a limited income, who after 22 years is being forced out of his house, where does he end up?
That was a horrible story, too. By the way, where does the last month security deposit and broker's fee come from? Are we unusual in Massachusetts with that? Or is that just a realtor's setup deal? Or what's the deal with that?
I don't know that I can answer how it compares to other states, but I will say that clearly there's been an acceleration in what the move-in costs are for some, around $10,000 and upwards to move into a new apartment.
That's not a law, is it?
It's not a law. Nope, there's not a law. There has been legislation pending to limit what can be charged up front. Certain cities in other parts of the country have done that, and especially...
And why haven't we done that?
I think the state of Massachusetts is very progressive in some ways, but when it comes to telling private property owners what they can and can't do, Massachusetts is not a leader of the pack. You may have seen, around the country, rent control is starting to be looked at much more seriously as an option. Here, we are starting to talk about it more, but it's a conversation that's going to be long to have. We need our legislature to understand that something that is a basic human need cannot really work in an unregulated economy. So I think we need to be making that argument, and I think Priced Out is a great way to have that conversation. So moving, so powerful. People get a chance to really hear live stories. It changes who they are and what might be possible.
Well, it's sort of an answer to that. We have a soundbite here from he's the mayor of Lynn, Jared Nicholson, explaining the balance that needs to be struck between catering to residents and investors in order to create affordable housing.
For inclusionary zoning to work, to be creating new affordable units, you need to continue to have projects that developers are putting forward and implementing. And so you want to set the right balance where you're doing right by the residents who are struggling with affordable housing, doing right by the community, but also continuing to allow investors to make a return.
So how do they begin to strike a balance there?
I think people in the housing community would say that inclusionary zoning is an incredibly important tool. And in Somerville, we have the strongest inclusionary zoning in the state. We have a 20% inclusionary requirement for buildings that are 5 or more units. But I think housing activists know that it's a catch-22, because on the one hand, inclusionary zoning provides some low-income affordable units, but we also know it causes gentrification as new luxury housing is built. So we know that while inclusionary zoning can be a tool in this fight and this struggle for affordable housing, it cannot be the only tool. Relying on the private market to solve the problem of homelessness alone just isn't going to happen. And we really need our federal, state, and local governments to be taking a really big role, and our nonprofits, who are absolutely indispensable. They do a lot of the development. So just as an example, one last thing is affordable housing overlays inclusionary. So you can, through zoning, you can make it easier for nonprofit affordable housing developers to build than the similarly situated private developer who wants to build luxury housing. So there's tools. There's tools in the tool chest.
But you probably lose tax base doing that.
You may lose some tax base, absolutely. And so I will say each city and town is in a different situation when that comes to be. I don't want to presume that every situation is the same as Somerville's, but there has to be resources outside the private market that are contributing to the solution here.
Well, go ahead.
And I think to the mayor of Lynn's point, that's a city where there was disinvestment. Yep. A lot of these neighborhoods where there's been so much building and so much interest and so much money being poured in suffered. So there is a positive side. Of course, the mayor of Lynn wants these new developments. It is good for his tax base. It is good in many ways for his city, I think, is a point that people in his position make.
Well, I tell you don't have to go far around here to notice that there's all these cranes everywhere. And Marty Walsh, former guy, head of building and trades, a lot of people made a lot of money with the luxury housing that went up. I didn't see any affordable housing go up. I saw a lot of luxury housing go up all around Brighton, Alston, down here by Fenway, etc. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, let's get a little solution stuff in here. In East Boston, this sounds like a great idea for these 36 mostly triple-decker buildings. What's going on there?
This is a story Sarah Betancourt reported. There is an effort to buy those buildings, right? To let the tenants have the opportunity to buy these buildings.
To stay where they are.
Correct.
Okay.
And there is legislation, and I'm sure, Ellen, that you're really familiar with. This is a story we're also working on about giving tenants and organizations like community development corporations priority to buy a building when it goes for sale.
That's exactly right, Stephanie. There's a bill, we call it TOPA, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and it's a really simple, it's something that makes so much sense. It essentially says that it would allow individuals, when their buildings are being sold, to have the first option at market price. This does not require below market. It does not hurt investors, but it says we're going to give tenants the right to purchase and stay in place, and importantly, the right for nonprofits to do the same if the tenants are unable to purchase. Because we see in so many of these situations, tenants really just can't afford it.
Yeah.
You know, but with these nonprofits coming in.
So let's get the example. So you got 3 families in a triple decker in East Boston, and the rent's going up and up, and they can't afford it, and the landlord owns it, and he can make a killing because prices have gone through the roof in East Boston. So what would this proposal mean for the 3 families in the triple decker?
Under this particular proposal, I think it starts at 6 units and up, so I'm fairly sure of that. But let's just say it was 6 units. Okay. I mean, I think that what it really means is that it gives that first opportunity to match a market assessment of what the place is worth and to buy it. The reason sometimes owners hesitate or landlord community hesitates, it will take somewhat more time. They're not going to get 100% cash down. You heard what I said about what was going on with cash deals in Somerville. They will have to have inspections, and there may be contingencies because the government doesn't just throw money at something if it doesn't know that it can be safe and affordable. So even though there's the market price, and we think this is so common sense and so critical to making sure that people can remain in their homes, there is some resistance from the landlord community. But we, the tenants, tenant activists all over the state are organized, and everybody knows that we need some of these kind of solutions. Doesn't hurt the market at market level, but just could make a big difference in terms of housing stability for so many of our families.
Yeah, staying on the solution front, because that's a challenging thing here. We know that there's no space left, really. We see the building happening, but that's because other buildings are being taken down, but there's not a lot of places left to build. So you think, what does this mean for successive generations, let alone what's happening right now?
That is it's such an important point. In Somerville, we were the first to start something called the 100 Homes program, which was allocating money for acquisition for small buildings to keep tenants in place. So it wasn't looking to new development to solve these problems, but it was saying, how do we get things off the speculative market? How do we get them to be permanently affordable in buildings where people are living and they're actually facing displacement? So we have, again, this 100 Homes program. New money's being put into acquisition. There are some state sources. There's a lot of different funding sources, but we have to get these buildings in time. And something like TOPA that you asked about, it gives nonprofit developers the time they need to make proposals, to come together, to actually purchase these buildings, and we so desperately need that time because these sales are happening instantaneously.
Governor Baker talked a while ago about having this multifamily zoning requirement around near the MBTA, and that seemed like a great idea, and it was going to be a lot of towns, not just Boston, all the towns that were served by the T commuter rail. I think it was 175 towns. But that fell apart rather quickly, because what happened?
Has it? Well, that's a good question, Marjorie. It's something I do want to get to in our reporting, because I believe they've just put out some more guidelines for these communities that, and as I understand it, Ellen, it's communities that either have a T stop in their towns or are proximate to one, and it would impact like 175 communities. So we're getting out beyond 128.
Right.
We're getting out into the deep suburbs, right?
Absolutely. And the DHCD did put out final regulations on how this new law is going to be interpreted. And I think there are there's wins and losses, right? This is a really important opportunity to expand the supply of housing, because even though we're saying luxury housing isn't the answer, we know we need 200,000 more units in Massachusetts. We know what the gap is between people who need housing and not. So this is a start, right? This is a start because of NIMBYism. We are giving communities the power to, as of right, develop multifamily housing, and that is critical. But what happened in this last round of revisions was that they lessened, to a great extent, what the requirements were for the number of units that had to be built and a whole bunch of other things, particularly in what they call adjacent communities, so communities where there might be bus service but no rail, or they might be sitting next to a community that has railway. So they lowered significantly in response to a lot of frustrated, angry people. They lowered significantly what has to be produced in some of those communities.
The multifamily part, it sounds like it was pared down, so they didn't want to have more kids in the schools and more stress on their systems and blah, blah, blah.
So yes.
Isn't everybody going to complain about that? Isn't that?
So, that is the plus of this law, right? What happens as of right takes away power from the NIMBYism to prevent the development of housing.
Yeah.
Again, alone, without really clear affordability targets and guidelines, it's not a solution in and of itself, but it is a necessary prerequisite. We need more housing, period, and we need more housing that is targeted as affordable, that is outside the speculative market, and that is purchased by community groups. But we need that housing. So it's a really exciting development, but there have been some retrenchment on how much will be required of these communities.
And my question with it, Marjorie, is always, what's the consequence? If a town says, we don't want all this multifamily housing because our schools are already overcrowded, our sewer system is already at capacity, the roads are a mess, we can't really afford, which I think is the argument you hear. So what is, if a town just says, we don't want it, what is the consequence?
What I do know is the consequences that are baked into the law. I have heard there's other ways to do enforcement that I'm not an expert on, but what we do know is that there's 3 types of funding, infrastructure funding, and I think Joe on our show will be able to tell you more of the specifics, but there's 3 types of state funding, what the state has said is, if you don't comply with this, you lose your opportunity for all those other kinds of funding.
So more to come.
Okay. Well, congratulations on this great series. It's distressing, but I think it really shines a light on a crisis. So hopefully we'll get somewhere with this.
Thanks so much, Marjorie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
We have been speaking with GBH's Director of Special Projects, Stephanie Lydon, and Somerville's Director of Housing Stability, Ellen Schachter. They're here ahead of a special event happening right here at the Boston Public Library immediately after Boston Public Radio today. It's called Priced Out, the Fight for Housing, Your Questions Answered. Again, that starts right at 2 o'clock here at the Boston Public Library and on youtube.com/GBH News. Up next, got a question about your pet. Did the dog days of summer hit them especially hard this year, or are you worried about how they'll fare when you return to the office? Stay tuned. We'll hear from veterinarian Dr. Virginia Sinnott-Stutzman, who is here to take your questions. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH.
GBH Radio is here for you every day, thanks to the monthly contributions of our sustainers. If you're a sustainer and you've recently received a new debit or credit card, your membership may not be current. Visit our website at gbh.org/update to get started. It takes just a couple of minutes to make sure your information is accurate. Continue your support at gbh.org/update. And thank you.
Funding for our programs comes from you and Eversource. Eversource knows the role energy plays at the center of life for you and your family. And because of that understanding, in times like these, they offer plans that can help. To see if you qualify, visit eversource.com. And South County, Rhode Island. You can see Misquamicut Beach transform into the mythical city of Atlantis for the first annual Atlantis Rising, an international sand sculpture event, October 7th through 10th. SouthCountyRI.com.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio. Jared Bowens here for Jim Browdy. We are broadcasting live as we do every Tuesday and every Friday from the Boston Public Library. And we are streaming online at youtube.com/GBH News. So it is mid-August, the hottest days of summer. Not today. They may just be behind us. They could still be ahead of us. And we're about to transition to school after that and back to work. So what does that mean for our furry friends who are left behind? Dr. Virginia Stutzman ahead of us, and we're about to transition to school after that and back to work. So I think I heard myself speaking in repeat.
Wow. I think we were taken over by the multiverse, Marjorie.
Anyway, just as I was introducing Dr. Virginia Stutzman, who's back with us now on Zoom to take all your pet questions for another edition of Ask the Vet. She's a senior staff veterinarian at MSPCA's Angel Animal Medical Center, and we're thrilled to have her back again. Hello, doctor.
Hi, well, thank you.
And thank you for being here. Here's the number if you got questions about your pet. 877-301-8970. You can text us or you can call us, 877-301-8970. You can also tweet us at Boss Public Radio. So thank you very much for being here. We loved talking to you before and we love talking to you again. So tell us the big question. What about summertime and the furry friends? I mean, it has been really tough when we had this heat wave. Thank goodness today we've gotten some relief, but it's going to get hot again tomorrow and hotter on Thursday. So what are the big problems for cats, dogs, etc.?
Good question. So there's two types of kind of problems that we see. One is our, we have our routines with our animals. So if you have an athletic dog and they're used to running, 3-5 miles, maybe even more a day with you, we need to give them a break on these hot days or plan our exercise when you would be comfortable early in the morning. And then the other thing with that is think about pavement temperatures. So if you're running on blacktop, that could burn their paw pads. So those are our dog athletes. So we want to, just be mindful that just like we should take it easy. Although I see people running on 90-degree days and I applaud their athleticism, our pets don't have as efficient cooling mechanisms as we do. They don't sweat throughout their whole bodies like we do. The only way they can cool is with their tongue, so they can get overwhelmed very quickly. The second type is the other part of our routine. So let's say we have a fenced-in yard and we let our pets out, or we'd like to go to the dog park, and we do that all the time. Even an hour outside in the sun can put our dogs into heat stress or heat stroke. Even if it's a routine that they've always done. So we always want to make sure that we're watching our pets, not just assuming that everything's okay. Even if they have shade available, they may not be able to get to the shade if they collapse. And now you have a dog that's collapsed in the sun, just getting hotter and hotter. So definitely make sure those water bowls stay full. Make sure we limit our play group times to like maybe half the amount of normal time. And obviously we want to try to do that in the morning or at sunset if it's cooled off.
What about diet for our animals? I know that we all adjust our diets. We certainly want to keep more hydrated. How do you ensure that our animals are being taken good care of as well in that regard?
They're usually pretty good drinkers. So it's just that they're gonna drink more. So if you have like a standard dog bowl and they, usually you fill it in the morning, and when you get home from work, you fill it up when right before you go to bed, expect that they're going to drink more. So especially if you don't have AC, make sure that you've got more water available. We see more of our the heat stroke cases that we see at Angel are more things like the water bowl ran out and they were outside than it is we were hiking up a mountain and they just didn't make it. It's often very simple things like not thinking that I always let them out in the yard for an hour while I do a couple meetings on Zoom. Well, you have to really keep an eye on them because you never know if they're running around. They don't always have the best of sense about that kind of stuff.
Doctor, didn't I read something about the dog's paws where that they are able to regulate some heat? It's something to do with their paws and heat that I didn't know. What is that about? Because obviously the paws are very on that very, very hot concrete or asphalt.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So their paws do sweat. That's the only place they evaporatively cool on their tongue with panting, but that's a little more complicated. But like the passive sweating that we do on our whole body, they can do on their paw pads. So that's a good place for them to dissipate heat and also helps to prevent some of those burns on the pavement because that layer of moisture then can evaporate and act as a thermal barrier.
Our number is 877-301-8970. If you have a question for Dr. Sinnott-Sussman from Angel, 877-301-8970. You can call or text us at that number. What about COVID and monkeypox with animals? Do we know how many people have had animals with COVID? And monkeypox, unfortunately, is spreading, and it sounds like it's very contagious, differently, not the aerosol thing like COVID.
Yeah, well, so starting with COVID, we know that cats and ferrets can get sick from it, and may be able to. There's actually a report of potentially a veterinarian having gotten COVID from a cat that was known to have COVID and it was being isolated. So we know it can happen. Probably the biggest risk in the cat world is going to be with veterinarians, because thankfully we're not walking our cats on the streets like we do our dogs. Dogs can get it and rarely get sick from it. If they do, they usually have some other diseases, and it doesn't seem to stay as long in their body as it does cats and ferrets. Which is a gift, because we walk our dogs, we go to dog parks. It would be very challenging if dogs were a big transmitter of COVID. But we do know that cats can get sick from it, and we're certainly careful if we have cats or ferrets from COVID-positive households to use isolation precautions.
So how do you know if your pet has COVID or monkeypox? And then what do you do if you have your animal COVID patient in the house with you?
Good question. I didn't address monkeypox. So there is a report of a dog getting monkeypox lesions from sleeping with their owner who had it. So we know we can transmit it. So the best things to do, it's really hard to say like a one size fits all plan. If you can, if you're the ill one in the household, it's ideal to, as soon as you realize you have one of those communicable diseases, to isolate from the pet, and then have someone else in the household take care of the pet. But that someone else, should use precautions. So like not let the pet sleep with you anymore if we're worried about monkeypox, or maybe wear a mask if we're worried about COVID when they feed them. Now that's not always going to be something that you can do. What if you live by yourself, right? So then you want to just isolate from the pet, and that, like in the case of monkeypox, like don't let them sleep in the bed with you. Don't, if they like to snuggle up in your armpit or wherever, don't let them do that. But you can still care for them and just feed them and water them. There's not a lot of touching involved in that. And then when it comes to COVID, if you are unable to isolate from your pet, then your pet has COVID and you just isolate with your pet. And then your pet needs to isolate for another 2 weeks after you're recovered. Yeah, because, and for monkeypox, it's 21 days. So you assume that you always assume the worst case scenario. So you assume they got COVID or monkeypox the last day that you were contagious, and then you start their isolation from there. So you want to avoid dog parks, even though you feel well and you don't have COVID, especially dogs, it's not as big a deal. They don't seem to get it and carry it as long, but to be safe, it would be 2 weeks. And same thing, like if you wanted to take your cat to the vet, it might be worth rescheduling any sort of appointment if it falls in that 2 weeks after you stop being contagious from COVID.
We're talking with Dr. Virginia Sinnott-Stutzman for Ask the Vet. The number is 877-301-8970. Sue from West Boylston wants to know, how do we help stray cats when the shelters won't accept them and we already have a full house? Wow. I didn't know shelters wouldn't accept cats. Maybe they just have too many and they can't accommodate them.
Yeah, I mean, we typically, Angel, our shelter does typically accept stray cats. They may have it may be that so there's couple different things. So there are feral cats, so cats that don't have interaction with humans, and they aren't particularly, especially as adults, particularly good pets because they're not conditioned to be around humans. And so we approach those with a different philosophy, which is the trap, spay or neuter, and then re-release. And then those adult sterile animals will slowly reduce that feral colony because there's no babies being made or less babies being made. And that's much more stable than depopulating and all those animals to a shelter and finding them new homes. New feral cats are going to go into that alley or neighborhood or whatever. So that might be the confusion there, that we're talking about feral cats versus, socialized cats who have a chance, who would enjoy being in a home. I mean, why would you put a feral cat that thinks being in an apartment is like the worst thing ever in that situation? They they were the kings and queens of the concrete jungle, and now they have to live in a box.
Yeah.
So we deal with them differently.
Well, speaking of bad situations, how about this text question? My 1.5-year-old corgi is guarding any and all bones. Any tips on getting rid of that behavior? He growls and snaps aggressively if we approach him with a bone.
Yeah, that's tough. So that's resource guarding or guarding behavior. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is unfortunately, I know we all love to give our dogs bones, but you're going to have to get rid of all of that resource. We want to stop that behavior as soon as possible. And then train them with, anytime they display appropriate behavior. So let's say you're giving him his food. You want to train animals to do a trick or for my case, I think the sit is the easiest one. So my dogs sit for everything. They sit for their food. They sit if they want to go outside. And so you teach them that like you are the giver of the resource, so that there's nothing to guard, because if they want it, they're going to come and ask you for it.
Yeah.
So then once you get them, good with their food, you can introduce a lower value bone, something that maybe they've never guarded before, say a Kong filled with peanut butter. Those are those rubber, like sort of.
Love those.
Yeah, they're great.
They're great.
Like little snowmen or something.
Yeah.
And fill that with something they've never seen before, and that they've never guarded, and then have them sit for that and let them have the treat, and then continue to praise them with the treat, an even higher value treat, maybe a piece of hot dog, as long as they're not resource guarding, as long as they're relaxed and comfortable. And then as soon as they aren't comfortable, you need a safe way to get the treat away from them. So maybe a broom or something like that. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough stuff. And if it keeps happening, I'd definitely get in touch with a veterinary behaviorist. We have a strong behavior team at Angel, and they're also doing video consults too, so you don't even always have to come in.
Oh, great.
Yeah, which is awesome. That's worked out really well for them, and it's allowed them to help more animals. But when you start getting aggression of any kind, I get a behaviorist involved if I can't quickly fix it with removing the resource, and then teaching them that they have to ask me for the resource.
Well, again, our number is 877-301-8970. Let's go to our first call. It's Jim in Rhode Island. Hi, Jim.
Hi, how are you guys?
Great, thanks.
Hi, doctor. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, no problem.
The problem I have, it's not really a problem, but my little dog, she's a Maltipoo. She's about maybe 10 pounds, and she's come down with diabetes.
Oh.
So we're currently treating her for that. Now she's developed serious cataracts where she can barely see, always bumping into things.
Oh.
Well, she had an episode Thursday. We took her to our vet. They said there wasn't much we could do. Take her over to Tufts. Took her to Tufts. Tufts couldn't take her because they were too busy. And then we ended up going down to Ocean State in Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm.
And they took her overnight. They said they did an ultrasound on her. They checked her out. They said her level was still off, so we have to start to increase her medicine.
Insulin. Yeah,
her insulin, and keep checking it. So now she's at like 4.5, and it's still not at the level where it should be. I mean, the question I'm trying to get to is how long would it take to get those levels where they should be, and what type of quality of life does the dog have? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
That's a great question. You just brought up every kind of sticky wicket or thorn of treating diabetes. So number one, the cataracts, we can't prevent them in dogs. Unlike human beings who can say, I feel lightheaded. I need to drink some orange juice or something. My blood sugar's low. Dogs can't do that. And they can't regulate themselves. So we have to keep their blood sugars higher than we would humans, or they are more likely to go into a coma from low blood sugar because they can't tell anyone they need some juice. Or a kibble or whatever. So the cataracts happen because of that high sugar. So that's unfortunately a reality. There are things we can do. I mean, up to and including giving them an artificial lens, but sometimes just removing the lens to give them blurry vision is better than no vision. But if we're not correcting the cataracts, the blindness is unfortunately a sad, but something they adapt well to fact of diabetes. As far as the blood sugars go, it does take, you become good friends with your internist or regular vet, whoever's managing that diabetes for you, because we can regulate them pretty well actually at home nowadays. At Angel, we're using implantable glucose monitors called Libres, where it's like a little button that we glue to the back of their shoulder. that allows us to constantly monitor their sugar. And then we have you do that, monitor it like 2 or 3 times a day, or 6 times a day for one day, or just, keep a record. And then we can look at that log and help regulate the insulin. But typically it takes a few adjustments to get there. It can take 3 or 4 months. And then once they hit a stable plateau, we still need to check, we may not need to do the little implantable device more than once a year, but we still need to check in with their other organs, because diabetes can have effects on the whole body. It can increase, your risk of infection, increase your risk for some other endocrine diseases like Cushing's disease. So we need to check their labs yearly. So diabetes is a kind of a high maintenance disease. And I'm going to just say hats off to you. Like, it's a lot of work to have a diabetic because you have to give them shots twice a day. So it's a hard disease to have a pet with. It would certainly be hard for me.
Doctor,
pretty much
the caller, Jim, asked about the quality of life. And I think all of us who've had pets, sometimes you don't notice that things are really going south for the pet. But it's your pet, so you want to keep trying to fix the pet, and the pet's getting old. What do you do? I mean, I remember going to Angel, actually, with my elderly dog, and the vet said to me, "Dog's got a lot going on here," and she didn't want to say it's time to go, but that's what she was saying. Dog's got a lot going on here. So what should people do? Because you've seen it, I'm sure, where people keep their pets alive much past when they should. What's your advice to people?
It's a really good question. So the big thing I say, especially when we're dealing with end-of-life care. So diabetes is a little different because I think once you get your pet stable, they can have a good quality of life other than the blindness in dogs. Cats don't get blind. But when we're dealing with a lot of problems and and those problems are progressive, I always encourage people to make a list of your dogs or cats, 5 or 6, however long it is, because you make the list, their favorite activities. So playing with a specific toy, or getting excited when someone comes to the door, or playing with, liking to play fetch, eating food, just like they love to eat normally, eating a favorite treat, that kind of thing. Whatever it is, I don't be watching birds if it's a cat, at the bird feeder. As you start crossing things off that list, before you start crossing things off that list, ask yourself, one, is there a trapdoor thing? Like my cat was, when he stopped playing with his squishy soccer ball, that was it. It was time. Because I knew that was if he didn't want to do that, that was it. But also, how many things are you willing to scratch off that list and still call it a good quality of life? And I usually encourage that at least half of them need to be going on every day to call it a good quality of life. Because I think it's easy to get tunnel vision. I know when my cat had lymphoma, someone sent me a picture of him right before he died. And I was like, what is this skinny cat? I didn't even see him that way.
Yeah.
And so having trusted friends who can speak truth to you is also helpful, and engaging them when you get a serious diagnosis with a pet and saying, if things aren't looking good and I'm not seeing it, please tell me, because it's you really don't. My personal experience is I did not see it until someone showed me a photo of how thin my cat had gotten. So that's something to think about. And it's always hard. It's always personal. And I always tell people, you just kind of know, there's a gut feeling. But if that doesn't happen, those lists.
Yeah, that is a great suggestion. And by the way, you guys do a great job up there when it does time to put the dog down. You guys do a great job with your low lights and your couches and your treats and all this kind of stuff, and stay as long as you want. So thank you very much, Doctor. It's always great to talk to you. Appreciate all your advice.
Yeah, happy to help.
Thank you so much. We've been speaking with Dr. Virginia Sinnott-Stutzman. She's a senior staff veterinarian at the MSPCA's Angel Animal Medical Center. Up next, it's the month of summer vacation, but are we doing it all wrong? Fully planning out our week away from work in such a way that when we return somehow more burned out than when we left. What kind of vacationer are you? Give us a call next on Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH.
The fight for reproductive justice is closely intertwined with disability justice.
We need people that understand us in order to start really combating the gross negligence and ableism that we face.
Centering people with disabilities in the work of the reproductive rights movement post-Roe. That's next time on The Takeaway from WNYC and PRX.
This afternoon at 2, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Stoneleigh Burnham School in Greenfield, Massachusetts, now offering a 1-year voice and empowerment certificate program for 10th grade girls. More information at sbschool.org/voice-10. And American Repertory Theater presenting Twilight, Los Angeles, 1992. Anna Devere Smith's powerful Tony Award-nominated play about the LA riots. Opens August 28th. Tickets at amrep.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. So it is peak vacation time. As we know, Jim is out today, slithering around somewhere. We don't know where he's slithering. But are we actually vacationing wrong? Maybe we should all do some more slithering. Piece in the Washington Post by Damon Young posits, with our tightly scheduled itineraries and mapped out vacations, are we just making more work for ourselves, thereby eliminating the freeing aspect of a vacation, a lack of expectations? This guy Damon Young wants to do is he just wants to hang around for days, butt naked in a hotel room, eating scallops and binging TV. That's his idea of a great vacation.
Why do you have to be butt naked to do those things?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's a little kinky. I don't know Damon Young, but that's what he said. And he talked about how he also likes to go to a desirable place, so I guess he gets a good view. But we want to hear from you. What do you think about this? Are you an itinerary master? We talked about this with Arthur L. Brooks. I think it's L. Brooks last week. He's the happiness columnist for the Atlantic. Oh, it's a D? I think it's
C for cat.
Oh, C for cat. Okay, it's Arthur C. Brooks. Thank you very much. In my ear. He talked about that maybe we should slow down in our vacations, not have to say, okay, 9 o'clock we're going to go for the group breakfast, and then we're going to go snorkeling at noon, and then at 3 o'clock we're going to do something else, and at 4 o'clock we're going to do this. Fully planning your entire week to cram in as many sites and events as possible. Or do you book flights, find a spot on the beach, and figure it out. Just stay there with your Negroni in hand. Which do you think is better? 877-301-8970, 877-301-8970. You can tweet us at Boss Public Radio. Now, you just came back from vacation. A hard driving vacation.
Well, that's a different kind of vacation. I go to a ranch in Montana where your whole day is planned out for you. But the joy in that is that you know you're going. I've been there before. Lots of friends go together, so we know the rhythm of the day.
You ride horses all day.
We ride horses and we have dinner at the same. That's all the same. But that's the only time I do something like that. I used to be a planinator when I was younger.
Yeah.
I would have to do everything possible. I like to do city vacations, Montana being an exception. And now I just want to go and I wander because it's a city. Usually I have a museum or two that are on my must list, but that's about the extent of the agenda making is at least make it to those museums. The rest I'll just wander and figure out things and find things, and surprises are great on vacation.
Yeah, I think, we talk to Rick Steves all the time about traveling, and he, talks about going to all these museums and mixing with the locals and eating the local food and stuff like that. I don't know how scheduled his vacations are. I've never gone on one, but I'm planning on it because they sound wonderful. But in those cases, you have somebody telling you what you're going to do.
And that's good too. Not making decisions on vacation, that's huge.
Yeah, when you have to plan it all yourself, I find that extremely stressful because I'm not a very good planner. But we'll hear from you guys. 877-301-8970. Do you want to just sit on the beach with your cocktail looking at the ocean all day long? Or do you want to have, like I said, 9 o'clock is breakfast, 10 o'clock is yoga on the beach, 3 o'clock is something else, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you're not a planinator, are you?
I wish I were. I can't plan anything.
I do remember going to a wedding with you last year, and you. I think we were going to meet around lunch or so, and you showed up around, 6 or 7. That was just about a year ago.
Yeah, I missed the whole first part of the wedding. We got a very, very late start. That was a tough one. Anyway, Nick from Chatham, what do you think?
Hey there.
Hi.
So I'm someone who's definitely, as you say, a planinator.
Yeah.
However, I've realized a few years back that it actually is in direct conflict with what I actually need out of a vacation, which was kind of hard to get to grips with, kind of to Jared's point. So normally what me and my family do, because my wife is much better about just getting up the door and, going to do a million different things. And I'm very much I need this downtime and I want to take this at a slower pace. So what we normally do is pick like one destination, and if we can walk to it, all the better. And then just use that time to find all the random things that we wouldn't normally have found in a guidebook, or especially when traveling with my son, who's 10, to sort of check in with him and see, like, you get to pick one thing today. What's the one thing you want to do? And honestly, picking one thing to do is usually a lot less stressful than, your average everyday work day or weekend at home when you have like 15 different things to focus on. So it still feels like a vacation.
I like that. Just one thing a day.
That's perfect.
Nick, I like that very much. Thank you for the call. 877-301-8970. Are you moving around frantically from place to place to place, or are you just sitting there doing nothing? Are your other vacations, do you like there to sit and do nothing when you're not out riding the range?
Well, I'm not terrific at doing nothing, but I'm terrific at slowing down. So
Yeah.
I usually have to be doing something, but just not at the pace at which I'm normally going, or have everything as built up and scheduled as it might normally be.
It was so hot this summer. I went to the ocean more than I usually do because no matter how hot it is, you have the breeze and you have the water, obviously. And I have my umbrella with the SPF 50 in it, so I'm not going to get like burned to a crisp. And I just thought, why haven't I done this more often? Just drive to the beach, set up your umbrella in your chair, and sit there. It's really great.
I'll have to try it sometime.
Kevin from Hull, what do you think?
Hi, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Great.
Good. Well, listen, I think you should come to Hull to the beach.
Oh,
Great
beautiful.
place.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking about travel, I happen to be going on a Mediterranean cruise next week.
Good for you.
And yeah, very lucky. I'm going with an Irish traditional music group, Joni Madden and the Cherish the Ladies. But anyway, those ships have very tight agendas. And so you can be doing some activity 28 hours a day. But I think it's up to you, to the traveler, to slow down, plan your own schedule. Just because something is offered, you don't have to take it. As far as getting on to ports of call, I will be leading a tour in Rome because I used to live in Rome. And what I always noticed is, Americans, they want to do 10 cities in 45 minutes. Of course, that's untenable. But the thing is, and they're looking for the Dunkin' Donuts. Anyway, but the thing is, you really have to train yourself to savor. So I'm bringing a group of folks to Rome, and we're going to 3 or 4 places. That's it. The Vatican, Piazza Navona, Pantheon. But we're going to just sit and be. That's how you learn about a place. And it's also how you learn about yourself.
That was a very zen call, Kevin. Savor and sit and be. Thank you very much. That's right. That's how you learn about yourself, Jared. Sitting and being.
Sitting and savoring. Everybody who's going to Disney World, not sitting and savoring. How hilarious. We all know the families who that's the obligatory. At some point, you have to take the family to Disney World where you've got your little wristband and you're racing from ride to ride and you have to be across the park in 20 minutes and then you have to race back across the park because you don't want to wait in line for 2.5 hours from Space Mountain.
Yeah.
And then the families come back and their hair is falling out and everybody's mad at each other. The kids aren't speaking to the parents.
Yeah, I mean, that's awful. That's like when you go on a ski vacation. The problem with the ski vacation is you have to get up and go skiing.
Not me. I'll just chill out at the lodge with the fire. Maybe I can sit still sometimes.
Well, that's what I love is the après ski, or in my case, it's the before ski, where you let the kids go skiing and you sit there with your book and the fireplace around me, because they always have these wonderful lodges. Even in these crowded ski resorts, they have these wonderful lodges. Oh, people are asking where John King is today. Well, you know where John King is? He is on vacation, a well-deserved vacation. Scott in South Boston, what do you think?
Hi, Scott.
Well, I think it's all fine and dandy to, take a little bit of time off and relax. I finally convinced my wife into kind of getting away from the whole itinerary thing and trying to sit down and enjoy the time. But all of that goes out the window as soon as you have a kid, because it doesn't matter where your vacation is, Disneyland, Turks and Caicos, you're going to spend your time minding your little kid and making sure he doesn't hurt himself, he or she doesn't hurt himself, because it goes from relaxing to absolute hell as soon as you bring small children into the world.
Well, so, Scott, maybe you could just Velcro them to the wall back in South Boston and go with your wife. What do you think?
If only it was that easy.
Yeah. Your children do. That's a good point. Vacations with small children are not really vacations, are they, Scott? No.
No. My favorite Norman Rockwell painting is the one where it's the two families, or it's the same family going to vacation, and they're in a car, and everybody's happy, and they look cheery, and the second part is them returning, and nobody looks happy. And bad things happen there.
877-301-8970. Linda from Warwick says, my daughter and I planned a hiking vacation to Utah where every minute of the day was accounted for. It took forever to plan the trip. Then the airlines started to change their departure time, and we ended up canceling the vacation because it was too complicated. And all the plans they had made kind of went out the window because of the airline change. And then here's Amy from Foster, Rhode Island, says, we have 4 kids, 14 and under, and I often feel like I need a vacation from my vacation after our vacation. Yeah, that's the problem with small children on trips. Yeah, we have somebody we know that took a small kid on a trip. I wonder if he had a terrible time. Kid was only like 2 or 3. Must have been horrible.
Well, I'm thinking it was not as pleasant looking at his face right now.
Diane from Boston, what do you think, Diane?
I think vacationing should be partially planned and the rest serendipitous.
Very good.
Usually, if I travel with my kids when they were younger, they would each pick one must-see thing, like if we were in Italy, and then the rest was just get in the car and explore and get lost. It's a lot of fun.
Diane, thank you.
And those are the stories that you
suggestion.
Always come away with.
Yeah.
The things that go awry on vacation, like the flat tire I got when I was trying to treat my parents to a road trip. That was probably one of the things we most remember.
Was the flat tire?
Of course, it was the most stressful because that was the one time that was absolutely planned. We had to make a ferry. This was in Ireland, and then we got a flat tire because...
Driving on the wrong side of the road?
Driving on the wrong side of the road. Those narrow little roads.
10 minutes after I left the airport, I had a flat tire.
Of course you did.
It was terrible.
I made it a little further. I made it to the Cliffs of Moher, and then leaving, I hit a curb.
Yeah. Well, all those. Well, that's what you do because you're not used to driving on the
10
minutes
minutes out of the
road.
airport.
10 minutes out of the airport. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But there was like a AAA version over there in where I was, and they came and they fixed the tire while
in an hour. They came and fixed the car, and I was back on the road in an hour.
Isn't that amazing?
It's truly amazing.
Yeah, Ireland is really gorgeous. It really is gorgeous. But someone just texted a little while ago about the staycation. Remember, lots of people go on these staycations, and they just hang out at home, and they, as she puts it, have a low ponytail, lots of books, and PJs are great. I mean, that's true, to just do nothing around your house. The temptation is great.
I disagree.
To fix something up. You want to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being at home is not a vacation.
Okay. All right. You're shut right down, texter, whatever you said. Jared says you don't know what you're talking about.
Might work for them, not for me.
Joni from Southborough. Hi.
Hi, it's Joanne.
Oh, Joanne, I'm sorry.
Okay. I was at a friend's place on Lake Winnipesaukee. Every year she invites a bunch of friends up. And so there were a bunch of friends. We were just relaxing. Nothing was on the schedule. Paddling, swimming, hanging out, playing board games. But the best thing was I stopped looking I brought my laptop only because I didn't want to leave it for certain reasons at home. But
that's right. You never know what they're going to find on the laptop while you're gone, Joanne. Yeah. That's absolutely right.
I didn't check. Well, it was at any rate. I didn't check my email, my personal email. I didn't check my business emails like every 10 minutes. I looked like once a day, but it was so relaxing not to constantly be online.
Yeah.
and looking at email.
Yeah,
so that's it.
Yeah, I have a friend who was traveling in one of those. She and her partner bought one of those Airstream things, which are these nice.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know what you call them, vans or whatever that you drive around, and they're really nice inside. And she was at places in parts of her vacation where there was no service, no, not for cell phones or not for the computer. And she said it was the best time she'd had in years because she wasn't constantly getting alerts on her phone or worrying about who was texting her or looking online at night about the latest disastrous news.
I'm very good about that too. By the way, road trips are a great vacation for not planning anything and just kind of seeing where things take you and talking to people in restaurants and seeing where they suggest. That's how I went to the Spam Museum in Austin, Minnesota, and saw the largest ball of twine. I think it was somewhere in Kansas. I mean, why would you ordinarily plan a trip to see the biggest ball of twine? But then you see it, you think, well, that's kind of fun.
Wait a minute, how big was the ball?
And then you get to talk about it on the radio one day.
How big was the ball of twine?
It's huge.
Like 50 feet?
It's probably like 4 Marjorie tall.
Really?
Yep.
And this is the Spam Museum?
In Austin, Minnesota, yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Home of Spam.
I've never heard of that. Oh, Spam that you eat.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Spam.
Not email spam. That's where they collect all the bad emails.
Okay, so I'm going to get this probably goofed up because this was a long time ago, but there's this place out in the middle of nowhere. I think it must be in Utah or South Dakota or something where they have that Dick's. No, is it the drugstore? And
Wall Drug.
Wall Drug.
Yep.
And they start advertising it like when you're 500 miles away, and then you're 300 miles away, and you're 200 miles away, and you were so worked up by the time you get to Wall Drug. Did you actually go to the Wall Drug?
I went to Wall Drug.
What'd you think?
It was just a couple stores and a restaurant.
It was so disappointing. You are, for 2 days, you're beside yourself over Wall Drug, out in the middle of nowhere. And, you know, they sell a couple of candy bars and a bad cup of coffee.
And a bumper sticker so you can tell everybody that you finally went to Wall Drug.
Okay, we're done, Jared, but we're not really done here at the Boston Public Library. I'm going to tell you in a minute what's going on in just a second. Well, you tell everybody. This is you. You do the out. Go ahead.
You're making me work
I'm
until the end.
making you work. That's right.
Thank you for listening to another edition of Boston Public Radio. Keep up with us on our podcast 24/7. Tune in tomorrow for medical ethicist Art Kaplan, retired Judge Nancy Gertner, Jeff Thielman of the International Institute of New England, Shirley Leung of the Boston Globe, and Dr. Nick Whitney, shark scientist at New England Aquarium. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Aidan Connolly, Mackenzie Farkas. Additional support provided by Gia Orsino and Haley Lerner. Our engineer is John LeClaw Parker. Our executive producer is Jamie Bologna. Thanks again to the on-site engineers at the BPL, Colin Cockrell, Steve Barashi, and Rob Fagnant. A reminder, there's a special event at the Boston Public Library happening. It's just seconds away at this point. It's happening immediately after BPR. It's called Priced Out, the Fight for Housing, Your Questions Answered. That starts at 2 o'clock right here at the Boston Public Library and on youtube.com/GBH News. We'll be going deeper into the housing crisis that we were talking about earlier in the show and that is affecting so many families, young people, just everyone across the region. Again, it's called Priced Out, happening at 2 o'clock, just seconds away here at the BPL and youtube.com/GBH News.
I would just like to say, Jared, you did a spectacular job today.
Thank you so much.
It was amazing. I just want to let you know about that. Okay. I'm Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jared. Whatever. That was coded. I know that was coded.
Thanks again for tuning in. Hope you can tune in tomorrow. Meanwhile, have a great day. If you're on vacation, just sit back and be.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Bye.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Leiden with GBH News, live here at the GBH News studios at the Boston Public Library in Copley Square. Thanks for joining us live here at the library and on our YouTube stream. We are getting ready for a special event this afternoon, Priced Out, the fight for housing in Massachusetts, your questions answered. This event is part of our reporting project looking at the high costs of housing, record high costs of housing, and the impact on people and communities in our area. We've been doing this reporting online at GBH News /Priced Out. And you can see all our stories there. And as our crew is getting ready for today's event, we'll be starting in about 10 to 15 minutes. We thought we would share some of our reporting. While you're joining us online or here at the library and you have questions, you can start thinking about those questions. You can put them in the chat on YouTube, and we'll be taking them here live at the library as well. We started our project by looking at the data. What was going on and what communities were we seeing the most sharpest increase in home values, and we found that some of those communities were some of the most affordable, previously affordable communities in the state. And one thing we learned in our reporting is that back in the 1980s, we were actually building more housing than we are now. And that is part of our first story, which kind of sets up the series, and I'd like to share that with you as we get ready for our event. So here's a look at the first piece that looks at the role of supply and the issue of affordable housing.
Expensive housing is nothing new in Massachusetts.
It does now seem that one of the major goals of the American dream, the ability of families young and old to own their own home, is seriously endangered by the continuing rise of housing costs.
We're looking for the next half hour at the varieties of housing experience in and around Boston 1985.
Local housing advocates have long warned that Massachusetts needs more development to meet the demands of first-time homebuyers.
What's changed is how expensive housing has become. Not just in high-end suburbs, but also in communities once considered affordable. Right next to Logan Airport in East Boston, since 2011, the price of a single-family home skyrocketed 226%.
The only neighborhood that I really know is East Boston. I think in a lot of things like, would I will be able to move to another place? Would I will be able to afford a higher rent? Like, would I be able to put food on my table?
And it's not just Boston. Across the region and in every direction, homes in working-class neighborhoods are increasingly out of reach. To the north, in Lynn, single-family home values went up 157% since 2011. To the south, in Brockton, they're up 155%. And to the west, in Worcester, home values have risen 117%.
Oh, the prices are outrageous. And so it just squeezes me right out, and I don't know. I don't know what to do next. That's going to be my next mission, to find out how I'm going to handle all this.
Census data shows that across Massachusetts, about a quarter of all renters are paying half their income or more on rent.
Communities that have traditionally and historically been more affordable and are largely communities of color, these are communities where the pressures are even more significant right now.
So what's driving up the high cost of housing? There's just not enough of it. It wasn't always this way. Massachusetts built twice as much housing in the 1980s as it does now, and back then more of it was for first-time homebuyers. Now, with demand so high, land itself costs more. So what gets built is largely aimed at people who can afford to pay more for luxury homes, condos, and apartments. By some estimates, Massachusetts needs 200,000 new units in the next 8 years just to keep housing prices from continuing to climb. But advocates argue creating enough housing for everyone means more communities, including suburban ones, need to build more housing.
We have communities in the greater Boston region that have a lot of multifamily housing, and then the majority of communities are essentially closed to multifamily construction. They just won't let apartments in.
Even as a growing number of people are priced out.
back here live at the BPR studios, the GBH studios at the Boston Public Library, following up on our conversation on Boston Public Radio today. We're getting ready for a special event. My colleague Liz Niesloss is standing by, as are two housing experts, getting ready to take your questions about housing and talk about some possible solutions to the affordable housing shortage. We just looked at a piece that looked at the impact of supply on housing. But supply alone may not be the answer. Adam Riley has been spending time in the North Shore city of Lynn, and like many other communities, it's become more expensive even though there's growth in housing. Here's Adam's story from Lynn.
By Boston area standards, the city of Lynn is still somewhat affordable. The median rent for a two-bedroom apartment here is $2,150 compared to $3,000 in Boston proper. For years, that's made Lynn a destination for new immigrants, including many from Central America, like Olga Valiente. Olga left Guatemala after a gang threatened to kidnap her children. She's lived in Lynn for 9 years and in this modest apartment near Lynn Common for 3. Her son sleeps here on an inflatable mattress because a bed won't fit. Her two daughters share another bedroom, and Olga, who works cleaning other people's homes, has the third to herself. There's also a small kitchen and another space that's part living room and part dining room.
Por lo cerca de la escuela.
Speaking through an interpreter, Olga says even though their home is small, the location is ideal, near their church, her kids' schools, and their grocery store. What's more, they've been able to pay for it until now.
Impresionante porque...
This spring, Olga's landlord told her the rent was increasing from $1,900 to $2,100. That's still below the current median for a Lynn 3-bedroom. But Olga says that for her family, it's just not doable long term.
We
barely can make it to 1,900. Imagine when I had to pay all that increase.
Olga's story raises doubts about the idea that production alone can solve the housing crisis. Development in Lynn is booming, but it's mostly smaller, more expensive units. This new building doesn't have any 3 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms start at about $3,000. At Lynn City Hall, plans are underway to change that.
It's certainly a top priority for our administration, and it's one of the most pressing issues in the city.
Lynn Mayor Jared Nicholson is readying a new requirement that developers also create affordable housing on site or elsewhere, including units within reach of Lynn's poorest residents. But the details haven't been unveiled, and Nicholson says it'll be crucial to push hard, but not too hard.
You want to set the right balance where you're doing right by the residents who are struggling with affordable housing, doing right by the community, but also continuing to allow investors to make a return.
Maybe in a few years, Olga and her family will reap the benefits. But right now, she says she has literally no idea where they'll go if they have to move.
I had a conversation with my children, and that's what we always say, where we're going to end it up. Probably in the mountains or under the bridge. We don't know where we're going to go because we don't going to have that amount of money to pay the rent.
Demasiado difícil.
When I talk to them about that, it hurts. It's really hard.
Just joining us, welcome. I'm Stephanie Leiden with GBH News, live at the Boston Public Library, where we're about to start an event. Our crew here at the library is getting our studio space ready. Liz Niesloss, reporter at GBH News. 2 housing experts will be here answering your questions about housing, talking about possible solutions to the affordable housing crisis. This is all part of our reporting series called Priced Out, the fight for housing in Massachusetts. We have heard from people all across the region who have stories to share, questions they want answered. So we thought this would be a moment to gather together and have this discussion. And we're thrilled to be here at the library with a live audience. Thank you to you all. I have my back to our live audience, and happy to have you here on YouTube as well. So Liz has been down in the city of Weymouth on the South Shore of Boston, where she met a preschool teacher. And this is a woman who had lived there in the same apartment for 14 years with her family, and she got something in the mailbox that changed her life. She is one of the many people in this region impacted by the rising costs of housing, and here is her story.
I teach preschool. I've been doing it since I was 22, and I'm about to celebrate my 40th birthday this year. I don't know who people think get evicted or face homelessness, but I always paid my rent on time, and I'm still in this position.
After 14 years in the same home in Weymouth, Kimberly O'Connor and her family got an eviction letter.
There was a letter left on the mailbox that was delivered by the sheriff, and it said a no-fault 30-day notice.
A no-fault eviction because O'Connor's family had done nothing wrong. At a time when housing prices across the state have hit record highs, their landlord plans to renovate and, says O'Connor, raise the rent nearly 60%.
The first thing I start doing is looking at rental prices. Oh, how are we going to do that? A lot of them are like, you know, $1,000 more than what my current housing costs are.
My income is not able to keep up with the prices of things at this time.
My first step was to call Quincy Community Action Programs and just ask for help. The first thing I was told was, do not leave your apartment until you have someplace else to go. Do not make yourself voluntarily homeless. I've applied for affordable housing, but the waiting lists are very, very long.
Quincy Community Action Programs helped her with first payments, but O'Connor worries about how she'll keep up with monthly rent.
We are slated to move into a 2-bedroom that is 788 square feet. So we will be downsizing from a 3-bedroom to a 2-bedroom with the 4 of us. It's gonna run me about $625 more a month for less space. But it's the best I could find and the best I could do. This was Tessa's room. I've packed up a lot of her stuff. I have to work on taking her bed apart. I don't think it's gonna work in the new place, so it's probably gonna get curbed. I haven't really figured it out yet, but we'll have a roof and walls. I just hit 10,000 steps.
But there's some good news. O'Connor's husband Mike got a new job. It should make the rent manageable if they watch expenses.
I'm taking it day by day. I'm kind of figuring out the budget, what the utilities are going to look like. You know, in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking about, should I get a part-time job?
I'm hopeful that I can swing it for the time being. I'm nervous about the future lease renewals because I know places like this, you know, rent goes up.
There are compromises. Daughter Tess will sleep on the living room couch.
All right.
Still, O'Connor sees it as a reprieve.
I just feel lucky that my family has a roof over their head for, you know, the next 12 months. It's one of the scariest things to have housing insecurity. Like, I mean, I just can't explain it. It's just such a scary feeling. It's such a scary feeling. Potential homelessness.
And welcome back. I'm Stephanie Leiden with GBH News, here along with Joe Kreisberg, who is the president and CEO of the Massachusetts Association of Community Development Corporations. We also have with us today, I don't know if we get that on camera or not, we'll try, Ellen Schachter, who is with the Office of Housing Stability in Somerville, and Liz Niesloss, my colleague at GBH News, who has been part of our series called Priced Out, the Fight for Housing in Massachusetts. If you've been tuned in and watching here live at the Boston Public Library, I keep wanting to call it the Boston Public Radio, it is the library, or if you're joining us on our YouTube stream, welcome. You have seen some of the reporting and you can certainly see more of it online. As part of this project, we have invited people to share their stories and ask their questions, and we're inviting you to do more of that right now. Here at the library, if you would like, there is an area where our producers Annie and Alexi will be, and you can, hello, and you can go on up and write down questions, and they will keep an eye on those. We're also keeping an eye on YouTube, so if you've got a question you're watching on YouTube, you can put that right in the chat. And we'll do our best to get some answers, and we will also, importantly, talk about some of the solutions, because Joe and Ellen both say that the affordable housing crisis can actually be solved, which feels like an ambitious thing. So thank you all for being here. Really appreciate your time today. As I mentioned, we've gotten a lot of feedback from our audience, and I'd like to start by sharing something that a woman wrote into us. It's really kind of stuck with me, I think because it's emblematic of a lot of the feedback we're hearing. This is a person who was living in Braintree, moved to Weymouth with her husband for less expensive housing. She's in her 60s, and it was all going fine. And then she said, we found a letter in our mailbox right before the 4th of July weekend saying only that our landlord was planning on selling this house, and he wasn't going to renew our lease that ends 9/2022, which is just weeks from now. We are so overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty as where and what now. I've been searching and looking and keep hitting a dead end. Please, if you can help, we'd be grateful. Ellen, I know you have been at this work for a long time as a housing attorney before your current role in Somerville, and I wonder if this is the kind of story you're hearing more of these days.
Yeah, so thanks so much for having me. Unfortunately, it is the kind of story that we are hearing all too frequently in Somerville. In the last 8 months, you being on this show prompted me to take a look at my statistics, and we had in the city of Somerville, which has a little over 80,000 people, over 1,000 people coming to us in the first 8 months of this year with problems relating to housing instability. And almost each and every one of those involves the kind of huge sense of trauma and fear and loss that that you have heard from this person who is reaching out to you. So we are hearing this almost daily. People who get rent increase notices, people who get notice to quit, people who just can't keep up with the pace of rent increases and are really desperate about where they're going to end up.
And Joe, I know that you, in your role overseeing community development corporations across the state, now these are organizations that help with affordable housing in many communities. I wonder if the perspective that Ellen is sharing is something you see on a statewide. Is that centered here in the greater Boston area, or are you seeing it beyond?
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for having us. It's absolutely a statewide problem. Yes, rents are higher here in greater Boston than most of the rest of the state, but so are incomes. And so when you get out to other parts of the state, people are having just as hard a time to make rent. And there's two things about this story I want to say. First and foremost, to the listener who wrote in and to everybody else, only a judge can evict you from your home. So if you get a notice to quit, if your landlord is trying to kick you out, you have rights. There is a process that the landlord has to follow. That may not be able to, you may not be able to stay forever, but you may have more time than you think. So please reach out, get assistance. Secondly, about that story, and we are seeing this all across the state, this crisis often happens when a building changes ownership and a new buyer comes in, a new owner comes in and wants to raise the rent, often because they've taken out debt or loans that require them to raise the rent. Maybe that was part of the whole plan right from the beginning. So I think that's one of the things we're seeing that in every kind of neighborhood across the state.
So you're talking about relating it back to the high cost of housing, these record high prices. People are making the investment and thus passing on the costs
yes,
to renters.
The value of housing in the state and the scarcity of housing is attracting investors, both good investors and bad investors, who are looking to make money and sometimes make money very fast on the backs of people who can't afford it.
I know Liz has been keeping track of the people in the audience who've been writing in. Of course, you can do that on YouTube, and you can do that right here at the library.
And both Joe and Ellen, already you've touched on something that many people talk about, which is fear and what to do. There is nothing as frightening, one woman told me, as just the possibility of homelessness. We had an audience member write in and say, my brother and I work for the city of Boston. We have to live here for our residency requirements. We have our 68-year-old mother, our 31-year-old special needs brother. We have until, she wrote then, August 15th to move. We don't know what happened at this point. And although we make good money, we cannot find a place. The eviction on our record isn't helping. So how should people, Ellen, maybe you want to start with this one. How do people deal with that? How do they when they have an eviction on their record? And that goes also for no-fault evictions as well. It's an issue.
So there is a statewide campaign to do something called eviction record sealing that came very close to passing this year and in the previous year. So I am hopeful that there will be a legislative solution for this problem, because as you were indicating, many evictions have absolutely nothing to do with fault of tenants. And once you have that on your record, it is difficult. What I will say is you can't give up. You get a chance to explain what circumstances were. And in some cases, landlords, screening companies will be willing to hear what you have to say about the circumstances around the eviction.
In some cases, although I profiled a woman who's a preschool teacher, she was the victim, I guess you could say, of a no-fault eviction. She had paid her rent on time, put one foot in front of the other, felt she was doing everything right. And a housing expert in the area essentially said, you know, landlords often don't actually look to see whether it's fault or no fault. So, you know, it becomes a problem even there. Joe, did you want to weigh in?
Well, it's a major problem, and it's completely unfair in most cases. And that is why this legislation, which has been led by Senator Liddy Edwards from East Boston, is so important. And it's pending. It's part of the economic development bill that got stuck at the end of the legislative session. It was in the Senate version, and we need to get that to the finish line. And then we're probably going to have to make it stronger yet. But it's really important that we address that. It's similar to the issue with people who have criminal records, you know, trying to get a restart on their life and not being given that opportunity.
And Ellen, you've talked about something that also hinders people, which is the right to counsel. Why is that something that's so hard to get people?
You know, studies have shown, recent studies, that 85% of landlords around the Commonwealth are represented. In one recent study, approximately 8 to 10% of tenants are represented. Part of that is because of insufficient funding for legal services that exists out there, and it is so critical to you know, even that playing field.
Right.
We see huge differences in outcomes when tenants have legal representation.
I could just say, you know, one of the things we learned during the pandemic, when there was a widespread understanding that we did not want to see a lot of evictions during the pandemic. Yes, we had a moratorium, but the moratorium did not last forever and did not apply to everybody. But we also put in place in the state significant funding for rent relief to help people close the gap, but also mediation services and a substantial increase in representation through the legal services network. And guess what? It worked. Yeah. We reduced evictions by 90%, I think, for a while, which is extraordinary considering what was going on. So we know what the tools are, and there's no reason we can't have those tools all the time. That being said, as long as there is such an extreme scarcity of housing, and housing that's affordable at rents that people of modest means can pay, you know, we're going to see this kind of problem. So, you know, that is something we have to also address.
Right.
Can we talk for a minute about supply and demand? Because I think it's an interesting question. I mean, Ellen, we talked earlier, you were saying there's, and I've heard this statistic, there's 200,000 units short in the state. I mean, it's kind of this game of housing musical chairs, right? There's sort of not enough units for everyone. And I'm just talking market rate, just units of any sort. And yet, Joe, you have said building alone is not the solution. So I wonder if both of you could sort of weigh in on that. Does it do additional units help, and why aren't they? If there's not enough, Why isn't that the solution?
Well, that's a graduate course in housing economics, the answer to that. But, a lot of folks like to say, listen, it's all economics 101, supply and demand. We need more supply because there's so much demand. But unfortunately, it's not housing 101. It's not that simple. It is a graduate level, if not higher. There are so many different factors. So absolutely, we need to build more housing at every income level. But supply and demand is not just measured in the number of humans who live in a place and the number of housing units. Housing units that are bigger are more expensive. When my wife and I bought our house, we finished off the attic into a master bedroom. We made the house bigger. We made the house more expensive. We did that. And people are doing that thousands of times all over the state all the time. And demand is not just in terms of humans. Household size is shrinking. So even with the same number of people, we need more units. And then you have the issue of money. Demand for housing is expressed in dollars, and some of us have a lot more dollars than other people. And so the income and wealth inequality in our society, which is massive and growing, is a major contributor to this. And unless we get our handles on some of these other dynamics, simply building more supply won't be enough, even though it's an essential piece of the puzzle.
Because the supply that is going up is not being built for everyone. Not everyone can get a piece of that.
The average home in this country is 50% bigger than it was, 50 years ago. And most of us are probably glad to have a larger home, but there's a price for that.
Yeah, and I would just add a few things to that. I think people in the housing world and housing business know that supply alone is not the answer. And I say this because there are some real positives that come from supply, and then there's some real negatives. Look at Somerville as an example. We have a lot of new development. Fortunately, the city of Somerville has taken bold steps to regulate what happens when new housing is built. So in Somerville, we get 20% of all units that are then affordable. And that does a lot to help us with our problem of supply of affordable housing. However, for the people that don't get in those units, luxury housing is driving up costs. So our median rents are higher because of that luxury housing. People want to be around where there's luxury housing. There's more amenities around, in some cases, around luxury housing. So at the same time, new development can help us with our tax base, can help create new units. But remember, housing is a basic human need. Supply and demand is really based on things that people can, if it costs too much, I'm not going to buy that. That doesn't really work when you're talking about something like housing that everybody must have.
So that's a question that many people have. It's actually doesn't seem to be a new one. Why am I seeing so much luxury housing being built in my area? Joe, do you have a feeling on that? Some of it is labeled luxury housing because it's in a very desirable area. It may not be what with a pet spa or whatever really makes a luxury house. But why are we seeing so many things that look like luxury housing?
Well, a couple of things I would say, and just to build on one of these that Ellen said about new construction, does it help or hurt, and where the same thing can help in some ways and hurt in others. And so what helps across the regional supply might have local impacts on that neighborhood that are different because housing markets are so location specific. But one reason that we're seeing a lot of luxury housing, look, most developers and investors are trying to make as much money as they can from their investments. That's just a basic rule of economics. But the cost of construction, land, labor, materials, is so high, it costs about $500,000 to build an apartment, a modest apartment, in a large apartment building, never mind a single family home. And if it takes $500,000 to build the apartment, you need to charge rent probably around $5,000 a month to cover your costs and debt. So there you go. So you can't do it for $2,000 a month, never mind $1,000 a month without government subsidy or government regulation. So I think that's the basic thing that's driving it.
It's back to your, it's more than economics 101. It's a complex system. And that also feeds into, I think you're talking about apartment buildings, but that's also probably why we're seeing these larger homes, right? Because the land itself is valuable, right?
Exactly. Certainly there's a demand for larger homes, but also if you can only build one home on 2 acres of land, you're going to build the biggest home that you can build to make the most money off that 2 acres of land. Absolutely. But just in terms of the other dynamic, we saw housing prices in June. Average median house went to $890,000 and change. The next month, across the state. The next month it was $841,000. Did housing get cheaper by $50,000 in 1 month? Could that happen? Well, actually, yes, because of interest rates going up.
Right, right.
But it's not any more affordable. So again, it's just another piece of the pie that as money is constrained, you'll see some reducing in prices. As money becomes more available, you'll see prices skyrocket again. Money is sometimes attached to how many people there are, but it's not just attached to people, because we know there are investors from all over the world looking at housing, not as a place to live, but as a place to make money.
Right, right. It's something we want to get into. We want to remind everyone, if you're here at the library, if you've got a question, come on up. We've got Annie and Alexi here. If you'd like to write down the question, they'll feed it to us or give you an opportunity to share it. And if you're joining us on YouTube, you can use the chat function and put your question in there. We're monitoring those. And we have received some questions. I'll throw one out. Let's see. This is from Jay in Roslindale. Those stories, he's, I think, talking about the stories we shared from our Priced Out series, are distressing. One possible plus is that the city and state might collect additional tax to put more resources to housing. Is that happening? Ellen, I think you were getting at this when you said the 20%.
Yes, so 20, that's not around taxes, but what that is it's essentially built into our zoning laws, which we have the power to do locally because it is zoning. Many things, when we want to change them in terms of property ownership, landlord-tenant law, we have to get permission from the state to do that. Zoning is one thing that's carved out for municipalities. So as a municipality, the city of Somerville had said, if you're going to do new development in the city of Somerville, you're going to have to provide 20% affordable units. We have the most aggressive inclusionary policy in the state. We're really proud of that. Other places have looked to it as an example. But the other piece of this that you asked about, the tax revenue, both Joe and I have been working really, really hard on legislative campaigns that would allow us to take a little bit of the profit that is made off of these high-end real estate transactions and have that money designated for affordable housing. We need to be able to harness some of the huge amount of profit that's being generated right now and turn it back into the supply of housing that we so badly need. Because as Joe said, with prices that you need $5,000 for a mortgage, we need serious municipal, state, and federal investment in our housing in order to make the numbers work, to make sure that our most vulnerable families are successfully housed.
This is an additional tax, so in addition to existing real estate taxes.
It's additional, only a one-time fees on high-end real estate transactions. So we're really looking at something that would only take a very, very small amount of funding, but for us as a municipality, it would give us $6 to $10 million. If real estate transfer fees, if the enabling legislation that we were working on passed, we would have $6,000 to $10,000 a year, and that can be bonded. That money can be helped to raise matching funds elsewhere. So it could be a really important solution for municipalities that are struggling on the front lines, because we're the ones who are seeing each of these stories, each of these tenants, and being asked to come up with solutions for how we keep our residents in our cities. And I believe that what we call the real estate transfer fee is a common sense solution that really would help us in a big way to generate the kinds of funds locally that we need to be able to produce and fund and develop affordable housing.
Although I believe the pushback on that, Joe, is that it could discourage development, that there's more if there's more being taxed, there may be less of an incentive to build.
Yeah, you hear that. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know, I think we're seeing price increases in real estate values increasing, 5-10% per year, even more. Adding a 0.5% or 1% or 2%, one-time additional tax gets baked into the system. I don't think that that's an argument that holds much water. And Ellen is exactly right. Without some version of that kind of a property tax, transfer tax, new development does generate new property taxes, but because of Prop 2.5, it doesn't necessarily create a lot of opportunity for new spending on housing. Very few, if any, municipalities spend general property tax revenue on affordable housing. The city of Boston does a little bit of that, but that is funding our schools, it's funding municipal services, it's funding our parks, it's funding important things, and community assets that in fact help maintain real estate values. So we need to do something else. The only small exception to that would be the Community Preservation Act, which in some municipalities does generate a little bit of money for affordable housing.
We should just backtrack just a minute for people who aren't familiar. Prop 2.5 caps how much the tax rate can go up in any given community, right? So you're saying even if this new development is worth millions, there's a cap to how much in taxes it will generate.
Yeah, new developments you can add, but as properties go up, you can't just keep taxing them. So my assessment has actually gone down in recent years because values in other parts of the neighborhood are going up, other parts of the city are going up faster than in my neighborhood. So they have to keep it overall capped.
Right, so there's the taxes, and Ellen, what you got at with the inclusionary zoning, that's something separate, just to make that
separate
clear.
Than the real estate transfer.
Very generous in Somerville, but not, Joe, it is not a universal thing across the state. Somerville may say, okay, 20% of new units that are built must be affordable. Another community could say, there's no requirement for affordability,
absolutely.
Right?
And we see that, so the City of Boston, the requirement is 13%, although I think Mayor Wu is looking to raise that, and hopefully she will. But at the Suffolk Downs development, which is both part in Boston and part in Revere, they made a special agreement to do 20% affordable on the Boston side. The Revere side, 0.
Oh, that's fascinating. And explain for people who may, again, not be familiar, Suffolk Downs is a huge parcel of property, a former horse racing track that's going to be as big as the Seaport District in Boston, or somewhat comparable. Major development,
I don't know
right?
Exactly, but yes, comparable. It's a very large. I think there's going to be thousands and thousands of housing units, as well as other, commercial and retail.
Stephanie, we have a question from Ingrid at the mic. She has a question. She's gone through mediation for a no-fault eviction. Ingrid, you want to ask your question?
Hi, thank you for having this morning. It really helps try to process everything. I said if I have gone through mediation for a no-fault eviction and signed a stipulation agreement, is there anything that I can do to get more time? Because it's really difficult to find anything affordable.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one if that's okay. Yeah. It's difficult once agreements are signed in court, but what I would say is two things. One, if you had a legal services attorney or you had access to an attorney, I would certainly talk to them. Judges are often fairly sympathetic in this climate, and when you go in, as long as you are showing exactly what you're doing to look for housing, that means keeping a housing log, that means being able to tell them why you have not yet found a unit. Judges will often do what they call stay the execution or give additional time to find something. So I would really recommend going for a stay if you need to in court, but also trying to find out what housing search resources there are near you that might be able to help. Sometimes to pay for realtors, sometimes that have lists of affordable units and no landlords. But I would really encourage you to go back into court if you need more time, because oftentimes judges are sympathetic. It's harder when you signed an agreement because sometimes they say, you did this, you do, this is, but it's still worth doing and it still sometimes is successful.
Ingrid, thank you so much for asking your question. And I'd like to point out that we are having this event here in Copley Square, downtown Boston. It's at the middle of the afternoon. And we invited all the people who have written into us for our Priced Out series and other people we thought might be interested. And I think it's worth pointing out that many of the people who are facing housing crises, pointed out, A, they can't afford to get here, B, can't afford time off work. I just would like to acknowledge that because just as a kind of a further explanation of how difficult and how pervasive housing issues are in people's lives. So if you are here, you are welcome to come up and talk to Annie and Alexi. They'll get you a card and you can ask your question. And if you're watching us on the YouTube stream, even if it's not live, it will live on YouTube, you can certainly put your questions there and we'll keep an eye on them and try to answer those in ways throughout the course of this Priced Out series. So I just do want to share that.
And so, Stephanie, we do have another question from the audience. This is Maria, who's not coming to the mic, but she gives us her question. Given that many office workers won't be coming back to downtown office buildings full-time, is there a possibility for the reuse of those buildings for housing? Joe, you want to take that one?
Well, I'll take it. I don't know the answer. Everyone's asking that. And I think, inevitably there's going to be less less space occupied as offices. A lot of companies are downsizing even if they're not eliminating the office completely. But converting that to residential is not easy and is not likely to be cheap. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect, so I don't want to go where I don't know. But I think that will be a small and slow transformation.
So it may sound easier than it actually is. Yeah. Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I would just add that I think there is a trend towards multi-use, multi-development, right? Commercial, residential, office, and I think we are going to continue to see that happening. Again, got to have regulations, though, that can harness some of that if we want to make it as affordable housing. Got to have those inclusionary rules. Got to have the policies in place that will make that work.
Right.
I'd like to share a question we received from an audience person in Belmont, Juliet. She wrote in to say, getting back to luxury. Luxury is of way less value to me than affordable rent. Yet if any housing is being added, it's luxury units. We live in a free country, but can anything be done to stop this trend of developers driving up prices so only the ultra-rich can afford to live in this state? I believe in her correspondence with us, Juliet pointed out that she's not at the point where she's at risk of losing her housing, but she fears she may be. And we talked a little bit about this, why developers do build luxury housing, sort of the economics behind it. But Joe, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, especially because this is part of what the community development corporations do, right, is to find housing and create affordable housing. And you actually say, as kind of dire as some of this reporting has been, and it's really a little bit heartbreaking, quite frankly, that there is a silver lining here in terms of affordable housing and in Massachusetts. I mean, it could be worse, and we have some blueprints, right?
Yeah, well, I think Massachusetts has a lot to be proud of over decades in terms of affordable housing policy that we have put in place that has made a difference for thousands and thousands of people. Not enough; it's never enough. But we have done a lot of important things. In 1969, we passed anti-snob zoning legislation called Chapter 40B that's produced 70,000 homes, 25% of which at least are affordable to low and moderate income people.
Why is it called anti-snob?
Because it allows multifamily housing development in communities that would otherwise outlaw it and only allows single families. So every municipality in Massachusetts either has to have 10% of their housing stock affordable, and we can get into what that means, or developers are allowed to go into that municipality, override local zoning, and build apartment buildings for people. And that's been an important tool for 50 years in this state. We are also one of, I think, 2 or 3 states in the country that has a state-funded rental assistance program that provides vouchers. We are one of the 2 or 3 states in the country that has state-owned public housing. We are one of the few states that puts its own tax dollars into subsidized housing. We are a right to shelter state for people that are facing homelessness. All of these programs are too small. They have lots of strings. They're not perfect. But compared to most other states, we're doing a lot more for our people. That said, the problem keeps getting tougher. And we need to step up our game, and we need to expand these tools. We actually know some of the things that work, and we just need to put more money and put more emphasis on them.
Progressive with some of these policies, but of course Massachusetts is, I think, one of the latest studies that came out, we're the number 3 in terms of housing expense, right? So we've got a very high bar.
The same organization said we're the 3rd most expensive place for how much money you need to earn to afford a median apartment. And we also have the 3rd largest number of affordable homes for extremely low income people in the greater Boston area. We are about 25% better than the national average. And that's because of these programs. The challenge is, if you're not in one of those units, that's useless to you.
Right.
And those units don't turn over very often because people want to keep them. And so you have sort of like 2 housing markets, those who are kind of in the system and those who are locked out.
That's right.
So, but you mentioned the anti-snob element. That is the intent. So I have to get to another comment we got from a Reddit user. It's about NIMBY, not in my backyard. Why don't more people talk about how NIMBYs are causing the crisis with all their ridiculously restrictive zoning laws? Isn't that the sort of the ultimate wall to all of this, to the zoning? Because when you watch housing battles play out, even the most liberal of residents might be in there defending for reasons of the environment or overcrowding in my school. It comes down to NIMBYism.
So I'd say a couple of things. There is also something called the YIMBY movement, right? Which is yes in my backyard. I think as there has been this recognition that NIMBYism has been such a barrier for the development of affordable housing, you've been seeing forces come out to say, how do we reshape this conversation? How do we say that a lot of the fears that people have going into this, our classes will be too crowded, you know, we're going to have more crime, that ultimately so many of those things that people were concerned about don't actually happen once the developments are built, and opposition decreases once they're.
How do they get addressed? How does YIMBYism happen?
So in the first place, right, there has been evidence to show that the school districts are not impacted in the same way. Sadly, in some ways, because what Joe says, that we are having a decrease in family size that are coming into properties, right? But also that the levels of violence, the assumptions, people with coming at times from the NIMBYism, there are a lot of stereotypes that are built into people's own fear. I don't want to say intentional racism or other things, but it's a fear, right, of having other people that aren't like me, having less parking, having to share with more people. But the YIMBY movement is really recognizing we have a broken system. We have a system where increases in rents are not matched by increases in wages. And so as more and more people see that this system is fundamentally broken for what is such a basic human need, they're starting to come out and say, hey, this is a problem across the board, not just for poor people, this is a problem for everybody in the state. And I think that attitudes around that are slowly changing.
As we talk about YIMBYs and NIMBYs, I'd like to actually go back to our conversation, Ellen, on Boston Public Radio earlier today. We were talking about, because I think it's related, and Joe, I want you to weigh in. There is legislation that is going to require 175 communities to build multifamily housing if they have easy access to MBTA, train, or bus service. And it's hard to think about that without thinking about NIMBYs versus YIMBYs, I guess. Do you see that legislation actually making a difference and overcoming some of these attitudes and concerns that people in small towns that don't want the character of their town changed, worry about the schools and the traffic and the sewer systems? Do you see that legislation kind of making a difference and creating more housing?
I think it's a really consequential piece of legislation, and really pleased that it was adopted by the legislature and signed by the governor. I think it will force those 175 municipalities to have a serious conversation with themselves, with each other, about what they want their future to be. That is a good thing. But I think, it shouldn't be that surprising. When you think about where you want to live, the first thing you think about is, what neighborhood or town do I want to live in? Not which house, which neighborhood or town. And you pick that neighborhood or town because you like it. So when you move there, and then somebody proposes to change what you like, it's not surprising that people react to that. And people do that across income streams and across neighborhoods. And I think, we need to have some acknowledgement or respect for that. At the same time, we can't be so parochial that only the people who live within 10 feet of a property have a say in what happens there. Because what happens in Everett, what happens in Worcester affects me here in Boston, and vice versa. So we all have a stake, and we need a process that respects and listens to all those different voices. And I think this legislation is an embodiment of that, because it's saying we as a state, as a community of people, have an interest in what happens in each of these MBTA communities, because we are all investing in the MBTA and investing in the public infrastructure that it represents. So that being said, I think, again, zoning changes take time. This will take time. It doesn't require anything get built. It only changes the zoning. If it even does that, some towns may resist for a while. And 20 years ago, we passed Chapter 40R, which was a similar attempt to encourage multifamily zoning in transit areas. It resulted in thousands of units, but not tens of thousands of units. Now, it ran into the Great Recession as well. So I think the conversation is really important. I don't think NIMBYs will disappear. They will find other ways to fight, and the cost issues will still be there, what we talked about earlier.
When it comes to MBTA communities, though, will wealthy towns find ways to just say, because the penalties really are grants and funds that a municipality would have access to, so can't wealthy communities just say, you know what, we can do without that?
We don't know that entirely. So yes, I don't think the grants are likely to be sufficient to motivate every municipality. But it's not entirely clear there isn't some opportunity for private legal action. And so we'll have to wait and see, and there could be further legislation as well. One thing that I think Ellen and I were talking about earlier, though, that I do want to underscore is there's no requirement for affordability in these districts. It's allowed, but it's not required. And that's something that disappoints, I think, both of us. I don't want to speak for Ellen, but this was a great opportunity to get more affordable housing near transit. The people who most need the transit are people of low and moderate incomes. And so we're going to have to work at the local level in every single one of those cities and towns to get some affordability into those districts.
175 of them, Joe. There's a lot. I'd like to, because we are unfortunate. I told you this hour would go by fast.
You did tell me.
I'd like to turn to our audience. We have Brandy at the mic, and she's got a question for Joe. Hi, Brandy.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
We hear you.
That's good. So, my name is Dr. Brandy Brooks, and this issue, I'm so glad you're amplifying it today because it's personal for me. My family, when I was in elementary school, we became homeless after our house burned down. Now, as a professional, I am the deputy director at Higher Ground, and some of the work we do is around educational outcomes as well as providing search, placement, and stability for homeless students. And we also provide wraparound services with respect to mental health and behavioral health. But with respect to housing, my question for Joe is, again, we do this work in partnership, as you know, Joe, with BHA, with BPS, with Project Hope, with DSNI, and others. But my question is, would CDCs like yours or others, would they support increasing 10% set aside for affordable units for homeless families with children attending Boston Public Schools? And if so, at what level?
Well, thanks for the question, and I think it's really important to talk about the connection between housing security, housing stability, and educational outcomes, because we know that children who are losing their home, moving from place to place, do not do as well in school. And certainly children who are homeless are going to have a hard time excelling in school. So this is a conversation that's been happening for a while about what percentage is the right percentage to put into an affordable housing development of families that have experienced homelessness. Many of those families need services to support them, to help them navigate social networks and so forth. And CDC's, my members are organizations that build affordable housing, but we are not social service agencies that are always well trained and skilled to provide those services and provide those supports. So we need partners and we need ongoing funding to pay for that. So I think with those caveats, I think our members are very interested in serving that population, whether at 10%, 20%, it might vary on the property and it might vary on the organization and their ability to serve that population well. But as you know, for affordable housing, even with subsidies to serve that population, we need ongoing operating dollars, rental vouchers. We need those support services. So, I think that we need to make sure that every child has a stable home so they can succeed in school, and we are not achieving that right now. Ellen, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, is there a second for me to do that? I wanted to say this, thank you so much for raising this question. In Somerville, that's one of the very issues that we are trying to look at is how do we make sure our kids stay in our schools and in their communities. And we are about to, hopefully, we're on the brink of launching something called the municipal voucher program, where the city will have vouchers available for people that aren't eligible for federal programs with a top priority for people with kids in the public schools. So you really need the creativity of municipalities, the state, and the federal government to be saying, how do we make sure that our kids are not falling behind educationally? So it's for every sector to really be creative to make sure that this is something that they're thinking about, especially as household size decreases, as Joe pointed out, and people are getting forced further and further out of our urban cores where jobs are available and quality education is available. So I'm really glad it's tough. Anytime you give a priority to one group, you're taking it away from somebody else. And I see all the different kinds of people in my office, all of whom, in many ways, I could say need priority, right? But I do think that we have to focus on our children, and it's really important that we're looking at that. That is a policy issue in housing.
All right, thank you so much.
Brandy, thank you. Ellen, just very quickly, we were talking about this earlier off camera before the event. Will you just talk a little bit about how housing insecurity can lead to families actually breaking up?
Yeah, I mean, the consequences that come from homelessness are so vast. Talking about things like greater incidence of heart disease, more lead paint poisoning, educational loss, as Joe was talking about, all kinds of loss of jobs. But one of the most devastating and one of the saddest situations is where you see homeless families splitting up for many reasons. 2 kids can go over here because my sister has a couch. Well, they'll let those 2 kids stay. Mom is potentially in a shelter by herself. I know Joe talked about us being a right to shelter state, but there are many families who are not eligible for shelter in this Commonwealth, and people don't realize that. So I frequently see these situations. They break my heart, and so that's why I do the work I do. That's why Joe does what he does, right? Because we don't want to see children being separated from their families solely because of financial issues, not because there was any adjudication that they were at risk. It's really tragic.
So, Ellen, we have to give Ava at the mic because she is speaking directly to what you are talking about. She relocated to Boston and is currently living in a shelter. Ava, do you want to ask your question?
Yes. I relocated in the spring with my son, who's a teenager. And when I reached out to, I think it was like a homeless coordinator, I was advised that I wasn't eligible for any shelters, specifically family shelters, because my son was a teenager. I wasn't eligible for any type of resources that were available because I was not a Massachusetts resident. I'm currently living in a women's shelter right now, and their resources aren't available to me because I don't fit the criteria of the women that come into their program. And my question is, what resources are available to families who are relocating or have relocated to Boston but cannot find affordable housing?
So is it okay? Take this one. So thank you so much for sharing that story. The first thing I want to say to you is you always need to think, if you decide to reapply for family housing, you've got to reach out to Greater Boston Legal Services. I know I'm a little biased. I worked there for almost 30 years, but a lot of times the reasons that people are denied, once they have advocates, can be overcome. So for example, you're not a resident. The definition of residency is an intent to reside. So as long as you're here in Boston intending to reside, you should be able to meet the residency requirements for shelter. So it's always good to reach out to lawyers when you're seeing something like that. I know that isn't helping you at this moment, but you can always reapply, remember, and really reach out to an advocate. And then the housing world is so complicated, you need to turn to the experts. Please call Boston Office of Housing Stability, ask them for a referral for housing search. I'm sure you have some help in your shelter, but these things get really, really complicated. Even for lawyers, it's complicated how to actually navigate the housing system, and there are so many different rules for each kind of program. So I just urge you to do everything you can to connect to experts. Think about reapplying for family shelter and talking to an attorney to see whether or not you might actually be eligible for shelter. Although, just as a warning, people are getting placed anywhere in the state right now because there is such a high demand at this moment for family shelter. But you got to have faith, you got to keep on working, and you have to connect yourselves to the experts that are available in the field. So definitely Boston Office of Housing Stability, Greater Boston Legal Services are two great examples. They're certainly not the only ones. HomeStart is another excellent agency in Boston that helps with housing search. But make sure that you're able to get to the right people at the right time. The outcomes can be so different.
Thank you.
Okay, and Ava, you can check with our producers if you need that number. They can give you that number. I've just given them for Office of Housing Stability, if that helps you.
And Joe also wants to weigh in on Ava's question. And I believe that at the bottom of the screen on the YouTube page, you'll be seeing some of these resources. But Joe, to Ava's question.
I think Ava's story, and thank you for sharing that, really underscores the core problem, which is we have a scarcity model, which is we have enough affordable housing for 1 out of 4 eligible households, and we have to spend a tremendous amount of time deciding which one gets it and which 3 don't. And we have lots of rules for that, and lots of eligibility requirements, and lots of complicated processes for people to go through and navigate. And the reason we have to have all of that is because we only have 1 for every 4. And making that choice, and which one gets it, is a pretty difficult thing to do, and it would be a lot better if we had 4 homes for every 4 families.
Really difficult to think about when you look at somebody who is facing this, as the both of you do every day. We have just about a minute or so, 2 minutes, so you get a magic wand, both of you, okay? And you can do something that is going to help address this affordable housing shortage. What, Ellen, do you do?
Me first? Okay. The things that I am most committed to, this is obviously really complex, but a couple of things that I would say. One is we've talked about those real estate transfer fees to just increase the funding. We need more funding for affordable housing. We can't build these 4 units unless we have funding to do it. Market isn't working. The second thing, you know, we've talked a little bit about already, right to counsel, which means every person should have a right. The judge should tell them they have a right to an attorney, because the consequences of eviction can be more extreme than the consequences of criminal prosecution. Somebody gets probation, they're home, they go to counseling. Someone loses their home, that can have spiraling impacts on their family for the next decade. So while there are many solutions, I would point to those 2 as things that are of primary importance. To me, lastly, I would just say we need some form of reasonable rent stabilization. It's happening, a movement around the country. There are 2 whole states that have it. There are more municipalities. We simply can't build our way. There will never be, in my lifetime, enough affordable housing. I'm not convinced we're going to get to that 4. So what that means is we have to keep people in their homes. We can't do this without the kinds of regulations that allow people to stay in place.
And we should point out that's a very complicated discussion. It would require legislative approval, right, in order to allow towns and cities to decide if they want to have rent stabilization. Joe, your magic wand would produce what solution?
Well, my magic wand would be to somehow deter, detract, push away these investors who are coming into our communities, not just here in Massachusetts, but across the country, and turning homes into financial assets. We have to get a handle on that. As long as housing is just seen as another way to make a buck, we're going to see these problems. And related to that is, you know, people get evicted from homes that exist, not homes that are going to be built in the future. And the affordable housing industry, understandably, is focused on building more housing, which we need. But we need a bigger and better strategy for making sure that existing housing that's reasonably affordable, that's occupied by low and moderate income people, remains such. Rent stabilization is one way. Acquiring these properties, as many of our members and others are trying to do, is another. We had legislation to give tenants the right to purchase their property when it goes on the market. That's another tool. One of the disconnects is that we say we're building new affordable housing, but the folks facing eviction aren't necessarily going to get that housing. So we need to help them more directly. So those would be 2 things I would say, in addition to what Ellen said.
and just your point about landlords, we didn't get to discuss this much, but all landlords aren't the same, right? There's a difference.
That's right.
Between the mom and pops, perhaps, and the large corporations that are coming in.
You see that in the eviction data, you see that in the rent increase data. It's a very consistent story. So one of the big changes in our housing market is who owns property, and it is having vast ripple effects.
Liz Niesloss and our colleagues at GBH News are going to be very busy parsing out many of these ideas and questions and comments. This has really been an extraordinary discussion. Ellen Schachter from the Somerville Office of Housing Stability, Joe Kreisberg from the Massachusetts Association of Community Development Corporations. We're just so grateful for your time, your insights, and your thoughts on actually, hopefully, at least easing this crisis. So thanks so much.
Thanks for having us.
And thank you to everyone who's joined us here at the library and who's...
And Stephanie, we should say that people can follow the reporting further on the website, which is gbhnews.org/news/priced out if you want to see more of our stories.
And we're just thankful to everyone who has shared their thoughts and their questions with us. And you can continue to do that right on our website. Thanks so much for joining us today. Have a great afternoon.
You're 4.5 miles away. That gives you an ETA in green. It gives you an ETA of 11:05. So green 11:05, that's going to be overhead, maybe even a little bit sooner. But that's the area of concern. And another way to look at it is to look at the shear rate, the amount of twist and shear, and it really spun up near Sattler. The green and the red within that green is what's indicative of the higher shear, and there's a little swath of it there too where it really blossomed over the southern and southeastern edge of Canyon Lake, that southern shore there. That yellow area is where that really the potentially tornadic part of the storm. Either way, even if it's not a tornado, straight line winds can cause just as much damage as tornadoes, and this storm is strong, stretching from Wimberley all the way down to Smithson Valley, and the tornado warning is for eastern Comal County. It does include the city of Greene. You are included within this, and then of course any surrounding communities. And I'm going to look at some of the surrounding streets that'll be affected by first switching it back over. Greene, Glenbrook, not far from New Braunfels High School, basically the north end of New Braunfels, Glenbrook included. That's where this rotation is going. And our fine folks at the National Weather Service, this is headed right toward the radar site, which is at their office near the airport. That's where the radar is located. Unfortunately, when storms get right over the radar, you lose good perspective of them. It's good to have them just a distance, a good convenient distance for the radar to measure it and sample it. But no surprise, the severe thunderstorm has been extended eastward to include Geronimo, Zorn, San Marcos, and that's until midnight. So that extends into northern Guadalupe County. This is north of Seguin, and that is until midnight. That's for the severe thunderstorm portion of this. And keep in mind, this likely has some of that very large hail that we were just looking at there with this storm. But right now, this is the severe weather. Turning the lightning back on, and you see it's electrified. It's a bit of a light show, but we have other severe storms off to the west. We'll get back to that activity that's moving out of Canyon Lake, moving through Canyon Lake, I should say. Sorry about the twisty map here. That's moving through Canyon Lake, but we have other storms that are severe off to the west, hail-making storms, maybe some gusts to 60 miles per hour, just north of Lakey right now in northern Real County. We also have moving out of Kerr County into northwestern Bandera County. Bandera, time of arrival for you, making it there would be 11:58 p.m. I think it'd be a little bit sooner than that, but let's see. Let's check this again. Yeah, about 11:50. It's about 20 miles away. About 11:50, maybe a little before 11:50 for you in Bandera. Development has been southward. So this is from the cold front that's moving in. The storms, once they develop, they move west to east, but as the front drops southward, it continues to develop those storms. So I am anticipating more development in northern Bexar County. Timberwood Park, Bulverde, you're just getting clipped. Well, Timberwood Park, you're about to get clipped. Bulverde, you're getting hit in most of Bulverde at the moment. It's not severe, however. I am watching, I'm going to switch back radars. Here we go. That's better. Probably a little bit of small hail headed toward Bergheim, right along 46 at the moment. But what we're mostly watching is this, of course, tornado warning, which anybody in or near the city of Greene, you need to get to the innermost room as far away from windows as you can, part of your house or structure, because that's where we have the potential tornado at the moment. And when we turn on the velocities here, excuse me, that's when these greens and reds come together in this orientation relative to the radar site is when you get that potential tornado. I mean, this is just north of New Braunfels High School. Home of the Unicorns, just north of the high school. Right along River Road is where we have that potential tornado. And again, Greene, you're right here. Anybody in Greene or immediately around Greene down to Summerwood, Freyheit. Anyway, you need to seek shelter in the innermost room. Sometimes the best room can even be a closet or underneath a staircase if you can. If you've got a closet underneath stairs, that's my preferred location if you don't have a basement. And I know we typically don't have basements around here. Otherwise, this is a lot of hail in the purple that's falling there. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this and got to come around here to just check a few settings on the computer. Yeah, hail's definitely an issue out there in some of those storms. In the hill country, the hail, we're talking maybe 1.5 inches. We could have 2-inch size hail, 70 mile per hour winds within that severe thunderstorm. That's not out of the question. So within that large hail we were talking about, Canyon Lake, you just got walloped and you're still getting hit by the large hail here on the northern edge of Canyon Lake. We're not counting you out. This is another hail core right there, Canyon City on the northeastern shore of Canyon Lake. And you could definitely get some gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So this baby's hauling through there. And I'm also watching for the potential more hail development near Bergheim as that moves toward Bulverde. There's the chance that could even amplify a little bit more. Sorry, I'm adjusting a few things here as we get going. And you'll see the screen moving around a little bit, but looks like we have a few boundaries coming together as well. Some of those boundaries. New severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Bandera. City of Bandera, new severe thunderstorm warning for you. And that severe thunderstorm warning is until 11:45 p.m. So Bandera, you've got that severe thunderstorm warning. That's a new one that just got issued downstream from that thunderstorm that's currently in northern Bandera County. Kerrville, I know you've had some rain and some thunder and lightning, but for the most part, you're okay at the moment in Kerrville. Sorry, I'm gonna come over here, click this. Get that going, turn this off, okay, and good, we're good with that. All right, sorry y'all, sometimes I have to step off camera to adjust some of these things. But again, if you're in the city of Greene, you need to seek shelter right now because that potentially tornadic part of the thunderstorm is headed your way. And keep in mind, San Antonio, these thunderstorms up in the hill country, they're on a trajectory to move through Bandera County and then potentially even here into San Antonio as well. And then we also have the most important part, this little area of rotation that's about to hit I-35 and moving into the city of Greene. We all know and love Greene, but now's the time to be seeking shelter in a sturdy structure in an interior room. Otherwise, we've got the other severe thunderstorm warning that we talked about was extended eastward for Geronimo, and I can give you some times of arrival for the thunderstorm. I'm going to say really the worst part of the storm, or one of the worst parts of the storm, and that's headed to the east-southeast around 25. Kyle at 11:22, Martindale 11:25, Lockhart 11:49, Luling at 11:58 is when that's going to be there. But this is moving into Geronimo. You're about to get hit by it. I'm going to turn this off, give you an ETA So those of you in Geronimo can know exactly. I mean, Geronimo, you already need to seek shelter, especially because headed toward Geronimo is the spinning part of the storm. But Geronimo, 11:30 p.m., so you're within a half hour of the big, heavy rain hitting, and then even some gusts up to 70 miles per hour with this storm. Now, as I mentioned, this storm it's moving over the radar site, so that doesn't give us the best look, because radars look outward, they don't look upward. And a good example of this is if I show you the volumetric imagery, and you'll see a unique shape and pattern to this, and that's right here. See how it's cut off at a slope? It's cut off at a slope like this because the radar isn't looking higher up. It looks out like that and not directly upwards. So that's why we have that defined, almost looks like a smooth surface, but really this storm, especially the hail here, extends way high up, even higher within that storm than what the radar is seeing. So that's the unique situation here, is the radar is not even seeing all of it right now, at least not the nearest radar site. This right here is the hail part of the thunderstorm, and the hail part of the thunderstorm especially is near Canyon City. So this is essentially moving through the eastern portion of Canyon Lake near the dam, and Canyon City. Looking for some streets here. There aren't very many. These are some rural areas, but FM 306 in Canyon City, and then a South Access Road. So that's on the eastern edge of the lake, essentially. But that's another chunk of hail within the storm. This is where the hail's falling and hitting the ground, is where that purple hits the ground. Otherwise, we've got it suspended up in the clouds. That's where the hail is suspended, up in the clouds, right around here. And it's ringing around the storm is what it's doing at the moment. So let's get back to 2D. And we're going to go home here, check out any more development elsewhere. And we do have some in other severe storms. We're getting a better look at that action that's moving into Bandera, Pipe Creek. You're downstream from this. Right now around Bandera, you've got some rain, but that's not the severe part. The severe part is about to hit Medina and then the city of Bandera. So the severe part is that purple part we're looking at on the upper left-hand side of the screen. As for an ETA, it's going to make it to Medina at 11:22. Okay, Medina 11:22, and then we've got City of Bandera at 11:52. All right, 11:52, City of Bandera. 11:52, or a little bit sooner, actually, is when you'll get that. Bernie, you're getting that action moving through as we speak, and that's not severe. Bulverde, you've got the lightning and thunder, but nothing severe. We're really just watching this rotation that's heading into green as we speak. It's heading into green.